Chapter 23:23. The change was too fast. The blue great Tao primordial heart invaded Luo Xing's body. A blue light wrapped around Luo Xing, and he kept screaming, "Oh no, this place is dangerous. Let's go." Holy Lord Blood Prison reacted quickly and didn't have the mood to help Luo Xing. He realized that this seemed to be a trap for them. Luo Xing's body was wrapped in blue light, and he kept screaming, "Brother Blood, you can't leave. Save me." The blue light plundered Luo Xing's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It devoured Luo Xing's vitality and blood essence. In just a moment, Luo Xing was like a shriveled corpse without any vitality. The blue light exploded, and Luo Xing, a third-step expert, died instantly in front of the others. It wasn't that they hadn't seen powerhouses before, but they had never experienced such a terrifying scene before. Luo Xing was a third-step expert, but he had been killed in less than a moment, and everything on him had been plundered by the Great Tao Primordial Heart. This was simply unimaginable. Oh no, it's coming. Everyone attacked together. After the blue Great Tao Primordial Heart plundered everything on Luo Xing, it didn't stop and flew toward them. Holy Lord Blood Prison and the others realized that they wouldn't have a good ending if they were entangled by the Great Tao Primordial Heart. Everyone took out the treasures in their hands, and 4 terrifying forces crushed toward the Great Tao Primordial Heart. In their opinion, no matter how strong the opponent was, he might not be able to withstand their joint attack. It's too late. On the other side, Lin Fei shook his head. Through the system, he could clearly see that the blue Great Tao Primordial Heart's vitality was growing. In other words, its strength was increasing. If they had attacked ruthlessly at the beginning, they might have had a chance. Sure enough, as Lin Fei had guessed, when their attacks were about to land on the Great Tao Primordial Heart, the resplendent blue light formed a barrier and easily blocked their attacks. Hua! 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 The Great Tao Primordial Heart erupted with resplendent blue light, and the entire stone room was filled with blue light. Holy Lord Blood Prison and the others realized that under the influence of the blue light, their movements were getting slower and slower. It was as if they were being suppressed by an endless mountain. No matter how much energy erupted in their bodies, they couldn't break free from the blue light suppression. For third-step experts like them, this was simply unbelievable. They were third-step experts, and only fourth-step experts could suppress them. However, the Great Path Primordial Heart in front of them could actually unleash a fourth-step attack. After a short moment of shock, they didn't dare to hold back anymore. Sacred Lord Blood Prison burned the power of the Great Tao, and his vast energy tore open the seal of the blue light. He didn't care about the other 3 and flew out of the stone door. Blood Prison Holy Lord was the first, followed by Yin Zixing and Bai Lang. All of them left the stone room with injuries. The power that erupted from them was completely at the 4th step of the Great Tao. Wan Taijun, the Holy Lord, moved the slowest. Endless blue light pressed down, and with a crack, both of his legs broke. The Great Tao Origin Heart tore through Wan Tiejuan's defenses and entered his body. A moment later, Wan Taijun exploded, and the Great Tao Origin Heart flew out and floated in midair. Third-step experts are really not easy to deal with. They all have trump cards, and they can actually unleash a fourth-step attack and tear open the seal of the Great Tao Origin Heart. Amazing. Lin Fei was very impressed. What kind of trump card is this? It's just a method of self-harm. If they can get out alive, they will need at least a decade, or even longer to recover their strength. Little Fiend didn't think much of it. A decade or more? Lin Fei smiled. Then they're really miserable. They finally expanded their influence with great difficulty, but they have to go into seclusion to heal their injuries. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others left the cave abode, but Lin Fei didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he focused on the Great Tao Origin Heart. Can you analyze the current strength of the Great Tao Origin Heart? I'll try, but I can't guarantee it. It doesn't matter. The Great Path Primordial Heart floated in the air. After a long time, the blue light in the stone room returned to the Great Path Primordial Heart. The Great Path Primordial Heart returned to the stone coffin and landed on the skeleton. Strands of blue energy attached to the skeleton, and soon, tiny blood vessels appeared. Good heavens! Is it going to be resurrected? Lin Fei stared at the skeleton. No matter how he looked at it, the possibility was very high. The Great Tao Origin Heart had plundered the life essence of 2 third-step experts, so it was very rich. If it was used, the effect would definitely not be bad. Master, I have good news. Little Fiend quickly came to a conclusion. According to the data analysis, the Great Tao Origin Heart's quality is very high. It just plundered Luo Xing and Wan Tiejuan's life essence because of the array restriction here, which caused a chain reaction. Its real combat power is not very strong. As for the blue light, it is a kind of Great Tao power. It is similar to gravity, but it is heavier than gravity. Its grade is higher than their Great Tao, so it can easily suppress them and make them unable to resist. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Get to the point. According to the analysis just now, the Great Tao Origin Heart has life force. It plundered all the life force in preparation for resurrection. According to normal development, the life force of the Great Tao Origin Heart will be absorbed by the skeleton. When all the life force is absorbed, the owner of the skeleton may be resurrected. To Master, this is a good opportunity. If it was before, I would not recommend Master to make a move. However, Master has absorbed the energy of the Yin Huang statue and has the ability to fight. With my help, you should be able to suppress the other party, Little Fiend said excitedly. This is a rare opportunity. After subduing it, Master will have a 4th-step expert by his side. Lin Fei was indeed tempted by what she said. Although he now controlled the power of a 4th-step expert, the number of times he could use it was limited. Unless it was a critical moment, he would definitely not dare to use it. With a 4th-step expert by his side, it would be different. That was a gold standard fighter. Well, my chances of success. Lin Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart. About 50 to 50, Little Fiend said. In order to increase our chances of success, Master should first completely understand the restrictions of the other party's spirit design. As long as we destroy the spirit design restrictions, Master will attack ferociously and not give him a chance to retaliate. There should be a 60% chance of success. 60%. Very high. Then immediately start studying how to destroy the spirit design restrictions. Lin Fei did not intend to go over now. According to what Little Fiend had said, the other party would definitely not be able to recover his flesh and blood body in a short period of time. There was no point in going now. Instead, it would alert the other party. As long as Little Fiend continued to monitor the situation, it would be fine. Holy Master Blood Prison and the rest should be frightened. Why don't I find them and have some fun? Chapter 23-24. The change in the stone room caused Sacred Lord Blood Prison, Sacred Lord Yin Zixing, and Sacred Lord Bai Lang to run out of the cave. Their faces were abnormally pale. They took out pills and swallowed them after running out of the cave, but they didn't stop moving. They almost ran into spatial cracks several times, and they were like startled birds. They didn't catch up. We're safe now, right? Too scary. The 3 gathered together again after confirming that they didn't catch up. Their faces were pale, and they still had lingering fear from what had happened. Ever since they reached the 3rd step, there wasn't anything that could scare them. Brother Luo and Brother Wan, Sacred Lord Blood Prison, felt lucky. At the start, he was the first to collect the Great Tao Origin Heart. If he could comprehend something from it, he would have gained a lot. I didn't think that we, 3rd-step experts, would fail miserably and almost die in the stone room. Yin Zixing also had lingering fear. He originally thought that it was a fortuitous encounter, but it turned out to be a trap that took their lives. If it was any other time, they would at most send a clone, but this matter was too important. In the ethereal flame mystic realm, the battle power of a clone wasn't enough, so they had to come with their true bodies. No one expected that they would almost die because their true bodies came. Bai Lang's face was pale, and his pupils constricted. That stone room should have been set up by an expert. The Great Tao Origin Heart stole the essence blood of Brother Luo and Brother Wan. The owner of the Great Tao Origin Heart will probably use this power to revive. Revive. The meaning of these two words was so great that it had a huge impact on them. Could it be that the prophecy from back then is going to come true? Sacred Lord Blood Prison's body trembled slightly, and he could no longer maintain his calm. Revive. A true revival. Even if they didn't have the ability to do so, their expressions became solemn when they thought about what had happened. What should we do? Xianxia seemed to have lost all his energy and was extremely powerless. They really couldn't think of a solution. Luoxing and Wan Taijun couldn't even block one move from the Great Tao Origin Heart. They couldn't do anything even if they went up. Let's wait and see. Sacred Lord Blood Prison said in a deep voice. If the prophecy from back then is true, maybe we don't need to worry. Even if the sky collapses, someone will come out. The three of them more or less knew about the prophecy that had been passed down in the past. If it was true, the future sacred world would definitely. The three of you seem to be in a good mood. Who are they planning to ambush? An untimely voice suddenly exploded in their ears, interrupting their thoughts. It's you. Sacred Lord Blood Prison was stunned. He didn't even sense the other party's appearance, and he started to feel wary. Xianxia and Bai Lang were the same. In front of them was the Great Tao Primordial Heart's attack, and behind them was the mysterious Alliance Master. Their hearts sank. That's right, it is me, Lin Fei said with a smile. I just happened to pass by here and saw the three of you together. I mistakenly thought that you wanted to deal with me, so I specially came to investigate. I hope the three of you can give me a good explanation. Boom! An invisible, cold, killing intent came crushing over. This killing intent was formed from origin energy, and it instantly reached the third step. The strong killing intent swept over. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company were already heavily injured, but when this killing intent swept over them, their blood started to boil, and their faces instantly became pale. Oh, so you're injured? Lin Fei's words once again attacked the three third-step experts. Normally, they wouldn't be afraid of this killing intent, but today was different. All of them were heavily injured, and it was extremely tiring for them to block it. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company knew that things weren't going well. They didn't expect this mysterious Alliance Master to show them his strength right from the start and see through them. This was under the situation where they hadn't even fought yet. They really didn't want this mysterious Alliance Master to see through them. They didn't even have half of their peak battle power when facing someone they didn't know anything about. If they really fought, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Alliance Master, what do you want to do? Sacred Lord Blood Prison said coldly. Don't think that you can defeat us just because we're injured. Don't forget that even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. AI, actually, this seat isn't unreasonable. Lin Fei said faintly. I heard that you guys obtained a lot of treasures in the stone room. This seat doesn't want much. I just want 2/3 of what you have, and this seat will leave immediately. What do you think? The hearts of the three sacred lords sank. The Alliance Master had indeed followed them and seen what had happened in the stone room. Now, they were unable to remain calm. To be able to hide this from them, it was extremely likely that this person was a fourth-step expert. A fourth-step expert. This was the first time they had been threatened by someone. Their first thought was that they were unwilling. It wasn't easy for them to take out those time crystals. They had almost died there. Asking them to hand over 2/3 of the time crystals was like cutting a piece of meat from their hearts. This seat's patience has a limit. The three sacred lords felt extremely conflicted. Right now, they really might not be this mysterious Alliance Master's match. Revenge Alliance Master, you win. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they learned to be patient and compromise. The mysterious Alliance Master in front of them had never revealed himself, and if they really fought, it would be very disadvantageous for them. If they couldn't make him stay, he would just need to leak the news that they were heavily injured, which would be very disadvantageous to the small sacred world that they controlled. Although the 5 top factions had always stood strong, it was because they were the 5 sacred lords. They had always been united against outsiders, but any faction that tried to catch up to them would be suppressed by them in the dark. In the entire sacred world, The 5 top factions had always maintained their position at the top, and no one had ever been able to compare to them. If the news that they were injured spread out, regardless of whether it was true or not, they would definitely come to test them. They didn't dare to really make a move and could only choose to compromise. Lin Fei was indeed interested in the time crystal. Now that someone had given it to him for free, it couldn't be any better. Even if they were resentful now, they didn't dare to do anything because he had the other party's weakness. Don't think that the sacred world was calm and peaceful. In fact, there were undercurrents surging in secret. From the ranking of the small sacred worlds, one could see some clues. The top 10 of the small sacred worlds were all very powerful, and they were infinitely close to the top factions. If the 5 top factions hadn't joined forces to prevent them from rising, the top 5 small sacred worlds would probably have changed their positions. Lin Fei had predicted that they would agree. Compromise was the best choice. Chapter 23-25. Lin Fei was in a good mood after obtaining the time crystal. Everyone would be shocked if they knew that he could make a third-step expert hand over the time crystal. The 3 of you, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Lin Fei's voice sounded again after Sacred Lord Blood Prison left. What? Are you regretting it? Sacred Lord Blood Prison stared at the sky. Yan Zixing and Bai Lang were also prepared to attack with angry expressions. It wasn't that they were afraid of the other party, but they wouldn't attack unless it was absolutely necessary. If they attacked, they would suffer a great loss since it would affect the small sacred world they controlled. I will keep my word. I will definitely not attack you after taking your things. Lin Fei didn't want to make a move either. Only a fool would waste the origin energy that he had obtained with great difficulty. It's just that I'm quite interested in the prophecy you spoke of. I wonder if you could tell me about it? The expressions of Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the other 2 changed slightly, and they let out sighs of relief. They then looked at the sky with a strange expression. The prophecy wasn't a secret to the people at the top. This mysterious alliance master actually didn't know about the prophecy. The foreign races? The word adventure immediately appeared in the minds of the 3. The prophecy of the wild continent was left behind by an extremely powerful person when the wild continent was destroyed. Basically, all the top figures in the sacred world knew about it, but whether they believed it or not was another matter. However, the foreign races were different. The barbarian continent was the largest world in the past, and its influence was also the greatest. In this region, there was more than one barbarian continent. There were many other worlds of various sizes, but none of them could compare to the barbarian continent. In the eyes of the people of the barbarian continent, they were just a bunch of outsiders. This was why Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others said the words foreign races, because the foreign races didn't know about this secret. When the war broke out back then, the foreign races suffered heavy losses. All of them hid in independent spaces and sealed themselves for tens of thousands of years. Of course, some people didn't know about the prophecy left behind. Luckily, the 3 of them didn't say it out loud, but they were even more wary. When did such a mysterious expert appear in the alien world? They didn't even know about it. Among the alien experts, Black was one of the best in the world of assassins. This prophecy is just a joke, Sacred Lord Blood Prison said casually. At the start, this was indeed a joke. However, the person who made the prophecy was a peak expert who had appeared after the wild continent had shattered and was skilled in divination. After that divination, that expert had fallen. No one knew why he had done that or why he had fallen. It had been a very long time since then. Everyone believed it to be true. As time passed, generation after generation, the prophecy became an impossible joke. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others happened to be in the prophecy period, so they instinctively resisted it and didn't take it too seriously. If they had such thoughts, they might as well worry about the mysterious force appearing. What a joke. I also find it quite interesting. Sacred Lord Blood Prison told Lin Fei about the prophecy. Lin Fei thought about it and let them go. He didn't do anything from start to finish. An expert will descend upon the world and rebuild the wasteland continent. After they left, Lin Fei was also stunned by the prophecy. No wonder there was a strong consciousness when I obtained the treasure. For example, the Yellow Springs Patriarch and the Blood Demon King should be able to revive. Lin Fei immediately thought about the strong consciousness that appeared when he obtained the Blood Sky Seal. According to what they said, those experts will reappear in another 500 years, and the Wasteland Continent will reappear as well. Lin Fei couldn't believe it no matter how he thought about it. Master, don't worry. If you want to know the specifics of the prophecy, that person might give Master a satisfactory answer, Little Evil Demon reminded. Lin Fei thought about it and realized that it was true. He didn't know much about that era. If he could control that person now, wouldn't he be able to know whatever he wanted? I need to make some preparations. Eerie Flame's Secret Realm. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. During this time, countless people died in the Eerie Flame's Secret Realm, but there were also countless people who obtained fortuitous encounters. Not bad, young master. In such a short period of time, your strength has broken through again, and you have reached the late stage of the giant realm. In a small valley, a young man walked out with a majestic gait. An old man next to him came up and greeted him. Yanhua was very satisfied with his advancement to the late stage of the giant realm. Although it seemed like a small step, it was actually a huge step. His strength had increased by a few times, and he had even obtained a good treasure. Advisor Li, has Di Tian been killed? Young master, Yanhua was very concerned about this matter. It was like a thorn in his heart. Those who didn't work for him deserved to die. Advisor Li was an old man. His cultivation level wasn't high, barely at the early stage of the giant realm. However, no one dared to underestimate this old man in gray robes. He could kill you with a flip of his hand. Yanhua had paid a huge price to invite him back. It was because of Advisor Li's help that Yanhua and Yanzi were on the same level. Young master, the mission has failed. Yu Mingzi and the rest must have been killed. Failed? Young master Yanhua was very surprised. I didn't expect Di Tian to be so capable. Advisor Li, you don't have to worry about him. After all, he is not easy to deal with. Thank you for your forgiveness, young master. Advisor Li was also very curious. There shouldn't have been any problems with his calculations. The only thing he could be sure of was that everyone had a different understanding of Di Tian. Next time, Di Tian won't have such a good chance. Yanhua was not happy that Di Tian was still alive. Sooner or later, he would have time to deal with that brat. Let's go somewhere else. How is my second sister doing? Lin Fei waited in the Ethereal Flame Mystery Realm for a month. Everything in the stone room was under surveillance. The skeleton was covered in blood vessels, and it was in the process of reconstructing its flesh. According to Little Evil Demon's analysis, it would take at least a few years for it to reconstruct its flesh. This result made Lin Fei very unhappy. He had no choice but to leave the Ethereal Flame Mystery Realm. From Lin Fei's point of view, the only thing that caught his eye in the Ethereal Flame Mystery Realm was the skeleton in the stone room and the Great Tao Primordial Heart. He didn't care about anything else. The Ethereal Flame Mystery Realm was just a scheme used by the 5 Holy Masters to open the stone door. Lin Fei returned to the sealed world immediately to prepare for the next important matter. Chapter 23-26. The illusory flame mystic realm had always been lively. From time to time, there would be heart-stirring good news. For example, someone had obtained a special gem, or an expert had obtained a precious treasure. However, he had also started a massacre and offended several forces. Aside from these news, the direct descendants of the 5 organizations performed extremely well. For example, Yanhua of the Yin family had successfully become a late Titan expert, suppressing a first-step expert and shaking up the Saints' world. He was known as a super genius of the Saints' world. A few days later, the young lady, Yanzi, was unwilling to fall behind. She also successfully broke through to late Titan expert, displaying her extraordinary talent. The direct descendants of the Yin family were like that, and the direct descendants of the other peak organizations also performed dazzlingly. They quickly became the cream of the crop among the younger generation, and their names spread across the entire Saints world. I don't believe I can't get in this time. Lin Fei was not interested in the various news about the Voidfire secret realm. Super genius? Lin Fei sniggered after hearing that. Don't offend me when the time comes. or I'll kill you all the same no matter how much of super genius you are. Open. In the central region of the World Wall battlefield. In order to enter the central region, Lin Fei had tried countless times. He was just a little bit off every time. This time, Lin Fei was confident that he could get in. A huge blood word turned into an invisible force, blocking the incoming force. The pressure on Lin Fei immediately decreased, and he moved forward quickly. This was not the first time Lin Fei had come here, so he was very familiar with this distance. At the same time, the little demon had calculated the exact steps. As long as the pressure from the central region was suppressed, it would be much easier with a body of 10,000 curses and invincible defense. Everything went as planned. Lin Fei only used the word blood to successfully pass through the most important region. He was extremely close to the central region. When Lin Fei approached the central region, a terrifying pressure surged over like a boundless ocean. Before he even got close, Lin Fei seemed to lose control of his body, and the presence of death emanated from the bottom of his heart. Spatial transfer, Lin Fei bellowed. He used the origin energy he had collected and unleashed a powerful attack. In the air, a gigantic door opened, blocking Lin Fei's path. Boundless energy surged into the door, but not a single bit landed on Lin Fei's body. Even so, Lin Fei could still feel the aura of death, how close it was to him. Success. In a dozen or so seconds, the violent power vanished. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile, knowing that he had succeeded. Using a simple spatial transfer actually costs so much. It's almost the full power of a third-step expert. Lin Fei felt a pang in his heart. For the sake of the massive skeleton in the central region, this price was nothing. After dispelling spatial teleportation, Lin Fei successfully arrived at the central region. Body of 10,000 curses and invincible defense activated at the same time, blocking most of the attacks. This was the first time Lin Fei had entered the central region. Is this the corpse of a divine dragon? Standing in the air, Xianxia could see numerous skeletons in the central region. Each of the skeletons emanated boundless pressure. Fortunately, they were limited to one another, so the area of influence was very small. Master, this giant dragon should have been a fourth-step expert when it was alive. Someone punched it in the head and killed it instantly. Little Devil analyzed and pointed at the dragon's head. There was a huge dent on the dragon's skull, which looked very glaring. How savage! To be able to kill a fourth-step realm giant dragon with one punch, he must be at least a fifth-step expert. The defense of a giant dragon in its original form is widely acknowledged. Lin Fei took a deep breath. It was the right decision to come here. Apart from the central region of the boundary wall battlefield, the rest of the battlefield was under Lin Fei's control. The specters that appeared from time to time became insignificant. The central region had always been a place that Lin Fei attached great importance to. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this giant dragon skeleton alone can make a third-step expert at the very least. Although I can't use any cultivation techniques, I can rely on this indestructible skeleton to become a top-notch fighter. After learning about the prophecy left behind by a certain expert from the Blood Prison Holy Lord and the others, Lin Fei began to attach importance to it. Regardless of whether it really appeared or not, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen himself first. Let's collect it first. Little Devil was constantly monitoring the movements in the central region. Lin Fei was not afraid that someone would sneak in and attack him. Lin Fei was not anxious at all to collect a giant dragon skeleton. Collecting a giant dragon skeleton wasn't difficult. Lin Fei easily blocked the pressure emitted by the skeleton. After consuming some Heaven's Mandate energy, he successfully collected the first giant dragon skeleton. The central region wasn't small, so Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. If he was attacked by the skeleton, it wouldn't be a good thing. After collecting the first giant dragon skeleton, Lin Fei searched again. He didn't want to miss any powerful skeleton. After all, if he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. It can't be, it's so far away, and there's only one giant dragon skeleton just now. Lin Fei flew carefully. The number of skeletons on the ground could be counted on one's fingers. He found some along the way, but they were all ruined and obviously useless. He could completely imagine that the people who fought in that war were all very cruel and violent. It was almost a one-sided suppression. Only those peerless experts could do such a thing. Along the way, the skeletons on the ground piled up like a mountain. It wasn't hard to imagine the intensity of the war back then. It was absolutely unimaginable. As he continued forward, the number of skeletons on the ground increased. They began to pile up until they reached the depths. A cold aura, constantly shrouded the central region. Lin Fei didn't expect that there would be a mountain of bones in the central region. How many skeletons were needed to pile up like this? Lin Fei's scalp went numb just thinking about it. Master, be careful. This place is a little strange. Although there's no aura of life, it gives off an unusual feeling. Lin Fei secretly raised his guard. He simply used his divine sense to cover the distance, to confuse the mysterious existence of the White Bone Mountain. No one would know that he was relying on the system. As long as there was any movement, he would immediately be able to detect it. There were many mountains of bones, one after another. Each one was covered with skeletons. Lin Fei didn't find anything for the time being. He couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. That's not right. I heard those people say that very few people come to this place. The skeletons of those fallen experts shouldn't be missing. As soon as Lin Fei entered the central region, he had Little Fiend shrink the location of those skeletons. Every powerful skeleton would instinctively release a pressure. Through this, he could find them. But until now, those skeletons seemed to have disappeared. This gave Lin Fei a strange feeling. Haha, it's not easy. Another junior has come. Crash. Chapter 23-27. Master, this is a mental attack. It's an attack from a third-step expert. Lin Fei seemed to have lost control of his body. The opponent's attack was too terrifying, and he had no chance to defend himself. His head felt like it was going to explode. Bang! Lin Fei smashed into a white bone mountain, and the entire white bone mountain collapsed with a loud bang, turning into ruins. This kid is a little strange. He's only at the giant realm, but he can actually barge in. No matter how you defend yourself, in the end, you'll still fall into my hands. A sinister laugh came from Mountain of Bones. Shortly after, the mountain moved, and a white skeleton walked out. 2 soul fires floated in its empty eyes. Its figure flashed, and it arrived above the ruins of bones, looking for the kid's body. Found it. In the white bone ruins, the boy's physical body appeared in front of the skeletons. There was a hint of joy in his voice. I've waited for so long, and I can finally possess a body and leave this damn place. Ha ha ha. The skeleton man arrived above the body. He was very confident in his previous attack, especially in a situation where there was no warning. Even if there were 100 of him, he would be finished. Possess. The 2 soul fires in the skeleton man's eyes left the skeleton and turned into one, heading straight for the body above the ruins. As long as he possessed the body, he could leave this place. You've been tricked. Just as he was about to possess the body, a terrifying killing intent attacked him. A blood word appeared in the sky and crushed the soul fire. The soul fire let out a painful cry, and a third of the originally large soul fire dissipated. Brat, how dare you trick me? The soul fire roared, and he once again used Mental Rush. This was his killing move, and ordinary people couldn't block it. Mental Pierce was also a special Great Dao. Its grade wasn't very high, but it was very powerful. It was hard to defend against, and if one wasn't careful, one would fall into the opponent's trap. Against this kind of Mental Pierce, there was basically no treasure that could block it, unless it was a special mental treasure. Unfortunately, this time, the opponent had encountered Lin Fei, a fellow that couldn't be judged by his eyes. Another bloody word blasted out. That ball of soul fire was startled. The first attack was because it had been caught off guard. However, the second attack was at the second step, so it was more or less startling. Empty net. The soul fire did not evade. Instead, It activated its mental energy once again and bound the power of the bloody words, preventing them from erupting. Brat, I have to admit that you are very powerful. I like such a body very much. When the time comes, everything you have will belong to me. Ha ha. The spiritual force pierced into the space between Lin Fei's eyebrows once again. After using his spiritual force 3 times in a row, his soul flame had clearly become much dimmer than before. This time he attacked out of rage. He believed that this body wouldn't be able to withstand his spiritual force piercing. Now is the best time to possess a body. This was also the preconceived idea of any expert, especially when facing a little guy in the giant realm. When the soul fire tried to possess him again, a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. His aura immediately soared to the 4th step. The soul fire exploded on the spot. The power dispersed the soul fire like a gale, and miserable cries echoed continuously. The attack of a guy at the 3rd step is really ferocious. Fortunately, I used the destiny energy to construct a blockade. Otherwise, I would have failed miserably today. Lin Fei crawled out of the ruins, his face slightly pale. Little devil, where did that guy go? He had been ambushed and almost died. Lin Fei was very angry. His opponent had made him lose 2 bloody words, and he had also been attacked by a 4th step expert. Under such circumstances, a 3rd step attack couldn't hurt him at all. The materialization of his mental energy was very terrifying. Little devil was also very angry. Don't worry, Master. This time, he has nowhere to hide. He has no chance. There won't be a second chance. Lin Fei and Little Devil were very angry. There was no aura of life in this place, so they subconsciously thought that there wouldn't be any living people. They didn't expect that there would be someone proficient in mental energy. It could be considered a kind of extension of life. Zhou couldn't wait any longer, and Lin Fei was hit. Master, he is on your left, on the 7th skeleton. Lin Fei was very shocked when he received this information from Little Devil. There was a scattered skeleton there, and it was not very complete. It was hard to suspect that the other party was attached to it. Chase! Lin Fei pretended to chase forward. He didn't look at the skeleton at all, and his actions made it seem like he was going to chase. He knew that this powerful concealment ability was the other party's greatest trump card. According to Little Devil's analysis, the other party's soul fire was different from the physical body. Any damage would take a long time to recover. If he couldn't kill him in one attack, it would be troublesome to find him later. Lin Fei planned to make a feint. Brat, you are still too inexperienced. I lost my physical body and preserved my mental energy, which is the perfect counter to mental energy. Don't even think about finding me. The other party was clenching his teeth in anger at this brat. A little brat had actually caused him to suffer such a huge setback. His vitality was greatly injured, and if he wanted to recover, he would need at least a few hundred years. This setback was a bit too big. After seeing the other party leave, the other party secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he hadn't been discovered, he had ways to deal with this brat. Found you. A thunderclap sounded in the clear sky and exploded beside the skeleton. Lin Fei returned again and punched the skeleton. This was the most basic attack, but it couldn't withstand the explosive power of the 4th step. In the face of this power, even a most ordinary move could erupt with a fierce power that could destroy heaven and earth. How did he find me? The other party's mind went blank. He hadn't expected that he would be exposed. I've been exposed. In the next second, a terrifying power crushed the body of the soul fire. The soul fire, which had consumed a lot of energy, was now on the verge of collapse. It seemed like any random attack would completely disintegrate it. To put it bluntly, it was like the clouds in the sky had scattered. The attack of Lin Fei's punch caused the soul fire to howl. It was a tragic sight. Continue to hide. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his hand, and an invisible force enveloped the tottering soul fire. When he released his origin energy, the soul fire began to evaporate. A ferocious face appeared on the soul fire and roared at Lin Fei. Brat, stop! I told you to stop. Lin Fei was unmoved. Ha ha! Oh, stop! You bastard! If you continue, I'm done for. The soul fire kept struggling and gradually became transparent. Chapter 23-28. The soul fire started to turn dim, and it was about to become transparent, which scared the other half to death. Brat, stop! The man's face showed a trace of despair, and at the same time, he became extremely violent. Do you know what you are doing? You are offending a great super expert. If the expert is angry, he will make your whole family bleed, and you will never be able to reincarnate. Lin Fei's face sank slightly. Humph, you are about to die, and you still dare to talk nonsense. You don't know what's good for you. As he increased the power output, the soul fire started to shake violently, and its color started to become transparent. It screamed, I'm a super expert, and you still dare to— it hurts, stop. Lin Fei clearly realized that this guy should be a wily old fox. To deal with such a person, he should be heavy-handed, and he had to make the other party remember. The torture continued. The soul fire became smaller and smaller, and its color became translucent. The other party's screams gradually became weak. Under such torture, it would be strange if the other party could still hold on. Is this the attitude you use to beg? Lin Fei said coldly. He felt that it was about time. Lin Fei said. The soul fire didn't expect that the other party wasn't afraid of its threat at all. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill it. It was a top expert, and even if time passed, it was still a super expert. Today, it actually failed because of a brat. It was completely unimaginable. Until the other party spoke, it had a glimmer of hope, and a thought appeared in its mind. Maybe I don't have to die. Little brother, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Can you stop first? Waiting for the other party's power to increase, and the pain was like hovering between life and death. If it was a physical body, it would be fine, but now that it was a pure spiritual body, the torture enjoyed would increase, and its sensitivity would increase infinitely. The pain would also become extremely terrifying. Senior, Uncle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneak attacked you, and I shouldn't have threatened you. I beg you, please stop. Finally, the person chose to lower his head. At this point, it didn't matter what he could or couldn't say. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he would completely disappear and lose all of his past glory. And here I thought you would continue being arrogant. Didn't you just say you wanted to wipe out my entire sect? If you have the guts, then continue, Lin Fei said coolly. Wasn't that just a misunderstanding? Little brother is so young, so you must have come from a powerful family. How could I threaten you? You also know that once a person loses his temper, he won't speak properly. That person gasped for breath. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate such a person. This guy was able to leave behind a complete spirit body, so he was at least a 4-step expert. Lin Fei wouldn't give up so easily. Little devil, how's the analysis going? It's best to immediately think of a way to control him. Lin Fei really couldn't bear to let this living map exist. Soon, Lin Fei was relieved. Misunderstanding? You really know how to talk. If my father hadn't given me a few treasures, maybe I would have fallen into your trap. How do you think you should compensate me for my loss? Lin Fei said fiercely. If you can't tell me, then don't even think about living. These words undoubtedly made the other party happy. This kid doesn't seem to have seen through this daddy's background. He should be a newbie, but the family behind him isn't small. It's really my bad luck to have such a treasure to protect me. However, being a thief seems to be an opportunity. Qi Lin was his name. Now that this name was mentioned, only a few people knew about it. But in the past, kid, you're torturing me like this. Just wait for your bad luck. Although he couldn't successfully possess this body, and the consumption was too great, Qi Lin didn't mind killing this kid. This place wasn't easy to come to, even if the other party had a powerful family behind him. Once he reached that place, Qi Lin's heart flashed with a trace of a smile. Little brother, as long as you let me go, I could take you to my old nest. There are all kinds of treasures collected in my old nest. Little brother, if you like something, just take it. Lin Fei didn't believe that the other party would be so kind. The little devil also followed up. Master, this guy's mood is fluctuating. He must have thought of a bad idea and wants Master to walk into a trap. However, he won't have the chance. Master, you might as well follow him and take a look. Perhaps there will be some good harvest. Lin Fei indeed had this idea. Previously, he was still wondering why there was nothing in the central area except some corpses. Perhaps everything was done by this guy. Old Nest, you're very smart. Lin Fei laughed. This young master is happy and will naturally let you go. If you have any other ideas, this young master doesn't mind pinching you to death on the spot. You better not play any tricks. Little brother, my vitality is greatly injured now. My life and death are not in your hands. Even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare. Lead the way. Lin Fei grabbed the soul fire. At the same time, he secretly used his own energy to seal the surroundings. All of this was completed in an instant. Qilin didn't even notice that there was a seal outside. Qilin didn't know about this. He was very confident in that place. No matter who entered, if they didn't have him to lead the way, they would inevitably die. Relying on his familiarity with that place, he believed that he could regain his freedom once more. At the same time, he could also watch those unlucky fellows die. If their corpses were preserved well, he could still walk around with his flesh and blood. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He constantly learned about the central area from the other party. In order to make the other party believe in him, Qilin mixed truth and lies together. Most of them were true. In any case, he didn't believe that the other party could escape his calculations. The range of the White Bones Mountain was very large. According to the other party, this place had been condensed by someone in the past. And in the depths of the White Bones Mountain, there was a graveyard that those powerhouses had opened for those corpses. Those corpses that could be found in this graveyard were all people with great backgrounds. After hearing this, Lin Fei was greatly shocked. There was actually a powerhouse who had opened a graveyard. Lin Fei firmly believed this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only collected a single dragon corpse. Lin Fei was more and more glad that he hadn't used his own energy for nothing. Under Qilin's intentional flattery, Lin Fei roughly understood the situation. At the same time, he was getting closer and closer to that place. The surrounding White Bones Mountain began to lessen. Brat, it's almost time for you to die. Without that treasure, let's see how you can resist. When Qilin saw a place in front of him, he laughed in his heart. That place was a trap left behind during the Great Battle. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the other party's movements. Although he couldn't see it through the soul fire, don't forget, the powerful ability of the system, as well as Qilin's changes, he was the first to know. Master, it's done. I have a way to control this guy. The little devil sent good news. This guy's mood fluctuated greatly just now. He was very excited. Something that could make him so excited must be related to Master. Let me carefully scan him. Maybe I can gain something. Chapter 23-29. I knew this guy wasn't honest. As expected of a guy who could survive all this time, he's full of dirty tricks. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. From the beginning, he didn't believe this guy. Plotting to kill him, dream on. Qilin's thoughts were very beautiful. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, the killing move nearby would have been enough to kill him. He remembered this place very clearly. Once this guy got hit, it would definitely be very interesting. Qilin thought happily. He didn't think that the opponent could discover the location of the trap. As for being discovered by the opponent before, it was purely a coincidence. Qilin kept telling himself that this guy didn't have the ability to see through everything. While the beautiful thoughts were still reverberating in his mind, the intense pain was like lightning. The opponent's voice sounded in his ear. I knew you weren't honest. You wanted to set a trap to kill me. I'll kill you first. Boundless pain engulfed him. Under the torture of being magnified countless times, the color of the soul fire became fainter and fainter. Qilin's consciousness also began to fall into endless darkness. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. In the face of death, Qilin didn't dare to think about how the opponent could discover that killing trap. Now, he only wanted to survive. It was such a simple matter. If you don't want to die, release your spiritual power. The voice came again. Qilin's expression changed. No one knew better than him what would happen if he released his spiritual power. Without waiting for him to think, Boundless pain continued to spread. Death was infinitely close. Looks like you'd better die. No, no, I'm willing. Qi Lin shouted. He didn't dare to guarantee that the opponent wouldn't really kill him. He couldn't afford to gamble. Qi Lin released his spiritual power. The opponent's big hand withdrew its power. He seemed to have returned from hell. As soon as he opened his spiritual force, a tyrannical destructive force rushed into his spiritual sea. Before he could defend himself, that destructive force automatically arranged itself into a special mark. With a flash of light, it disappeared from his spiritual sea. However, he could clearly feel that there seemed to be a force controlling him. Qi Lin knew it. He was being controlled by someone. Moreover, it was a very overbearing restriction. Before Qi Lin could curse, pain came from the depths of his spiritual sea. A huge phantom appeared, and it was Lin Fei's appearance. It held a long whip in its hand and lashed out. The long whip struck the spiritual sea, and Qi Lin let out miserable cries, each cry more miserable than the last. More than 100 lashes fell. Qi Lin's soul fire had almost turned into nothingness. There was no doubt that a few more lashes would be enough for him to completely vanish into thin air. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything. Stop hitting me. Lin Fei was very clear that to deal with this kind of person, he needed to give them a fatal threat. The long whip and even the phantom that the other party had condensed in his spiritual sea were all the work of the little fiend. Every time he whipped Qi Lin, the little fiend would carry out a perfect calculation. Not too much, not too little, just enough to put Qi Lin on the edge of death. That kind of feeling of death was enough to make a person collapse, let alone once or twice. Qi Lin had experienced several life and death crises. Even if he had a temper, he didn't have one. That was why Qi Lin said those words. He had no choice but to lower his head. The most frightening thing was that the other party had researched the imprint that could control his spiritual power. Even in the past, that was a secret that couldn't be passed down. Now, it had fallen into the hands of this young boy. Don't you think you should say something? Lin Fei released his soul fire, not worried that the other party would escape. He only needed a thought, or even a trace of malice towards him, and the other party wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, the current Qi Lin simply couldn't withstand any torment. My name is Qi Lin, and I'm now Young Master's man. I'll do whatever Young Master tells me to do. I won't dare to play any tricks. Qi Lin transformed into a small person and said respectfully, I don't care whether you're called Qi Lin or not. From now on, you'll have to obediently return it, and I won't treat you unfairly. It all depends on what you do next. Lin Fei didn't care what the other party thought. As long as the other party did his job well, the Central Hunter Library's books would be very useful. He didn't deny this point. Young Master, there's a killing intent left behind by a 6-step expert during the Great War. It hasn't dissipated even now. I just wanted to use this killing intent to deal with Young Master. I hope Young Master can forgive me. Qi Lin accepted his fate. The other party's imprint was very mysterious, and he couldn't find it in the depths of his spiritual sea. It wasn't any of the restrictions he had seen so far. A 6-step expert? Isn't it said that the strongest is only at the 5th step? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. In the entire sacred world, the strongest was only at the 3rd step. As for the 4th step, there were definitely some. As for how many, no one knew, but there wouldn't be many. It could be counted on one hand. Now that there was a 6-step expert, Lin Fei was truly shocked. Qi Lin coldly snorted, 5th step? What is that? Before Qi Lin could continue, he felt a whip in the depths of his spiritual sea. Qi Lin realized that he had said something wrong. That it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. To deal with a person like Qi Lin, Lin Fei felt that he had to deal with him slowly. After a long time, he would be 100% obedient. It seems that you should be someone who survived the Great War back then. Tell me about it. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. This place was really not easy to enter. Now that everyone had gone to the Void Flame secret realm, who would come here? Besides, even if they really came, he wouldn't be worried. Qi Lin seemed to recall something and simply said, back then, I was actually a 4th step expert. The the story was actually very simple. Back then, there had been a great war in the Wild Continent. In fact, it had been caused by ninth-step experts trying to break through to the Supreme Realm, which had caused a great war that had affected the entire continent. Qi Lin had been a core member of the sect back then, and he had just entered. He had been sent to the battlefield, and his body had been destroyed in the battle. He had been confined to a small area. The reason was very simple. In those years, there were monstrous killing intents left by experts everywhere. Qi Lin was lucky because he had mastered a special Dao. His body had been destroyed, but a small part of his mental strength had survived. This was also the reason why Qi Lin had wanted to seize Lin Fei's body. In the end, he had suffered a huge setback because of him. From Qi Lin's words, it was far clearer than the records. It was as if this area in front of him was the place where countless experts had fought bloody battles. A great war between ninth-step experts had destroyed a continent. It was indeed more terrifying than imagined. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of it. It turned out that the highest realm was the ninth step. This was simply unimaginable. Lin Fei now felt that fourth-step experts were infinitely powerful, let alone ninth-step experts. It was no wonder that they had caused such a huge commotion. Chapter 23:30. A ninth-step expert. From a distance, Lin Fei really wanted to know what happened after that. Qi Lin shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. It's not easy to take that last step. In other words, the ninth-step expert didn't succeed. In other words, you don't have any experts outside. Lin Fei was prejudiced by his first impression and forgot one thing. They were all trapped here. How could they talk about leaving, let alone knowing the situation outside? Therefore, he briefly told him about the events in the sacred world, including some things about the Judgment Organization. Young Master, those who didn't succeed at the ninth step are not willing to have an invincible existence above their heads. After listening, Qi Lin sighed. I didn't expect the glorious wild continent to become a broken world composed of fragments. If I'm not wrong, the Judgment Organization that Young Master mentioned should be the subordinates of a ninth-step expert. That's why they can easily suppress a fifth-step expert. Lin Fei frowned slightly. That's not right. After that war, didn't the ninth-step expert fall? Will the subordinates of those experts still follow them after a long time? At the beginning, Lin Fei really didn't think about the specific origin of the Judgment Organization. After hearing Qi Lin's words, he really thought of some things and quite agreed with Qi Lin's words. Young Master, every expert of the ninth step is a supreme existence. They can almost be said to be immortal. The great battle in the past only caused great damage to their vitality. It won't take their lives, but it will take a long time for them to recover. Qi Lin said. Thinking about it, it made sense. Lin Fei thought it through. It seemed that this was the explanation. Lin Fei talked about the prophecy of a certain expert. Qi Lin's face changed greatly. Are you sure it was left by a certain expert? And then he fell? I can't guarantee this. It's something that has been circulating in the upper echelons of the sacred world. It should be true. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment. He had never seen this kind of thing. He had never heard of it. It's true. It must be true. Qi Lin shouted and was quickly whipped. Young Master, you don't know. Back in the day, the Wildland continent's most powerful divination grandmaster was a ninth-step existence. His combat prowess was average, but no one dared to offend him. He was an expert in divination and could distort space and time to see the future. He was extremely terrifying and was known as the #1 divination grandmaster. Lin Fei didn't expect that the expert who made the prediction would have such an amazing ability. Looks like it's true. Coming from such an expert, the possibility of the other party's prophecy was very high. Lin Fei then asked a few more questions, and Qi Lin answered in detail. Little Devil, quickly scan this killing intent trap and see if you can remove it. Lin Fei quickly shifted his gaze. It was not easy for him to discover this kind of killing intent trap. If he did not get it out, it would be too much of a pity. Qi Lin did not dare to ask. The other party was young, but he acted decisively. One really could not judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that the other party would have such means? By the way, let me ask you, how many similar killing intent traps are there in this place? Qilin was obviously startled. Not many. As time passes, the power of the killing intent traps will weaken, and in the end, they will be swallowed by the spatial cracks. Come out. Lin Fei had just casually asked. A huge amount of energy came out, and his 5 fingers shrouded down. The surrounding void collapsed, and a terrifying killing intent shot out. Not bad, a 4-step attack. The killing intent trap was invisible and colorless, but it was very clear in Lin Fei's eyes. He forcefully dug it out from the void, and with a squeeze of his hand, the killing intent trap turned into an energy ball. The energy ball was the size of a fist, but it emitted a terrifying aura. What a terrifying method. He can actually use the killing intent trap for his own use. Qilin was shocked. Although it was only a 4-step attack, in fact, it contained the infinite killing intent left by a powerhouse. It was extraordinary. If anyone underestimated it, they would definitely be unlucky. Even Qilin himself did not have the ability to take it away. Qilin completely understood that the other party was unlucky to have encountered such a guy. Moreover, the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He could not understand how a giant realm powerhouse could burst out with such strength. This question really puzzled him. Lin Fei was not putting on a show for Qilin. It was not easy to find such a killing intent trap, and its power was extraordinary. According to the little devil's evaluation, this killing intent trap was completely comparable to the attack of a 4-step powerhouse. The terrifying killing intent contained in it was a bit stronger than the attack of an ordinary 4-step powerhouse. Continue to lead the way. After taking a powerful killing intent, he more or less made up for some of his losses. After understanding that the Judgment Organization was made up of 9-step powerhouses, Lin Fei felt that he had to have more trump cards in his hands. Along the way, Lin Fei took 3 killing intents. 2 of them were only 1st-step attacks, and the other was a 2nd-step attack. In his opinion, mosquito meat was also meat, and he could not let it go. Young master, the entrance is in the White Bones Mountain in front. Qilin pointed to a White Bones Mountain not far away. This White Bones Mountain was no different from the ones he had seen before. At least, in Lin Fei's eyes, there was no difference. When they arrived at the White Bones Mountain, Lin Fei realized that it was extraordinary. If it was not for someone leading the way, who would have known that there was another secret hidden in the White Bones Mountain? Young master, go in from this place. Inside is an alternate space created by a 9-step powerhouse. It is very stable. Qilin pointed to a location. The little devil's scanning ability fell on this place, and sure enough, it found something special. There was no spatial fluctuation in this place, and even using divine sense was useless. This was a special alternate space. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he threw a combat emperor in to understand the situation inside. Everything was as said, the alternate space was very quiet, and there was no danger. Let's go. Lin Fei brought Qilin to the alternate space of the White Bones Mountain. In the alternate space, there was a violent energy impact. Fortunately, this energy seemed to be limited by the power of some powerhouses, and it was limited to a certain area. Lin Fei's current position was considered good, and there was not much danger. This is the Green Bull Demon King of the variant human race. He was an 8-step powerhouse in the past, and he was very powerful. He could face 6 8-step powerhouses of the human race alone. Not far away, there was a huge green bull, which was very eye-catching in Lin Fei's eyes. The corpse of an 8-step powerhouse. I'm going to be rich this time. Lin Fei was very excited. If he only needed to modify it, it would definitely be a nightmare for his enemies. He immediately tried to use the system to collect it. Ding! The power of the item exceeds the collection range. It cannot be collected. Chapter 23:31. Can't be collected? Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Isn't the system invincible? Why can't it collect a corpse? Lin Fei was not willing to give up on the perfect corpse of an outsider king. With some modifications, it would become a powerful existence, a trump card for him to move about freely in the saint's world. Master, This corpse is still intact. It was sealed by a special power. Moreover, I don't know if there's a formation in this strange space that prevents the flow of time. Master, it's impossible for you to collect this corpse now. The imp's words were a huge blow to him. In that case, I can only collect corpses at step 4 or step 5 by relying on the system, right? Yes, if Master can accumulate more energy, it is not impossible to collect it. But at present, I do not approve of Master using this method. Lin Fei wasn't hot-blooded. He had to collect the corpse. Without the origin energy, the consequences would be too severe. He tried several corpses in a row, but the result was the same. Lin Fei completely gave up. Just as the little devil said, the corpses in the different space were all arranged with a very powerful array formation. It was not something that could be broken in a short time. Even if Lin Fei had the system to calculate, it would take a long time and consume a huge amount of origin energy. This kind of high-density calculation and analysis could not be stopped in a short time. There are more than 1,300 experts in this alternate space, and they were all top existences on the wild continent. Don't look down on them just because some of them are at the 8th step. In reality, every one of them is a top expert who is qualified to fight against a 9th-step expert. Their Dermic Dao is also top. Lin Fei did not have the ability to collect these corpses. They were all perfectly protected. Young Master, my nest is over there. Follow me. Soon, the two of them broke into a restricted area with corpses. Boundless pressure swept over, but Qi Lin easily led Lin Fei away from the pressure and came to a cave under the corpses. Young Master, I spent 10,000 years to create this place. No one knows of its existence other than me. Lin Fei could feel a trace of pressure. It was not very obvious, but it could easily conceal his aura. He rejoiced in his heart. If he really hid in a place like this, it would be very troublesome. The cave abode wasn't very big, but Lin Fei was able to notice the differences in the cave abode. Master, these are some of the good things I've collected. On the other side of the cave, Qi Lin said proudly, from today onwards, all of these belong to this young master. Lin Fei said in an extremely tyrannical manner. He looked at the row of treasures that were laid out in a row. Although these treasures looked tattered, they contained a terrifying might within them. Needless to say, these were treasures that were infamous back in the days. These treasures were not bad, but Lin Fei was not interested in them. With a flash of inspiration, Xianxia took out the heavenly blood seal. Ever since he had more experts by his side, he had kept this treasure by his side. Endless Devour. The blood sky seal's quality had long since reached the level of a giant-level treasure, but it was definitely not an easy task to raise it to the next level. Young Master, there seems to be the Yellow Springs cult leader's aura in these treasures. Your eyesight is not bad. There's indeed the Yellow Springs cult leader's aura. Lin Fei said. Qi Lin was surprised. Although the Yellow Springs cult leader was not the strongest existence, he was still an 8th-step expert. His temperament was eccentric, and he hovered between the righteous and evil paths. He had never been welcomed by others. Lin Fei activated the heavenly blood seal, and the endless devour began. The pile of treasures was swallowed by the heavenly blood seal. In a short time, the heavenly blood seal had swallowed all the treasures. Almost all of them were tattered, leaving behind a few. The heavenly blood seal needed time to refine the treasures it had swallowed, but Lin Fei didn't mind. In any case, he would improve as much as he could. It would be a waste to leave them there. Young Master, these are some of the better treasures we found in the past. Qi Lin took out the treasures from another location. The first one was a millstone-like object. It was green in color, but now its color was a little dim. This is a treasure that belonged to one of the Fortune Gate's ancestors. According to rumors, it was one of the Fortune Gate's greatest treasures, but it was heavily injured by an 8th-step expert. Lin Fei had heard of the Fortune Gate before. One of the Holy World's top 10 cultivation techniques was called the indestructible fortune art. Once cultivated to a certain level, one would become immortal and indestructible. It was a terrifying technique. No way, there's such a thing. Lin Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Good luck. Lin Fei picked up the millstone-like object. Immediately, A terrifying pressure swept over him. After a long time, the pressure was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Lin Fei easily dealt with it. There is an independent space in the depths of the millstone-like object, and there is a powerful force guarding it. I suspect that if I can defeat that force, I might have a chance to obtain the indestructible fortune art. Even if it's not the complete one, it's still a secret. Everyone in the holy world knew how powerful this cultivation technique was, and it had always been a secret. There were even rumors that the reason why the fortune gate could not rise to the top was because the cultivation technique was incomplete. This rumor had never been verified, and now Lin Fei understood that the rumors might be true. It was precisely because the fortune gate lacked a complete cultivation technique that they were unable to take another step forward. Lin Fei did not plan to investigate the millstone-like object now. He put it away in the system space, where no one would be able to sense it, and there was no need to worry about the fortune gate's experts coming after him. Even if he did not get anything else today, even if there was only this treasure, it was already a great harvest for Lin Fei. Qi Lin's other treasures could not be compared to the millstone-like object, but they were still pretty good. Lin Fei kept all of them. After touring Qi Lin's lair, Lin Fei felt that he couldn't just leave like this. He needed to search for some weaker skeletons. He had no intention of taking the corpses, but he could still modify the skeletons. Even if they were just cannon fodder, at least they could still attack. There were no skeletons in this alternate dimension. It was just as Qi Lin had said. Basically, they were all the most powerful existences of their time. They were famous people who would tremble with just a stomp of their feet. As for the expert who had attacked the unknown alternate space, it was unknown. It had to be at least a 9th-step expert. Ordinary experts couldn't do it. Young master, the strongest skeletons you mentioned should be in these places. They didn't have time to protect them, and their bodies have already rotted away. Chapter 23:32. Outside the sealed world. A group of people quietly arrived at the sealed world. Through the sealed city, they arrived at the realm wall battlefield. Moreover, they were heading in the same direction. Elder He, the place we are heading to is the core of the battlefield. Back then, our ancestors' elders should have fallen on this battlefield. The leader was a green-clothed man with a solemn expression. He nodded his head. As long as there is a 70% chance, we can't let it go. The sect needs that thing. The expression of the people behind him turned serious. Everything was for the sect. Central region, White Bone Mountain. Lin Fei released 1,000,000 war emperor experts and began to collect the skeletons on the plains. As long as they met the criteria, they would all be collected. I've finally broken through 100. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei was sitting on a white bone mountain. Hearing the little devil's words, he finally revealed a smile. This was the 10th day of collecting skeletons. How inefficient. 100 skeletons, after some transformation, had all reached the 2nd step realm. To Lin Fei, this was a great harvest. Moreover, there was Qi Lin, who was once a 4-step expert by his side. In the past 10 days, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had been studying the millstone and learning about the wasteland continent from back then. Qi Lin told him everything he knew. Lin Fei knew more and more information and had a clear understanding of the wasteland continent from back then. On the 15th day, 130 corpses. During this period, his luck was not bad. He had obtained the corpses of 3 3rd-step experts, which were well preserved. Master, someone has come in. Lin Fei lazily lay on the white bone mountain as he heard the little devil's reminder. It can't be. Someone's coming. Lin Fei jumped up and opened the system. The scene changed, and a group of 8 people appeared in his field of vision. The green-clothed man in the lead was at the peak of the 3rd step, and the 7 people behind him were all at the 1st step realm. This powerful lineup was somewhat shocking. His mind immediately turned, guessing the reason why they had come here. They should be here to look for something. Lin Fei thought quickly. After all, this place was the site of a great battle back then. Some 7th and 8th step experts had fallen here, so it was normal for them to come here to look for something. Young master, someone is coming in. Qi Lin quickly sensed it. His realm was no longer there, but the intuition of a powerhouse was still there. In particular, the spiritual great path that he had grasped was not an ordinary great path. I know, Lin Fei said faintly. Go and warn them that they must leave this place immediately. Qi Lin's strength wasn't as good as before, so he braced himself and said, Young master, the strongest among them is a peak third-step expert. I'm afraid I won't be their match if I go up like this. If I tell you to go, then go. If you don't, I'll whip you to death. With Lin Fei's threat, Qi Lin had no choice but to go. He wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth, but what he feared the most was the endless pain of the whip, especially when it was magnified countless times. It was simply a lifelong nightmare. Qi Lin was quite smart. His mental power quietly sneaked over and launched an attack in an instant. Mental Pierce. This kind of attack was unexpected and resulted in heavy casualties. Of the 7 first-step experts, 5 were severely injured on the spot, and the other 2 were killed. The green-robed elder, he staggered as he blocked the attack. A trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Come out. The green-robed elder, he realized that he had encountered an expert. He released his third-step strength, and the surroundings turned into a lightning zone. Bolts of lightning struck down, and arcs of light flickered. Qi Lin suffered on the spot. With just a mental body, every strike from the lightning caused great damage to Qi Lin. His color also started to weaken, and he blocked all escape routes. When Qi Lin appeared, Elder, he was very surprised, but he immediately revealed a smile. So it's a mental body. There really is such a thing. Ha, my luck is pretty good. The rumored mental body really exists. If he hadn't seen it in secret, Elder, he wouldn't have been able to guess what it was. Come over here. Elder, he grabbed at Qi Lin, and the lightning that filled the sky surrounded him, forming a cage that firmly sealed Qi Lin inside. Every time Qi Lin charged, he was blocked by the lightning. Serves you right for being unlucky. My Thunder Light, Great Tao, is innately the nemesis of mental bodies like you. If you were at your peak, I would admit that I'm inferior. Now, I'm afraid you can't even use 10% of your original strength. You have nowhere to run. Elder, he laughed. The lightning kept compressing, limiting Qi Lin's range of escape. Young master, save me. Qi Lin begged for help like a hoodlum. Lin Fei had been observing. When the other party burst out with the Thunder Light Great Tao, he knew that he was not easy to deal with. Furthermore, he had mastered the Thunder Light Great Tao. Thunder had a terrifying destructive ability, and third-step experts of the same level were no match for him. Seeing that Qi Lin was about to be killed, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let the other party succeed. It was not easy to find a living fourth-step expert. In the future, if he could capture a person with a powerful mental body, he could easily create a fourth-step expert. Go! Lin Fei flicked his finger, activating a powerful strike that pierced through the air at the Elder. Elder He's heart sank when he heard that. This kind of mental body actually had master. That was not good, and the young master might be a tyrannical expert. You're dead. Once the young master makes a move, you won't be able to escape. Qi Lin shouted. Elder He suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and he raised his head to look. Not good. A fourth-step expert is attacking me. In the void, a thick finger suddenly stabbed out. Elder He's hair stood on end, and he quickly activated his most precious treasure to block the other party's finger. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We are from the Fortune Gate. The giant finger pierced through the air, stirring up winds and scudding clouds. A huge hole was torn in the great path of thunder. The lightning collapsed, and the treasures in front of it exploded into pieces. Boundless might enveloped Elder He in an instant, drowning him under the finger. Elder He exploded on the spot, his flesh a bloody mess. Fortune Gate? Lin Fei was slightly startled. He hadn't expected that the Fortune Gate would come. Could it be that they're looking for that millstone? To obtain the complete, indestructible fortune art of the 10 great cultivation techniques? That must be it. Unfortunately, that person won't be able to live. Lin Fei regretted attacking too fiercely, but soon, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He actually didn't die? How is this possible? The attack of a fourth-step expert was incomparably terrifying, and Lin Fei knew it better than anyone else. It was amazing that someone had actually withstood it. The original place was razed to the ground by the finger. In the center of the ruins, a strange energy was injected into the void, and Elder he appeared once again. His face was abnormally pale. Chapter 2334. P.S. The content of the previous chapter is new. You can read it if you click on it again. I had a stomachache yesterday, so I couldn't update it. After dealing with Yishan, Lin Fei realized that the World Wall battlefield was going to become a treasure hunting ground for some big forces, which made him very unhappy. Fortunately, he had received the news in advance, and, after some consideration, he came up with a countermeasure. First, continue to modify the first and second step destruction skeletons. The destruction skeletons were naturally modified skeletons with a fixed will, acting as cannon fodder. Second, set up a new formation. Outside the center of the World Wall battlefield, he set up a powerful formation. Even if they came, they could only return empty-handed. 10 billion formations and restrictions. Lin Fei spent a large amount of destiny points and combined them with the formations and restrictions that he had deciphered before. He managed to deduce a set of 10 billion formations and restrictions. This set of formations was amazing. From Qi Lin's words, Lin Fei learned about the division of formations and restrictions. The division was very simple and not very complicated. It was calculated by quantity. Elementary array formation, 100 million inner Dao array formation restrictions. Mid-grade formations, 1 billion formations. Advanced formations, 5 billion formations and restrictions. Grandmaster array formation, 10 billion array formations. Grandmaster array formation, 100 billion array formations. Divine array formation, trillion array formations and restrictions. The basic formations were not difficult, but the difficulty of the mid-grade and low-grade formations was 10 times higher, not to mention the later formations. Lin Fei had set up a Grandmaster formation, which contained 10 billion formations. It was not easy to break it, unless the other side sent out experts and used violent methods to deal with it. After setting up 10 billion formations, Lin Fei was relieved. He was not worried that someone could break in. At the same time, he arranged for destruction warriors to hide in the periphery. In a short time, Lin Fei had set up an iron fortress around the World Wall battlefield. Even if a four-step expert came, they would not be able to break through the formations easily. Once he was free, Lin Fei took out the grinding stone. Huang Xiaolong had mastered 7 stages of the Fortune Gates cultivation technique, which made him realize how extraordinary the fortune art was. As long as one cultivated to the 6th stage, the Fortune Gates people would possess the ability of immortality. There was a heaven-defying treasure in the Fortune Gate called the Fortune Pool. It was a very powerful treasure. The Fortune Gates elders would hang their condensed Grand Daos inside the Fortune Pool. As long as the Fortune Pool was not destroyed, they would not die and would be able to recover in an instant. The Fortune Gate had never been defeated, and the Fortune Gate's role could not be overlooked. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this kind of cultivation method, which was equivalent to full resurrection, could become one of the top 10 cultivation methods. Lin Fei planned to release the sealed space within the millstone. He found out from Yishan that the treasure in his hand was called the Good Fortune Disc, and it was one of the ultimate treasures that possessed unimaginable might. Open! Lin Fei opened the space between his eyebrows, and his divine sense entered the millstone. Inside the millstone, there were layers of powerful formations, and there were at least 100 billion of them. The strength of a treasure was also related to the arrangement of spirit formations and restrictions within it. The more spirit formations and restrictions it contained, the stronger the treasure would be. Passing through the layers of formations, Lin Fei easily arrived at the bottom of the millstone. With the system's analysis, Lin Fei was certain that the 100 billion formations did not hinder him. Here, Lin Fei saw a black bead at the bottom of the millstone, but there were no formations around it. Thinking about it, there were 100 billion formations in front of him. If it was someone else, they might not be able to enter even if they spent 100 years or even 1,000 years. The existence of this bead was very safe. The cultivation method's chant is on the black bead. Lin Fei couldn't help feeling suspicious. Whether it was real or not, Lin Fei decided to give it a try. His divine sense turned into a giant hand and grabbed the black bead. Swish! When the divine sense giant hand got close to the black bead, the originally motionless black bead suddenly emitted a destructive light. A powerful suction force directly sucked Lin Fei's divine sense into the bead. The inside of the black pearl was not empty. Instead, there was a huge green lotus flower growing inside. Lotus of Fortune. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. After learning the Fortune Gate's 10 great cultivation methods, Lin Fei had learned that the Fortune Gate was able to stand tall in this world because of a single lotus. This lotus was called the Lotus of Fortune, and it was a unique existence between heaven and earth. The Lotus of Fortune in front of him was not the Lotus of Fortune at its peak. It had 8 petals, and, as its name suggested, it was a grade 8 Lotus of Fortune. Every layer of the Lotus of Fortune was condensed into a chant. That elder is really smart. He condensed his lifetime's worth of cultivation methods on the Lotus of Fortune. Lin Fei was in a good mood as he focused on the 8th layer's chant. Compared to the first 7 layers, the 8th layer was on a completely different level. What a good cultivation technique. As expected of one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Life and indestructibility. So from the 8th level onwards, this cultivation technique can absorb all the life essence within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, reaching the realm of indestructibility. What a tyrannical ability to plunder and devour. Lin Fei was also shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a tyrannical cultivation method. This cultivation method is equivalent to having 2 lives no matter where it is placed. It also says that if one's cultivation is lower than the others, they can use the devouring ability. Even if it is a super expert, if they don't die after the first time, they will definitely die the second time. After obtaining the cultivation method, Lin Fei transferred it to the system. Going back and forth, the 8th layer of the cultivation method that required deep comprehension was instantly grasped by him. The 8th layer of the immortal art of fortune allowed one to absorb life essence. With Lin Fei's current cultivation, he could only absorb life essence once a day. In order to test the power of this cultivation method, Lin Fei came to the netherworld's small sacred world and entered a forest. As soon as he circulated the 8th layer of the immortal art of fortune, the towering trees in his field of vision withered, and endless life essence entered his body. Lin Fei instantly felt as if he had eaten honey, very comfortable. So cool. The 10,000 li radius around Lin Fei turned into a dangerous place without any life aura, and this was because he had deliberately limited the absorption range. Master, do you want to store this life essence? Can I store it? Of course you can. The little demoness said, that Fortune Ancestor is indeed a powerful guy. To be able to create such a cultivation method, he is worthy of being an overlord. If this kind of person doesn't die, Master will definitely face a powerful enemy in the future. Lin Fei did not deny this point. Who cares if he dies or not? I still have several hundred years to prepare. When the time comes, who knows who will kill who? Chapter 23:35. Netherrealm. Lin Fei returned to the Netherrealm after setting up the World Barrier battlefield. Lin Fei did not hesitate to clean up the forces that had been secretly causing trouble. In less than 10 days, there was no longer any noise in the Netherrealm. All that was left was Lin Fei's voice. After taking complete control of the Netherrealm, Lin Fei began to ignore the spatial transmission array. His target was naturally Heaven Wasteland domain. Unknowingly, he had secretly taken control of 2 small sacred domains. Every day, Lin Fei could obtain a lot of origin energy units. This was because the fragments of the last 2 small sacred domains were relatively small and could not produce much origin energy. Lin Fei was very envious of the top 10 small sacred domains. For the time being, Lin Fei would not go against them. The exploration of the ethereal flame secret realm lasted for a year. In the end, the 5 top forces removed the transmission array. Those who could come out alive had a great harvest, and their wealth had become rich. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. Even if the other party had turned off the teleportation formation, he could still locate it through Little Devil. He was prepared to find the Void Flame secret realm, where there was still a powerhouse trying to resurrect. Fortune Gate, the creator of one of the top 10 cultivation techniques. Although the Fortune Gate's prestige was not as good as it was in the past, it was still a first-rate force with a 4th-step expert. Xianxia returned without any results and was criticized by some elders. If it was any other time, he might have argued, but it was different now. He was not a Fortune Gate member, so he did not defend himself. In the end, Xianxia was labeled as incompetent. His authority in the Fortune Gate shrank, and his influence in the Fortune Gate became negligible. Their Fortune Gate is really full of experts. Unknowingly, a restriction array was set up in Xianxia's courtyard, which could isolate all auras. Lin Fei was sitting on his seat, sipping on a cup. Xianxia was indeed angry at those people's faces. He had only lost some people, but they gritted their teeth and refused to let it go. It was quite a bitterly disappointing matter. Everything went according to Master's plan. They didn't suspect anything at all. Xianxia relaxed. Following a powerful master might not be a bad thing. Their internal strife is what I like to see the most. A powerful sect usually collapses because of a power struggle. This is beneficial to us secretly controlling the Fortune Gate. Lin Fei was interested in the Fortune Gate. Huang Xiaolong secretly arranged a space transmission array. With the Little Devil's powerful concealment ability, there was no need to worry about being detected. Entering and exiting the Fortune Gate was as easy as entering an uninhabited land. I wonder what Master plans to do next. Lin Fei chuckled. You've said it before, the Fortune Gate is divided into 3 factions. What if a 4th force emerges to fight for control of the Fortune Gate? Xianxia didn't understand. No, there are only 3 forces inside the Fortune Gate. The eldest young master, the 2nd young master, and the deputy chief. How could you forget yourself? Lin Fei pointed at Xianxia. Master, you must be joking. With my strength, I could be considered as one of the top characters in the Fortune Gate. Wanting to subdue them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xianxia shook his head. Isn't that simple? You just need to be stronger than them. Lin Fei tossed out a chant. This is the 8th stage of the Fortune Gate art. As long as you learn it, they naturally won't be able to do anything to you. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He wondered if he had misheard. The 8th level of the sect's cultivation technique was for him to learn. I can learn it, the 8th stage? Why not? Lin Fei said, you are one of my people. As long as you do your job well, in the future, you will be the good fortune Holy Lord. Don't you have confidence in yourself? I do, I definitely do. Lin Fei was very satisfied. In the eyes of others, the Fortune Palace was a mystical existence, but he didn't place much importance on it. After all, it was only average, and he didn't rely on it. As the Fortune Gate was fighting for power, Lin Fei decided to support Xianxia. Once he grasped the 8th stage of the Fortune Gate art, his strength would rise by leaps and bounds. Even the strongest master in the Fortune Gate would be helpless against him. Before Lin Fei left, he gave Xianxia some purification equipment to purify the source energy. In the holy world controlled by the Fortune Gate, it was ranked in the top 10. After Lin Fei arranged for Xianxia to establish a new mountain within the Fortune Gate, he no longer paid attention to the holy world. Instead, he set his sights on the 31st ranked Flying Stone world. Of the 5 top powerhouses, 2 had died, and the other 3 were severely wounded. They would need time to recover. Others might not be able to see this, but Lin Fei was well aware of it. In any case, the holy world would fall into chaos in the future. Lin Fei planned to accumulate his strength ahead of time. Only when the entire holy world was in chaos could he fish in troubled waters. The Flying Stone world was his first target. The Flying Stone world was controlled by a family surnamed Tai, and the patriarch was Tai Haoqing. He was a 3rd-step powerhouse and originally came from one of the small saint worlds. Afterwards, he came out to fight for the small saint worlds and successfully moved into Flying Stone World. In a short period of time, the family's strength rapidly expanded. Those that needed to be subdued had already been subdued, and the rest only needed to quietly develop. Tai Haoqing was very satisfied with his current development. For better or worse, he had become an independent family and successfully controlled a small saint world with countless resources. The future of his family was limitless. After waiting for such a long time, the Tai family had finally obtained what they wanted. For this day, they had waited for countless years. Boom! Tai Haoqing was sitting in a pavilion by the lake, drinking tea and enjoying a rare moment of contentment. A terrifying and tyrannical aura swept through the entire Flying Stone world. Crack! Tai Haoqing's seat was the first to bear the brunt. The entire pavilion collapsed with a loud bang, and dust flew everywhere. Who is it? Such terrifying power. It's at least the aura of a fourth-step powerhouse. Tai Haoqing could not care less about his sorry state. He was shocked, and his body seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. For a moment, he could not move. If I were you, you'd stay still, or you die. A black figure walked out of the lake, and with every step, he appeared in front of Tai Haoqing. You are the leader of the Avengers. When Tai Haoqing heard this voice, he did not think much of it at first. Then, a familiar voice appeared in his mind, and he was instantly scared out of his wits. He had actually encountered the leader of the Avengers. This was a fellow who dared to slap the faces of the 5 top forces in public and came out unscathed. Since you know me, then it couldn't be better. The black figure sat down. Don't worry, I have no interest in your Flying Stone world. Tai Haoqing was a third-step powerhouse, but compared to the leader of the Avengers, he was far inferior. The power in the other party's hands could easily cause great damage to the Tai family. Leader, if you have anything, just tell me. Tai Haoqing was not willing to offend such a mysterious person. It was fine to lower his head temporarily. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. He kept telling himself this in his heart. Chapter 23:36. Just when everyone felt that the Holy World was about to face a new situation, the controlling faction of the Flying Stone World, the Tai family, launched a sneak attack on a dark and windy night. They annihilated the local factions and occupied an important mining area on the 30th layer of the Small Saint World. The entire Holy World was shocked. Many of the upper echelons knew that the Chaotic Clouds world was secretly controlled by the Myriad Sun world, one of the 5 major factions. That mining area was very heavily guarded. No one had expected the Tai family to occupy it. Although the Small Saint world had been ranked and many factions had left the stage of history, that was not the case in reality. Those that were ranked at the top still had influence and could not be wiped out so easily. As for those that were ranked at the bottom, they had secretly sided with a powerful faction. Otherwise, they would have a headache dealing with all sorts of tricks in the dark. The Chaotic Clouds world was like this. Compared to other factions, the ruler of the Chaotic Clouds world came from the Wan family. It could be said that it was because of the Wan family that they could easily take control of the Chaotic Clouds world. This time, the Tai family suddenly attacked. No one expected them to be so bold as to occupy an important mining area in one night. The Chaotic Clouds world immediately organized a counterattack to teach the Tai family a deep lesson. The overall strength of the Tai family was inferior to the Chaotic Clouds world. After all, the Chaotic Clouds world had the backing of the Wan family. They could deal with whoever they wanted. The result was unexpected. Not only had the Tai family blocked the Chaotic Cloud realm's counterattack, but they had also defeated them. They had even killed the leader of a second-step expert. That was not all. The Tai family had been attacking continuously for several days, seizing important resources and suppressing the Chaotic Cloud realm's controlling forces. After losing several supreme experts and 1/3 of the resources of the Chaotic Clouds world were taken away, the ruler of the Chaotic Clouds world had no choice but to complain to the Wan family. Another reason was to ask for reinforcements. Once the experts of the Wan family attacked, the Tai family definitely could not stop them. Everyone knew that the strongest expert of the Tai family was only a third-step expert. They were not even at their peak. Tai Haoqing had to surrender when the Wan family came. There were many factions secretly watching the Flying Stone world. Offending the Wan family would not end well. They might even have a chance to occupy a territory in the Flying Stone world. Everything was as everyone had expected. The Wan family had sent out a third-step expert. He wasn't at the peak, but he was famous enough that no one could ignore him. This expert from the Wan family led his men to the Tai family's territory. Tai Haoqing led his men to fight. Just as everyone thought that Tai Haoqing was going to be defeated, his helpers erupted with shocking strength. The three of them joined forces and killed a third-step expert from the Wan family. The remaining people were all killed. The entire Saints world was thrown into an uproar. Had Tai Haoqing taken the wrong medicine? How could he dare to kill the people of the Wan family? What happened next was even simpler. The Wan clan was enraged and sent out their experts again. They were much stronger than the last time and swore to destroy the Flying Stone World's Tai clan in one fell swoop. This time, Tai Haoqing once again defeated the experts of the Wan clan. Other than a few who managed to escape, the rest were all killed. Tai Haoqing became famous once more. After losing 2 unparalleled experts in a row, even if the Wan clan was wealthy, they would still lose some strength. What infuriated them even more was that Tai Haoqing had publicly declared that the Tai clan would welcome the Wan clan at any time. Tai Haoqing changed and revealed a domineering and mysterious expert beside him. Many people guessed that someone might be supporting Tai Haoqing. Just as everyone thought that the Wan clan was unwilling to take this line down, the Wan clan didn't attack again. Instead, the two sides started bickering. No matter how they looked at it, something seemed wrong. Just as everyone was feeling doubtful, a rumor spread through the Saints world. No one knew where it came from. However, while everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but have other thoughts. The rumor pointed to the 5 top forces. In less than half a day, the entire Saints world knew about this. The 5 top forces had been heavily injured in the Void Flame secret realm. Among them, the Wan clan and Sacred Lord Luo Xing of the Blackwater world had both died on the spot. The other 3 had used secret techniques to escape and needed a long time to recover. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, it caused an uproar in the Saints world. If the news was true, perhaps the situation in the Saints world would change. The positions of the 5 top forces after the news spread through the Saints world. The Luo clan of the Blackwater world and the Wan clan of the Myriad Sun world announced that the news outside was false and that everyone shouldn't take it seriously. Otherwise, they would fall into the other's trap. There are still some people who didn't take what the Luo clan and the Wan clan said seriously. From a matter of Tai Haoqing fighting against the Wan clan, there were still some clues. The matter of whether the strongest sacred lords of the 5 top forces were injured continued to ferment. Immediately send a group of people to probe the Luo clan. No matter what, we must know whether that person has really died or not. In a dark secret room, an azure-clothed person summoned his trusted aide. After whispering in his ear, the trusted aide left and summoned more people. Activate the spies in the Luo clan and the Wan clan. It doesn't matter even if their whereabouts are exposed. We must confirm the truth of this matter. The azure-clothed person continued to order. Very soon, the secret room quieted down. As long as we confirm the truth of the news, the positions of the 5 small sacred worlds will change. Similar things continued to happen in the dark. After the news spread out, there was a commotion in the 5 small sacred worlds. If the strongest sacred lord had died or been severely injured, it would be a huge matter. The lower forces wouldn't be able to suppress it at all. Yin clan. Yin Zixing's face was pale. At this moment, he was clearly very angry. His roar echoed in the secret room. It must be that Avengers Alliance leader who spread the news. Apart from him, no one else knows about this. After returning from the Void Flame secret realm, Yin Zixing had been healing his injuries. He had paid a huge price that time. He had almost died in that stone room. Luo Xing and Wan Taijun had been killed in one move. He remembered it clearly. In these days, Yin Zixing had been making arrangements for the Yin clan to prevent the news from spreading. If it really did, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. He didn't expect it to still spread in the end. Yin Zixing knew that the Luo clan and the Wan clan were fighting fiercely. Once the news spread, it would be a big problem for the two clans. Yin Zixing was very angry with that Avengers Alliance leader. A piece of news had caused their 5 top clans to fall into a huge trouble. If they were not careful, they would suffer a great loss. What puzzled them the most was that even now, they had never seen the Alliance leader's true appearance. It was not a good thing for such a mysterious person to remain hidden in the Saints' world. Instead, he was like a venomous snake in the darkness. No one knew when he would leap out and bite you. Father, are the rumors true? Yanzi frowned slightly. This was the first time she came here. Her elder brother didn't come. Little Z, you are the smartest one in the clan. What do you think that Alliance leader wants to do? Yin Zixing didn't dare to spread the news of him being injured. The competition within the clan was also very intense. Although Yin Zixing had the most authority, the people of the other clans were also eyeing him. They might make a move at any time. Chapter 23:37. Yin Zixing valued his daughter very much. His eldest son paled in comparison to his daughter. They were not on the same level, be it in terms of methods or the way they handled things. Fishing in troubled waters. Yin Zixing nodded. That Alliance leader is so vicious. Once the news gets out, the entire sacred world will be shaken. We will also have to face the probing and pressure from all the major forces. From the moment he left, Yin Zixing knew that this day would come. No matter who had such a good card, they would not hide it. They would play it out directly. However, he did not expect this day to come so soon. Father, don't be sad. Perhaps this is an opportunity for our Yin family. Yinzi did not think so. I feel that the entire sacred world will definitely change after this incident. Our Yin family can also use this opportunity to expand our strength. A strange look flashed across Yin Zi's eyes. Even Yin Zixing did not notice it. A good thing. Yin Zixing knew that his daughter had her own thoughts, but he did not think of it that way. Tell me about it. Yin Zi began to analyze. Father, our 5 great clans control the 5 largest small sacred worlds. In the past many years, our 5 clans have always maintained a common strategy against outsiders. In reality, that's because we can't destroy each other. But this time, our chance has come. The Blackwater world has lost Luo Xing, and the Myriad Sun world has lost Wan Taijun. Soon, those direct descendants will come out to fight for power. Every time we fight for power, we lose our internal forces. Our Yin family is different. If Lin Fei was here, he would be very surprised. This Lady Yin Zi was far more powerful than he had imagined. She could see the benefits of the sacred world with just a few words. Back in his room, a figure appeared out of nowhere and sat in front of Yin Zi. Master! No one knew that Yin Zi had a powerful master. To be able to enter the heavily guarded Wan family so easily, one had to be at the peak of the 3rd step at the very least. To not be detected by the experts of the Wan family, one had to have unfathomable strength. I didn't expect the sacred world to be in chaos so soon. Your elder brother probably can't hold back anymore. The black figure said calmly. And that Avengers Alliance leader. Just one move is enough to ignite everyone's ambition. Yin Zi sat down. Master, my elder brother will definitely be bewitched by someone. Who knows, he might cause trouble. That's fine too. It'll save me a lot of trouble. That Alliance leader, on the other hand, is worth paying attention to. The moment he makes a move, the entire Saint world will be thrown into chaos. The black figure laughed. Little Z, the Alliance master, said he's capable, but he's just trying to fish in troubled waters. As long as he dares to show himself, the 5 top forces will fight him to the death. He can only hide in the dark forever. Yinzi was very clear about her master's words. She knew that whatever she said would not be too far off the mark. Master, you're knowledgeable. Don't you know the origins of this Alliance leader? Yinzi also wanted to know when such an expert had appeared in the Saints world. That Alliance leader is very mysterious. That day, I personally went to investigate. Unfortunately, the Alliance leader did a good job and didn't leave any traces. However, from the side, I can tell that this Alliance leader is definitely one of the best in terms of concealment techniques. This kind of person can't be found unless he reveals his whereabouts. The black figure said in a deep voice, "Little Z, you don't have to worry. Now is the time for you to show your abilities. The Saint world is in chaos, and it's also your chance." More than 10 days later, the 5 top forces were being probed by various forces. They sent out second-step experts right from the start. Moreover, they were the best among them. They were used to test the authenticity of the news. At the same time, the spies in the 5 top forces began to move and spread the news. Among them, the Luo family and the Wan family spread the most news. They also began to fight internally for power. The authenticity of the news was gradually torn apart piece by piece. Everyone was finally sure that the news was true. The forces under the Luo family and the Wan family began to move. The few powerful forces ranked below the 5th began to take action against the Luo family and the Wan family. As for the Xie family, the Yin family, and the Bai family, no one dared to make a move for the time being. In just 1 month, the Luo family and the Wan family suffered all kinds of attacks. The territories in their hands kept shrinking, and they lost control of the small sacred worlds that they controlled. Without the 2 strongest sacred lords, it was really difficult for ordinary third-step experts to suppress the forces outside. The 5th and 3rd ranked small sacred worlds, which were rich in resources, were in chaos. The small sacred worlds controlled by the other 2 big families also began to be in chaos. Everyone wanted to take a big bite out of them. Ever since a few third-step experts took the risk to break into the Luo family and the Wan family and defeated the experts of the 2 families, everyone realized that the mountain at the top was gone. Although they couldn't swallow the Luo family and the Wan family, they at least found out that the Luo family and the Wan family were no longer the overlords. As the mastermind behind all this, Lin Fei just sat and watched the situation develop without doing anything. The sacred world began to fall into chaos. The territories controlled by the Luo family and the Wan family were the first to be in chaos. One by one, the small sacred worlds left the Luo family and the Wan family. The 2 big families had a strong foundation, but without their strongest experts, it was good enough for them to defend their own territories. The chaos continued to spread. The forces that were originally dissatisfied with the ranking of the small sacred worlds began to secretly take action. Even if they couldn't control a small sacred world, they wanted to control an area and plant a nail in it. All the major forces and sects worked together. The large-scale upheaval spread across the entire Saints world. Even the Netherworld and Heaven Wasteland worlds that Lin Fei controlled were affected, but they were suppressed very soon. Everyone had witnessed what he was capable of. Lin Fei still made a big move this time. He mobilized the Destruction Warriors and carried out a violent massacre. He wiped out all the restless fellows and finally made everyone feel a terrifying chill. For a time, no one dared to enter the 2 small sacred worlds. The Heaven Wasteland domain announced that it had joined the Nether domain. This was like throwing a small stone into the chaotic sacred world, causing ripples. No one was interested in the 2 insignificant small sacred worlds. Only when the small sacred worlds had a high ranking and abundant resources could they cultivate quickly. No one had any objections to DTon taking over the Heaven Wasteland domain. Chapter 23:38. The sacred world was in chaos for 50 years. Ever since the sacred lords of the 5 top forces were heavily injured and killed, a chain reaction occurred in the sacred world, and chaos spread across the entire sacred world. 3 years after the chaos of the sacred world, the little sacred worlds ranked 6th to 15th secretly teamed up to fight against the 5 forces. Since they were caught off guard, the 5 peak forces were heavily injured. 3 peak sacred lords took action at the critical moment and barely managed to suppress the combined forces, but they also showed signs of being heavily injured. 5 years after the chaos, the entire sacred world was in chaos. First, the small saint worlds controlled by the 5 top forces broke away and formed their own factions. Whoever broke away today would break away tomorrow, and it didn't stop. Afterward, the five top forces started to pull back their forces and gave up their territory. They pulled back their defenses and tried to stabilize the only small saint world in their hands. The Luo family and the Wan family had internal conflicts, and they fought for power. For years later, the entire small saint world was split into two. Both sides kept arguing and fighting, forming a stalemate. The Blackwater world and 10,000 Sun world were completely crippled, and they didn't have the time to care about the outside world. 10 years later, the Small Saint World Alliance was formed to fight against the Yama's Death World, the Yin Huang World, and the Breaking Wave World. The three top forces couldn't stop them and could only watch as the alliance succeeded. Ever since the battle 3 years ago, the three sacred lords chose to go into seclusion to heal their injuries, and their influence started to weaken. 30 years later, the Sacred World Alliance's influence was like the sun in the sky. At the same time, several sacred lords reached the peak of the third step and cultivated secret techniques, which greatly increased their strength. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. The day has finally arrived. In the air of the wild, sacred mountain, a figure descended in the air. A terrifying, demonic black wind blew past him, but the black-robed figure didn't move at all. "Go in." The black-robed figure waved his hand, and a tunnel appeared, and the person walked in. Void Flame's secret realm. "I'm here again." Standing in the secret realm, Lin Fei's mouth curled up into a smile. 50 years have passed, and it's time for the harvest. The Void Flame's secret realm was the same as it was in the past. There were spatial cracks everywhere, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into it and perish somewhere else. At this moment, in front of Lin Fei, there was nothing to fear from the spatial cracks. If there were any experts here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. In these 50 years, Lin Fei's strength had increased extremely quickly, reaching a terrifying level. Over the past 50 years, he had barely made a move. His strength kept increasing. He was at the early stage of the giant realm, but now he was at the late stage of the giant realm. His aura became more stable, like an endless mountain. Nothing has changed. After passing through the dangerous place, Lin Fei easily arrived at the entrance of the cave, just like in the past. At the entrance of the stone room, the densely packed array formations were still exerting their remaining power. Almost none. In 2 hours at most, the person in the sarcophagus will be resurrected. At that time, the other party's strength will be at its lowest and weakest. It will be the best time for Master to make a move. The little devil smirked. If you meet Master, no matter if you're an expert or not, you are doomed to be unlucky. In the past 50 years, Lin Fei had not relaxed his monitoring of the skeleton in the sarcophagus. Until now, the skeleton in the sarcophagus had regrown flesh and blood, and the great Tao Yuan heart had merged into one. The day of awakening was not far away. For this day, Lin Fei had waited for 50 years. Lin Fei let the little devil hide his aura and sat outside. His physical body was clearly visible, but it was as if it did not exist. The system's shielding ability was so powerful. 2 hours passed in a flash. Crack, crack, crack in the stone room. The sarcophagus cracked. Cracks spread all over the sarcophagus, and the cracks grew larger and larger. In less than a moment, the sarcophagus completely cracked, and a pile of gravel appeared on the ground. The person who was originally lying on the sarcophagus opened his eyes without warning. A terrifying gaze, cold and fierce, cut open countless holes in the void. The astral wind whistled, and the array formation's restrictions shattered. Countless years have passed, and I have finally returned. After this person stood up, he looked very young. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be around 20 years old. His body was like warm jade, and the fierce light between his eyebrows vaguely showed that this person was definitely a tyrannical existence in the past. Master, the opportunity is here. Lin Fei had been keeping his thoughts in check. From the moment the other party had awakened and opened his eyes, he knew that this person was definitely an unparalleled powerhouse of that era. If not for the system concealing his aura, the other party would definitely have noticed him right away. Kill. Lin Fei, who had not made a move for 50 years, finally made a strong move. In the next second, he appeared above the stone room, folded his hands, and pressed down. Blood Sky Seal. With a loud bang, the entire void collapsed. The blue light on the Wunyu prince's body surged, forming a protective barrier that blocked the other party's attack. Lin Fei's Blood Sky Seal was blocked by a tyrannical and terrifying power, and it was difficult for him to move forward. He realized that the other party's strength was deep and terrifying. The Wunyu prince was furious. His cold eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light. "You dare to attack me? Tell me, which old ghost sent you here?" 2 rays of cold light shot out from between Lin Fei's eyebrows. He knew that the other party would be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent, to be able to determine life and death with a glance. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Master, his energy is running low. This is his strongest attack. As long as Master can block it, his combat strength will fall limitlessly. When Lin Fei came, he had calculated in advance that the other party's first attack should be the most terrifying. The Blood Sky Seal attack was nothing more than a test. If it succeeded, it would be best, but if it didn't, it was fine. Destruction Warrior, block it. Lin Fei retreated, and the Destruction Warrior blocked in front of him. The cold light pierced through the Destruction Warrior's body, and the incomparably hard bones were completely shattered, turning into powder. Master, this guy's Tao should be decomposition, and it belongs to a very powerful type of Tao. 1 Destruction Warrior, 2 Destruction Warriors, 3 Destruction Warriors. The 2 rays of cold light were extremely terrifying, surpassing any attack that Lin Fei had seen before, reaching the level of determining life and death with a glance. There is still 70% power left, 60% power, 30% power. The power of the cold light continued to weaken, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Ordinary people would die countless times, and Lin Fei also experienced the crisis of life and death. After the power weakened, Lin Fei punched out with the power of a 4th step expert, without any Tao attribute, and shattered the 2 rays of cold light. Eat My Fist. Chapter 23:39. Young Master Wenyu's eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. He was indeed qualified to say this. Back in the day, he was also an overlord, and a 4th step expert was nothing to him. Lin Fei punched out domineeringly. A disc flashed above his opponent's head, and the terrifying endless plunder was instantly activated. The attacks from the front and back were completed in an instant. Young Master Wenyu stretched out his jade-white finger and pointed at Lin Fei's fist. A terrifying force surged, and Lin Fei coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hand became a bloody mess. Creations plundered great Tao. Young Master Wenyu was surprised. Aside from that person, no one could match this terrifying plunder ability. Back in the day, that person was one of the peerless experts that he could not afford to offend. Scram! If he was at his peak, young Master Wenyu would not care and could kill his opponent with 1 finger. However, it was different now. He had just fused his great Tao and was at his weakest. He could only use less than 5% of his strength. With a roar, the entire stone room collapsed on the spot, including the cave abode. The 2 of them were exposed in the void of the wild sacred mountain. The disc was still hovering in the sky, unmoved. Many 2nd step experts appeared around young Master Wenyu. At the same time, there were more than 100 3rd step experts who attacked together. In addition, every time Lin Fei pushed the power of a 4th step expert to the limit, Qi Lin was also a 4th step expert and had recovered a portion of his power. His great Tao spirit was like a long sword that kept stabbing at young Master Wenyu. One after another, he forced young Master Wenyu to defend, which put a lot of pressure on him. Boy, your arrangement is not bad. I'm not that easy to deal with. Young Master Wenyu's great Tao protected his body. Before the attacks could get close, they were immediately shattered. He looked invincible, but in reality, that was not the case. The energy in his body was constantly being consumed, and he could not last for too long. Great Tao decomposition. Young Master Wenyu hesitated. He had never thought that he would be ambushed as soon as he appeared. Furthermore, It was an insect-like character who caused him so much trouble. Young Master, when you cultivated in the decomposition Great Tao, which is an extremely powerful Great Tao. According to its quality, it could be classified as a 5th-grade Great Tao, and it could decompose all matter. The blue ripples spread out with Young Master when you as the center. As the blue ripples spread, everything that was covered by the blue ripples disintegrated into nothingness. The second step destruction warriors that had been besieging him were disintegrated until there was nothing left. Start data analysis. Name it decomposition. What Young Master when you didn't know was that the moment he used his Great Tao, the invisible surveillance immediately began to analyze the data and create a document. If Young Master when you knew about this, he would probably regret it. You fell for it. Using the power of the Great Tao once consumed a lot of Young Master when you. The surrounding destruction warriors were all disintegrated. Young Noble when Yu's figure rapidly retreated, escaping into the void. A faint feeling told him that if he continued to stay, there would be trouble. As soon as he entered the void, Young Master when Yu was ejected. You actually set up a great restrictive array around us, sealing off the void. What a good method. Lin Fei had indeed set up a large formation around them. It's too late to realize it now. Lin Fei waved his hand again, releasing the destruction warriors, the disc, and Qi Lin's mental attacks. Wave after wave, he continuously consumed his opponent's energy. Aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, continue. Let's see who consumes who. After another wave of decomposition, Young Master when Yu's face turned cold with a trace of paleness. He realized that he had encountered a big problem. What was worse was that he was not at his peak strength. He couldn't display the true power of the Great Tao. With his current Great Tao primordial heart, the power he could display was at most 4th-step power. Kid, what the hell are you trying to do? Young Master when you tried to kill his opponent several times, but his opponent seemed to have eyes. The traps he set up were not effective, and instead, they were a waste of energy. Submit to me or die. Lin Fei was constantly monitoring his opponent through the system. All of Young Master when Yu's information was being monitored, including the specific data of his energy consumption. This was equivalent to exposing everything to Lin Fei. In such a battle, Young Master when Yu was at a complete disadvantage. You're courting death. Young Master when Yu was an overlord who had cultivated a 5th-grade Great Tao. In the past, he was one of the top experts. It had always been others who submitted to him, but when had he ever submitted to someone else? In a rage, Young Master when Yu attacked again and again, destroying wave after wave of destruction warriors. However, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. His opponent's reaction was too fast. Young Master when Yu began to panic at this shameless method of fighting. What? You don't have enough energy. That's right. In order to fuse with the Great Tao primordial heart, you've used up almost all of your energy. You barely managed to preserve a portion of it. And in order to deal with me, you've used up a large amount of energy. You're now an arrow at the end of its flight. Hua hua hua. Cracks appeared on Young Master when Yu's jade-like skin. His blood essence was being plundered by the treasures above. If it wasn't for the Great Tao primordial body, he would have long since collapsed. After activating the Great Tao primordial body without enough energy, Young Master when Yu's life essence began to leak out. The Great Tao primordial body seemed like a simple move, but in reality, it consumed a lot of energy. Constantly maintaining the Great Tao primordial body was not a small burden. Let me guess, how long can you keep this up? An instant stick of time is too long. Maybe a few dozen breaths? Lin Fei continued to attack. In order to deal with this fellow, he was throwing caution to the wind. 50 years of accumulation was also an enormous amount. In the chaos of the holy world, Lin Fei had successfully taken advantage of the chaos. He had secretly set up equipment in every small holy world to plunder the source energy. They themselves were in endless trouble, so they had no time to pay attention to it. Lin Fei had really succeeded in taking advantage of the chaos. Young Master when Yu's heart shook. Only he knew how long he could last. Now that he had been exposed, he was truly shocked. Even in the past, no one would have been able to see through it. Could it be that this fellow condensed a support Great Tao, the kind used to investigate the other party's information? Young Master Wenyu thought as he attacked. His current situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. Did I say I was right? In order to deal with this fellow, Lin Fei had prepared for a long time. Everything was under his control. In just a little bit more time, young Master Wenyu would fall into his hands. His mood improved. Brat, you are indeed strong, but don't push me too far. I would rather die than submit to you. Instead, I will drag you down with me. Young Master Wenyu was completely anxious. As long as you let me leave, I can promise you one thing. Even if I have to ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, I will help you accomplish it. Chapter 2340. Then you can try and see who will die first. Lin Fei lightly said. The attack continued. Young Master Wenyu was completely flustered. An unnatural expression flashed across his face. After surviving with so much difficulty, no one was willing to die like this. He was the same. Bastard brat, you are too hateful. If this continues, there's a high chance that I will die. Why don't I lure him into giving up and take advantage of him being unprepared? Young Master Wenyu's thoughts moved. Perhaps this would be an opportunity. Stop, I surrender. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to give up, young Master Wenyu had no other choice. After being trapped in an array formation, his great Tao of decompositions might have been weakened. If this continued, he would be the one to suffer. This brat really had a heart of stone. Drink this. Lin Fei stared at the other party. The other party's resistance had actually been calculated by the system. It could be said that from the very beginning, young Master Wenyu had fallen into a situation of certain defeat. Brat, don't go too far. Young Master Wenyu coldly snorted. Then you can continue. Let's see how long you can last. Lin Fei's counterattack was very sharp. Let's see if you drink it or not. If you don't drink it, you could choose to die. Young Master Wenyu's heart turned into anger from shame, but he didn't care. Humph, in this world, there are only a few things that can control me. This brat is too naive. Moreover, when the wild continent was destroyed, those few things had long since disappeared without a trace. He can forget about obtaining them. You win, I will drink it. Young Master Wenyu sneered in his heart. Once he calmed down, it would be the other party's death. At that time, he would torture him until he hovered between life and death. Lin Fei also laughed in his heart. Humph, you will lose for sure. A tube of medicine was thrown over, landing in front of young Master Wenyu. Young Master Wenyu's powerful divine sense swept over it and found that it was a very ordinary liquid. He felt even more disdain in his heart, truly naive, wanting to use poison to control me. Ha! After young Master Wenyu saw through the medicine, he didn't directly drink it. Instead, he persisted for several breaths of time. In the eyes of others, he seemed to be hesitating. Keep pretending. When he couldn't hold on any longer, Prince Wenyu drank the potion. Lin Fei's attack stopped, and the disc left. The surrounding destruction warriors were recalled, and Qi Lin returned to his side. Finally, just as young Master Wenyu let out a sigh of relief, an endless pain came from the depths of his sea of consciousness. The liquid that seemed to be decomposing rapidly grew and multiplied in his sea of consciousness. Oh no, I've been tricked. It's too powerful. Lin Fei was filled with emotions. In order to control the other party, it took a total of 8 days. In the end, the special creature from the depths of the universe won. In the end, young Master Wenyu was still controlled. His sea of consciousness was controlled by the puppet worm. Even the core of his sea of consciousness was occupied by the puppet worm. The other party was utterly defeated. You win. Young Master Wenyu was completely speechless. After 8 days of resisting the torture, Wenyu Gongzi had experienced the terror of the young. This was the first time he knew that there was such a heaven-defying existence in this world. Actually, if you had continued to persevere that day, you would still have lost in the end. Lin Fei said indifferently, because your great Tao body protection already has a weakness in my eyes. Lin Fei waved his hand and pointed. A strange energy shot out from his fingertip. The void was rapidly decomposed. Young Master Wenyu was shocked. This, this is Great Tao decomposition. You actually mastered it. How is this possible? No one understood this aura better than him. Great Tao decomposition. The great Tao that he had cultivated for his entire life was now displayed by a second person. This was definitely a shocking thing. The higher the level of the great Tao, the more difficult it was to cultivate it. It required a lot of luck. No, your great Tao decomposition is wrong. Good eyesight. Lin Fei smiled and said, this is not the complete great Tao decomposition, but it is about 50% of your great Tao decomposition. Before long, I will be able to completely grasp your great Tao decomposition. When the time comes, I will use your great Tao decomposition to deal with you. Do you think that your great Tao protective body will be able to withstand it? Young master, when you was like a deflated balloon. He opened his mouth, but was unable to speak. Lin Fei smiled. In these 50 years, the only thing that was worth Lin Fei's interest was the job analysis simulation. In order to complete this new attribute, he spent a full 3 years to complete the task. Now it seemed that this attribute function was very useful. All along, how to display great Tao attacks had always been Lin Fei's shortcoming. Using origin energy to activate an attack, it could not be transformed into a great Tao attack. Only by combining it with the great Tao could his combat strength truly increase. Savage, Sacred Mountain, inside a cave dwelling. Young master, when you was completely convinced. He considered himself unlucky to have encountered such a monster. Even in the past, anyone would be shocked. To be able to secretly learn someone else's great Tao, even if it was only 30% to 40%, was something to be proud of. Moreover, the other party meant that he had a 100% success rate. This kind of ability could only be described as monstrous. After young master, when he was convinced, he answered everything Lin Fei asked, including his origin, background, and so on. He did not hide anything, and at the same time, he described the great battle in the past. Compared to Qi Lin, Ouyang Ba knew more secrets than him. Ouyang Ba's status was very high. Before he died, he was already a 7-step expert. With the great Tao in his hands, he quickly made a name for himself. After the great battle affected the entire continent, Ouyang Ba made preparations in advance, just in case. Fortunately, he obtained some unknown secret techniques and was resurrected successfully. His strength was greatly reduced, and he could barely display the combat strength of a 4-step expert. Ouyang Ba was unlucky to have encountered Lin Fei, who was waiting for him. When this matter was mentioned, he felt extremely depressed. What the hell is this? Prophecy? That should be the work of the top prophecy master in the savage land. Lin Fei asked about the prophecy again. Ouyang Ba obviously knew more about it, and immediately said that it was the work of the top prophecy master. The top prophecy master? Could it be that old man Xianxia? Qi Lin's eyes were filled with admiration. Master, old man Xianxia is the top prophecy master in the savage land. He is proficient in all kinds of predictions and has never failed. The top prophecy master, a few simple words proved his identity. He was a top existence in the continent. If such a person was released, the possibility of his prophecy coming true would be very high. In that case, they will really be resurrected. So what? The savage land will no longer exist, and only the sacred world formed by the broken worlds will be left. Lin Fei said. Ouyang Ba said, old man Xianxia is the top prophecy master in the world. The prophecy he left behind must be reasonable. Perhaps it is not impossible for the savage land to reappear. For example, the savage sacred mountain under us has never been broken. Lin Fei was deep in thought. Maybe it really makes sense. A month later, in the same cave abode on the savage sacred mountain. Chapter 23:41. Great Tao decomposition. Lin Fei was not in the unparalleled realm. Instead, he had mastered a complete 5th grade Great Tao, causing his strength to skyrocket. Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin could only say, what a crazy master. No one had ever been able to learn another person's great path from another person's hands. How talented was that? Of course, They did not know that Lin Fei had spent a large amount of heaven points to analyze and replicate a complete great path. They simply thought that he had grasped a powerful talent. Perhaps not many people in the sacred world knew about it. However, people from Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin's era knew how important talent was, especially talent skills. However, all powerful races were born with the ability to activate their innate skills. By relying on their innate skills, their cultivation would be smooth sailing. For example, the innate skills retentive memory, seeing through the essence, eyes of illusion, and so on. Both of them thought that their master had activated a powerful talent skill. For example, replication. Such talent skills were extremely rare, as if they did not exist. If someone said that it was impossible for replication to exist, the two of them would definitely beat the crap out of the other party. After mastering Great Tao decomposition perfectly, Lin Fei had a ready-made mentor. Master, Great Tao protection is actually a skill that only experts in the fourth step can master perfectly. Although experts in the third step can condense a Great Tao, in order to master it perfectly, one has to reach the fourth step of Great Tao. Ouyang Ba began to guide him. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei did not return to the Invincible Palace. With someone guiding him, it was much faster. Within an hour, Lin Fei had mastered Great Tao protection. Great Tao decomposition formed an absolute space around him. Any matter that entered would be instantly decomposed. Lin Fei did not have a Great Tao origin heart, so it did not affect him from performing Great Tao decomposition. Every time he performed it, it would consume a huge amount of destiny points and origin energy. Great Tao protection is just a defensive technique for unparalleled experts. To improve your strength, you have to cultivate Great Tao skills to increase the level of your Great Tao. First move, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Ouyang Ba began to teach Lin Fei the moves. Although the names of the moves were ordinary, after using them, their power would increase imperceptibly. Among the moves given by Ouyang Ba, there were long-range attacks and close-range attacks. All of them were extremely terrifying. Lin Fei learned very quickly. The system was constantly analyzing the moves. In less than a day, he had grasped all the moves and executed them to the point of perfection. No one could have imagined that he had done this in just a day. After returning to the Invincible Palace from the wild Sacred Mountain, Lin Fei heard a shocking piece of news before he could sit down. Sacred Lord Blood Prison, Sacred Lord Yin Zixing, and Sacred Lord Bai Lang have all broken through to the fourth step within 3 days. When Lin Fei saw the news from a spy, he was indeed a little surprised. Back then, they had returned with heavy injuries. In 50 years, not only had they recovered from their injuries, but their strength had also risen to the fourth step. Their improvement was extraordinary. The alliance of small saints is going to be unlucky. When the bad news of the 5 top forces spread and the alliance of small saints was established, both sides had become a thorn in each other's side. In the past 50 years, both sides had been fighting incessantly, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Unparalleled experts had also fallen. Now that the 3 of them had reached the fourth step, the first thing they would do would be to seek revenge. Master, you don't have to worry about this. The 3 of them have advanced, but they won't be able to do much. The quality of their Great Tao is too low. They're either Grade 7 or Grade 8 Great Tao. Once you use your Grade 5 Great Tao, they won't be able to resist at all, Qi Lin said flatteringly. Ouyang Ba was expressionless. 3 mere fourth-step experts were nothing to him. Their strength had not recovered yet. With just his Grade 5 Great Tao, he could easily injure them and kill them. After the turmoil in the sacred world, Lin Fei was not afraid of those people. The warriors of destruction from the center of the World Wall battlefield had become his powerful trump card. At the very least, they could fight to a draw. Now that he had mastered a Grade 5 Great Tao, he was even less afraid. The sacred world is getting more and more interesting. In the past few days in the sacred world, the news that the 3 divine lords had advanced to the fourth step spread everywhere. The Yama's Massacre Realm, the Yin Huang Realm, and the Broken Wave Realm, the 3 small saints' realms, had all undergone a large-scale internal cleansing. Those forces that had been pretending to obey but secretly opposed were eliminated overnight. Many experts had been purged, including some unparalleled experts. The three divine lords used such a ruthless method to tell those forces. They were back. In the past 50 years, the five top forces had not had a good time. Their territory had shrunk, and their reputation was not as great as before. The younger generation only knew about the alliance of small saints, but they did not know about the five top forces. After the internal cleansing, the three divine lords took action again. The three of them divided the Blackwater realm and the Myriad Sun realm, and their forces increased greatly. In the past few years, the Blackwater realm and the Myriad Sun realm had been struggling, so it was only natural that they would be annexed. When the news spread, the sacred world was in an uproar again. These two small saints' realms had been occupied by various forces, and they had been taken out overnight. Smart people immediately realized that the three divine lords were taking revenge on the alliance of small saints' realms. Ever since the alliance of small saints' realms had been established, its reputation had reached its peak. It had suppressed the five top forces and taken over their territories. Its strength had increased greatly, and it would launch attacks from time to time. The three divine lords had advanced to the fourth step, and the pressure on the alliance of small saints' realms had increased greatly. Alliance leader, what should we do now? They are coming at us aggressively. With the strength of the alliance of small saints' realms, we might not be able to resist them. The fourth step is too strong. I heard that several experts at the third step were killed within 30 moves. It's too terrifying. Why don't we join forces with the other small saints' realms to deal with the three divine lords together? The alliance of small saints' realms was in a mess. In the meeting hall, the unparalleled experts of status had lost their arrogance. They were arguing just like in a market outside. Shut up. A fierce, murderous aura engulfed the entire conference hall like a dark cloud, exploding in everyone's hearts like a thunderclap. Everyone stopped and looked at the gray-clothed man at the top. He was the alliance leader of the alliance of small saints' realms, Seven Evil Divine Lord, who was ranked 6th in the small saint realm. Seven Evil Divine Lord had established the alliance of small saints' realms with strong means. In 50 years, the strength of the alliance of small saints' realms had increased more than 10 times. Seven Evil Divine Lord's prestige had become stronger and stronger, and the entire alliance of small saints' realms had almost become the law of the land under Seven Evil Divine Lord's command. There had been several alliance elders who were dissatisfied with him, but they had died quietly when they went out. It was widely rumored that Seven Evil Divine Lord had taken the initiative to kill them. Shui Yu and the others have advanced to the fourth step, but they are not invincible. I have secretly contacted several experts from the alien races. As long as they dare to appear, they will definitely die without a burial place. The elders of the alliance of sacred lords in the meeting hall were all delighted. Although they did not like the experts from the alien races, they had to stop the attacks of the three divine lords. The alliance of small saints' realms could stand firm and fight against the three divine lords. Chapter 2342. In the vast and boundless starry sky, a gigantic flying beast with no end in sight appeared, blotting out the sky and emitting a terrifying aura. Its gigantic wings soared into the sky, and terrifying shockwaves pulverized the starry sky one after another, leaving behind shattered spatial cracks. This was an ancient starry sky green one whose strength had reached the fifth step. It was born as a first step expert, and its talent was speed. It was one of the few fastest birds in the world. This kind of fast bird was invincible at the same level. Even if it was a level higher, unless it was a special great path, it would still be helpless. On the back of the primordial starry sky blue lawn, there was an area the size of a plane. At this moment, there were more than a dozen of these energy light clusters exuding a terrifying aura. They were incomparably overbearing. Deacon Lee, the barbarian continent, was destroyed by that person. Although it later condensed a small world, it was no longer as glorious as before. Why are we going to this place this time? A ball of purple energy said disdainfully. Yes, We are also curious. A broken world that has been abandoned for many years. Why do we still need to go there? That place has lost its source of energy, and cultivating to the fifth step is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If any of us went there, we would be able to suppress that world. A white ball of energy coldly said. The other balls of energy fluctuated. The person called Deacon Li was dressed in green and was sitting cross-legged on the blue lawn's back. His aura was not strong, but his eyes were incomparably sharp, like a sharp longsword. Once the longsword was drawn, it would decide the life and death of others. All of you are geniuses with first-class talents. You are the best in the world, and your futures are limitless. Deacon Li's voice was like a great bell, and his words were like mountains. However, it does not mean that all of you can reach that realm. This time, sending you to the broken world is actually a mission given to you by the higher-ups. Whoever can collect enough great path, primordial heart in the broken world will be able to enter that place, obtain the strongest inheritance, represent judgment, and qualify to enter the Capital Institute. The dozen or so balls of energy fluctuated greatly, and they seemed extremely excited. Deacon Li, I have a question. The great path, primordial heart, can only be condensed after reaching the fifth step. There are only a few people in that broken world now. Even if we kill them, we won't be able to get many great path, primordial hearts. Someone raised a question, and it was also a question from a dozen or so balls of energy. Deacon Li smiled and said, the incomplete world is not as good as it was in the past, but don't forget, in that battle, countless experts died and were injured. Among them, some experts secretly used heaven-defying methods, trying to resurrect themselves in the future. So, this is your chance, a chance to increase your strength. The sacred world didn't know that the people from Judgment were far away. After taking over the Blackwater world and the 10,000 Sun world, the strength of the three great sacred lords had increased greatly. In just a few days, the three great sacred lords descended above the seven fiend world where the alliance of small sacred realms was located. With a loud rumble, the three sacred lords descended upon the seven evil realm. They did not hide their powerful auras at all. The great path appeared behind them, covering the sky and the sun. Terrifying waves of air swept towards the alliance of small saints. The experts of the alliance of small saints immediately felt a huge pressure. The air seemed to be compressed, creating a feeling of suffocation. They had to circulate their great Tao with all their might to barely resist the pressure of the three sacred lords. Too powerful. There's only one level of difference, but why are the auras of the three sacred lords so strong? The difference is like the difference between the sky and the earth. In the past, the pressure that the three sacred lords gave off wasn't this strong, and they had some confidence in dealing with them. But now I don't have any confidence at all. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, get the hell out here. Sacred Lord by Lang harumphed coldly, and balls of water containing a thick aura of the great Tao rained down on the alliance of small saints. After a series of explosions, the arrays around the alliance of small saints were torn apart, and countless experts were killed or injured. After 50 years, they could finally hold their heads up high. As long as they killed Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and the other sacred lords, the sacred world would once again return to their control, and they would truly rule over the 33 small saints. Sacred Lord by Lang's attack was shocking. He wanted to force Sacred Lord Seven Fiend out unless the other was willing to give up on the alliance of small saints. This move was extremely vicious. He's out. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend circulated his great Tao, and a strong power of the great Tao opened up the sky and blocked the attacks of the rain. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend also appeared not far away from the three sacred lords. At the same time, surges of powerful sacred lord auras shot out from the alliance of small saints. A while later, more than 50 third-step experts stood behind Sacred Lord Seven Fiend. Many of them had reached the peak and were only a step away from the fourth step. They could break through at any moment. The three sacred lords were very calm while facing more than 50 third-step experts. Sacred Lord Blood Prison stepped forward and released a limitless pressure. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, you were really good 50 years ago. You gathered all the forces to steal food from the tiger's mouth. You didn't think that this day would come so soon, did you? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend circulated his great Tao, and the 53rd step experts behind him also used their great Tao to block the pressure from the 4th step experts. The winner is the king, and the loser is the thief. It doesn't matter what method I used, only the results. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to kick you guys out of the 3 small saints worlds in 50 years. Instead, you guys managed to reach the 4th step and stand above us. This sacred is very regretful. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, today is the day you die. Are you going to kill yourself? Or are we going to do it ourselves? Yin Zixing hated Sacred Lord Seven Fiend very much. Back then, some of the genius disciples of the Yin family had been killed by the Alliance of Small Saints. Ha ha ha, kill yourself? Do you think you're a 9th step expert? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend laughed. Just because you guys have reached the 4th step doesn't mean that there aren't other 4th step experts in this world. Thor and Leica, go greet them. A huge ripple came from heaven and earth as a passageway opened in the void. A terrifying pressure came from the other end of the passageway. Then, an expert wearing a golden beast hide walked out of the passageway. 3 Saint Lords, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Sacred Lord Blood Prison's eyebrows furrowed. Barbarian Leica, you've also reached the 4th step. There's still me. A huge commotion appeared in the air as a scorching aura swept over. Heaven and earth were covered in flames, and it was as if they had arrived in a kingdom of fire. Everyone felt the temperature rise, and their blood started to evaporate. They all circulated their great Tao to block it. Fire Tribe, Thorn, a flaming person descended from the sky and released a terrifying scorching aura. Chapter 2343. The Flame Tribe's Thorn and the Barbarian Leica were both foreign race experts and 4th step experts at the same time. The originally weak small saint world now had the support of 2 4th step experts and had the strength to fight against 3 sacred lords. At the very least, it would be a draw. No matter how strong a 4th step expert was, it would be very difficult for them to fight against a group of 3rd step experts. After all, the 3 sacred lords' great Daos weren't very high. They were either grade 7 or grade 8. It was hard to determine the victor of this battle. So it's you guys. I didn't expect you to reach the 4th step after escaping back then. Sacred Lord Blood Prison sneered. Do you think that you can fight against us with just the 2 of you and a group of 3rd step experts? Who said that there are only 2 of us? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend laughed as his aura erupted. His 3rd step aura rose to the aura of a 4th step expert. He was a true 4th step expert now. In a cave abode in the wild sacred mountain, this sacred refined half of the great Tao origin heart and successfully reached the 4th step. Are you surprised? Now that it's 3 against 3, you have no chance of winning. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the other 2 were curious as to why Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had invited Thorn and Leica. It turned out that he was a 4th step expert. No wonder he could invite them. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, you're very capable. You reached the 4th step without anyone knowing. You want to completely control the Small Saint World Alliance and even unify the entire sacred world, right? A cold light flashed in Yin Zixing's eyes. Hearing what Yin Zixing said, the expressions of the 3rd step experts standing behind Sacred Lord Seven Fiend changed. They didn't care about Sacred Lord Seven Fiend controlling the Small Saint World Alliance as long as it didn't affect their interests. However, if Sacred Lord Seven Fiend wanted to unify the Small Saint World, he would touch their bottom line. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was smart. Everyone, don't listen to Yin Zixing's nonsense. Do you think it's possible for a 4th step expert to suppress a group of 3rd step experts? However, Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the others are different. 3 4th step experts can completely suppress us. They are our enemies, and the sacred world doesn't need to be unified. Everyone's expressions returned to normal. A few words had changed their minds. A single 4th step expert was very powerful and it was very difficult to suppress them. It was normal for both sides to be injured. The three sacred lords were different. Fellow Dao 7 Fiend, we have so many people on our side. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's kill them first. Leica had the temperament of a barbarian. His wild aura soared into the heavens. Destroy them. Thorn waved his hand, and flames filled the sky. Space was unable to endure the high temperature and began to split apart. Black holes appeared, and astral winds howled. Attack! 7 Fiend Holy Lord was also worried that his people would be persuaded. He wanted to defeat them first. The great Tao behind him surged forward. It's starting, Qi Lin said. Somewhere else, Lin Fei, Qi Lin, and Ouyang Ba were enjoying the show. At most, it'll be a draw, Ouyang Ba said calmly after taking a look. This kind of fight is just like playing house. Lin Fei laughed. Ouyang, not everyone is like you, condensing a 5th grade Great Tao. After mastering the decomposition of 5th grade Great Tao, Lin Fei started to compare their Great Tao. Just like the difference in grades, there was a huge difference in power. There was actually no difference between a grade 8 and a grade 9 Great Tao. The quality of 7 Fiend Holy Lord and the other's Great Tao was not high. The best was grade 8, and the others were grade 9. When they used their Great Tao, it was very rough. After all, the sacred world was not the wasteland continent of the past. There was a complete set of cultivation techniques, and they had the guidance of ancestors. Now everyone was just testing the waters, so it was normal for them to have rough control. After observing for a while, Lin Fei was not interested. With his strength, a grade 5 Great Tao could completely suppress them. It might be difficult to kill them, but it was easy to injure them. The 6 4th-step experts fought, and the sky and earth shook. The aura of the Great Tao filled the air. 7 Fiend Holy Lord escaped into the void to fight. If this continued, the 7 Fiend domain would be completely destroyed, and then it would become a wasteland. Overall, 7 Fiend Holy Lord's side was very strong. Apart from the 3 4th-step experts, there was also a group of 3rd-step experts. Their Great Tao attacks were slightly weaker, but they could still affect the 3 Holy Lords. This time, the 3 Holy Lords were too arrogant. If they had brought 3rd-step experts, it would have been much better. It would not have been like this, where it was very tiring. Holy Lord Bailang, what do you think of this punch? Caught off guard, Holy Lord Bailang was sent flying by 7 Fiend Holy Lord's punch. Lightning Toxic Dragon Drill. 7 Fiend Holy Lord followed up with another attack. His Great Tao turned into a long black spear. With a turn of his arm, the frequency of heaven and earth formed a line, and a terrifying killer move was executed from 7 Fiend Holy Lord's hand. This move was very strong. 7 Fiend Holy Lord had obtained it from a cave abode in the wild sacred mountain. It was very powerful. Holy Lord Bailang had not advanced for long, so he did not have many powerful killer moves. 7 Fiend Holy Lord's spear pierced through his opponent and destroyed one of his arms. Holy Lord Bailang was severely injured. I have to help them. Now that Holy Lord Bailang was injured, his strength was affected, and the 3 Holy Lords were at a disadvantage. If this continued, they would definitely lose and might even die. Lin Fei decided to help the 3 Holy Lords. They couldn't just die like this. He didn't want his sacred world to be controlled by the small Saint World Alliance. The pressure on Yin Zixing and company increased dramatically, and Sacred Lord Bailang was pushed back. 3 Holy Lords, today is the day you die. Thorns circulated as flames, and flaming giants walked out and surrounded Sacred Lord Blood Prison. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's Tao of Blood Sea was greatly affected. Under the influence of the Tao of Fire, Sacred Lord Blood Prison's Tao started to evaporate, and his strength was affected as well. Sacred Lord Bailang, you can go down now. 7 Fiend Holy Lord used another lightning toxic dragon drill. This move was extremely weird and hard to defend against, which was why Sacred Lord Bailang was hit. The tip of the spear stabbed towards Sacred Lord Bailang's forehead, and an aura of death rose from Sacred Lord Bailang's heart. His great Tao protection was instantly destroyed. Death also arrived at this instant. What's the point? A light sigh sounded in everyone's ears. Two fingers grabbed the spear an inch away from Sacred Lord Bai Lang's forehead, and the terrifying power was devoured by a blue light. In just an instant, the spear formed from Tao completely melted in front of him. The smile on Seven Fiend Holy Lord's face froze, and a part of his Tao started to tremble. This was something that had never happened before. Who are you? Seven Fiend Holy Lord's heart ached after losing a part of his Tao. The person in black that had just appeared made him wary. Alliance leader of the Avengers. The person in black said. Seven Fiend Holy Lord's pupils contracted as if he had been hit in the head. Unease appeared in his heart. The alliance leader of the Avengers that had disappeared for 50 years had appeared at this moment. Chapter 2344. Why do we have to listen to you? Thorn sneered. He wanted to oust the three holy lords from their positions. How could he be willing to be stopped? That's right. The three holy lords aren't qualified to control the small saint world. You want us to let them go with just one sentence? Unless you are stronger than us. Leica followed up. Seven Fiend Holy Lord had heard about the Avengers Alliance Master. Back then, he had caused a huge commotion in Yanhuang City. Even the five holy lords were helpless. The news had spread 50 years ago. Later, it was speculated that the one who spread the news was the Avengers Alliance Master. If it wasn't for this mysterious person, no one would know that the five holy lords were injured or even died. Blood Prison Holy Lord and the other two holy lords had strange expressions. If it wasn't for the Avengers Alliance Master, they wouldn't be in such trouble. If it wasn't for the Avengers Alliance Master, they would have been able to control the small saint world, and the forces they relied on wouldn't have rebelled. Just as they were about to lose, the Avengers Alliance Master appeared once again and stood on their side. This was truly shocking. The three holy lords had complicated emotions. They knew that if this continued, they would lose without a doubt. However, they couldn't bring themselves to thank the Avengers Alliance Master. It could be said that the Avengers Alliance Master was their greatest enemy. You two from the foreign races are really arrogant. Then take on my moves. Back then, the foreign races didn't dare to behave atrociously in the wild continent. Now, you two don't have the qualifications to behave atrociously in the sacred world. A cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. In the sky, a giant palm appeared without any warning. As soon as the palm appeared, it covered the sky and covered the sun. The entire sky was covered, and a huge pressure shrouded them. Thorn and Leica didn't think much of the palm. Wanting to defeat them with just one hand was too simple. They were the two strongest fourth-step experts of the foreign races. The two of them activated their Grand Tao. Barbarian Thorn punched the sky with a powerful aura. The Berserk aura seemed like it was going to pierce through the giant palm. Leica activated his Grand Tao of fire. A flame giant appeared with a long flame saber and slashed at the giant palm. The saber radiance was as bright as the sun. Seven Fiend Holy Lord didn't make a move. If Thorn and Leica fight, they can test the strength of the Alliance Master. Seven Fiendish Holy Lord wasn't that afraid of the Avengers Alliance leader. A person who hid in the dark all the time had limited achievements, so there was no need to worry about him. The strength of the two experts from the foreign races was still very strong. Seven Fiend Divine Lord would have a hard time dealing with any one of them in a one-on-one situation. He didn't believe that the Alliance Master had the ability to fight two of them at once. It would be a pretty good thing if he could even fight to a draw. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company all had different thoughts. They subconsciously hoped that the alliance leader of the Avengers would be able to block the attacks of the two non-human experts. Without the two non-human experts, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend wasn't much. With their strength, they could easily kill him. Without Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, the others wouldn't be able to take a single blow. At this moment, their thoughts were the same. The giant hand slowly pressed down. Thorn and Leica's attacks rushed up, but they stopped before they could even get close to the giant hand. They couldn't advance an inch and started to disintegrate into nothingness in front of everyone's shocked eyes. With a loud explosion, the giant hand pressed down. Thorn and Leica circulated their Grand Taos to the limit, but they were still unable to block the terrifying power of the giant hand. With a loud explosion, the two non-human experts were smashed deep into the ground. Too strong. Even the Grand Daos have been disintegrated. This is an invincible attack. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, Sacred Lord Blood Prison, and company all took in a cold breath. Just now, they had clearly seen that no matter what kind of attack it was, as long as it entered the range of the palm, it would be disintegrated into nothingness. What a terrifying attack. A Grand Dao that was even higher than theirs. The Sacred Lords didn't dare to make a sound. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's face turned pale. Feeling it at such a close distance, he realized just how terrifying the power of the Grand Dao was. How can he be so strong? Sacred Lord Seven Fiend lost his voice. The other party had injured two of the fourth experts with a single palm. He didn't attack again, and the giant hand disappeared. Traces of the power of the Grand Dao continuously stimulated them. The sacred world isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. If you come to the sacred world again, I will definitely kill you. Thorn and Leica came out of the ground with pale faces. The power of the Grand Dao around them was much weaker. At this moment, they didn't dare to say another word and turned to leave the Seven Fiend world. Both of their eyes were filled with fear. They had been defeated in one move. Just how strong was the other party? Their Grand Dao attacks were strong, but compared to the other parties, they were on a completely different level. Sacred Lord Blood Prison felt the other party leave and finally revealed a happy expression. With the non-human experts gone, the scales of victory were tilted towards their side. He cupped his hands toward the sky and said, "Thank you, Alliance Leader, for helping out. We three Sacred Lords are extremely grateful." Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's face sank. Was he trying to rope in the Avengers, Alliance Leader? Things weren't looking good. The three Sacred Lords took the initiative to thank the mysterious Avengers, Alliance Leader. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, at the very least, the Avengers Alliance Leader had helped them greatly. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. Avengers Alliance Leader, I think this is a misunderstanding. Those two non-human experts weren't invited by me. They were greedy for the resources of the sacred world. After the two non-human experts left, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend seemed to have lost both his arms. He no longer had the strength to fight against the three Sacred Lords. If the Avengers Alliance Leader continued to support the three Sacred Lords, then he would really be done for. The small Saint World Alliance behind him would also become a thing of the past. You are guilty of colluding with the non-human experts. A cold voice sounded from the sky again. However, the sacred world isn't the wasteland continent of the past. If you continue to fight, the heavens and earth will collapse. The sacred world won't be able to withstand your torment. Let's just stop here. The sacred world needs peace. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, also felt that he was being hypocritical. If it wasn't for the chaos of the sacred world, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the chaos and accumulate a large amount of origin energy. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had never felt that the other party's voice was so pleasant to listen to. He hurriedly followed. Alliance Leader is right. The sacred world has been in chaos for such a long time and indeed needs peace. The Seven Fiend World Alliance and the Small Saint World Alliance will fully support Alliance Leader's words. When the three Sacred Lords heard this, they cursed the other party for being shameless. At the same time, they couldn't understand why the Avengers Alliance Leader would let Sacred Lord Seven Fiend go. The two non-human experts weren't a match for the other party. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and the other two Sacred Lords didn't have any confidence either. The quality of the Great Dao was higher than theirs. It was like a chasm that couldn't be crossed. We are willing to stop. Chapter 2345. A battle that wasn't a life and death battle ended just like that. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. It turned out that there was still an expert in the sacred world that suppressed 6 fourth-step experts by himself. The Avengers Alliance Master's strength spread across the sacred world. At the same time, some people pushed the Avengers Alliance Master to the position of the #1 expert. Just how strong was he to be able to suppress 6 Sacred Lords? Lin Fei had become the #1 expert by pretending to be the Avengers Alliance Master. Of course, this would happen later. Lin Fei suppressed 2 non-human experts with his strength, giving Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and the 3 Sacred Lords a deep and terrifying impression. They knew that it would be difficult to deal with Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, so they might as well leave a good impression in case the Avengers Alliance Master had other thoughts. The battle ended just like that. The 3 saints also returned to their respective small saint worlds as soon as possible. Their hearts were filled with complicated emotions, and they even felt a bit regretful. They had almost been killed by someone. What do you guys think the Avengers Alliance Master wants to do? Sacred Lord Bai Lang asked with a frown. Sacred Lord Blood Prison and Sacred Lord Xianxia were at a loss. 50 years had passed, and they still couldn't see what the other party was thinking. Under normal circumstances, if the other party really wanted to do something in the sacred world, he would have made a move 20 to 30 years ago. There was no need to wait until now. Today was a chance, so why did he give it up? The Avengers Alliance Master is far more mysterious than we imagined. We still can't see what he's planning. Sacred Lord Blood Prison sighed. We can only take it one step at a time. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. However, we can't let Thorn and Leica go. We must teach them a lesson. Terrifying, killing intent shot out of the 3 Sacred Lords' eyes. If the non-human experts hadn't interfered, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The 2 of them were the main culprits. They had to teach them a lesson no matter what. Does this count as me controlling the sacred world now? Lin Fei's goal was to prevent them from disturbing the balance of the sacred world. As long as this balance was maintained, he could continuously absorb the origin energy without anyone noticing. Using such a method to increase his strength and replicate the Great Tao, if news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was even to the extent that some old monsters would make a move against him. For the sake of safety, Lin Fei used the chaos of the Saint's world to conceal the ripples of origin energy in the surroundings. No matter who it was, no one would be able to link it to this. Congratulations, Master. The entire sacred world is in your hands. Qi Lin said flatteringly. Once Master's great Tao is revealed, who dares to challenge him? Even if there are more than 10 of them, Master will still be able to suppress them. Ouyangba added. When he mentioned the great Tao, his face was filled with pride. In the past, when the barbarian continent was filled with experts, Ouyangba was also an overlord. Because of the tyrannical energy of the great Tao, many people were unable to break through the defense of the great Tao. This special great Tao was too terrifying. It's best for the Saints' world to maintain the current situation for now. I believe that after this, they'll all settle down and stop fighting each other so easily. I can finally relax for a while. Lin Fei did not like the chaos of war in the sacred world, and he disliked being controlled by others even more. Peace returned to the sacred world. The leader of the Avengers also became the top expert in the sacred world. All kinds of rumors spread, and in a short time, all the information about the leader of the Avengers was dug out. The 3 great sacred lords and the others did not say anything about this. At least for now, the leader of the Avengers fully deserved to be the top expert. He had mastered a tyrannical great Tao, so he had a very obvious advantage. As the leader of the Avengers rose in the sacred world and became the top expert, the sacred world entered a period of peace. Although there were small-scale battles between the alliance of small sacred realms and the 3 great sacred lords from time to time, it was generally very peaceful. 3 months later, a shocking piece of news came from the foreign races outside the sacred world. The 3 great sacred lords had joined forces to deal with 2 fourth-step experts from the foreign races, but they were injured and fled back to their lair in the sacred world. This caused a huge uproar. In the beginning, everyone did not believe it was true. The foreign races were not as good as they used to be. It was already quite incredible that they could produce 2 fourth-step experts. When the 3 great sacred lords joined forces to attack, everyone thought it would be a piece of cake. In the end, there was an unforeseen event. The 3 great sacred lords fled back to their lair with serious injuries. Just when everyone thought it was impossible, the The two experts from the foreign races said that they would welcome the three great sacred lords as guests at any time. The news reached Lin Fei's ears immediately. The foreign races have fourth-step experts. Lin Fei was not interested in the foreign races. Ever since he had learned about their existence, he had not tried to understand them. The foreign races outside the civilization could not achieve anything great. Master, it's hard to say. Maybe the foreign races have some trump cards. Qi Lin said. For Master, it's fine as long as they don't enter the sacred world. No matter how much trouble they cause, they won't be able to do anything. Lin Fei had the same thought. Outside the sacred world, the foreign races outside the civilization. These foreign races occupied a very small continent. They did not build cities and always maintained a tribal way of living. However, the strength of the foreign races was obviously several times stronger than that of the human race. Because it was a foreign land outside the civilization, the foreign races that lived here needed to face tyrannical, vicious beasts and constantly temper their strength. In life and death battles, the strength of the foreign races could not be underestimated. Now, in a forbidden area of the foreign races were shrouded by a terrifying Great Tao's power. The previously injured Thorn and Leica were sitting cross-legged on a blood-colored stone. Traces of blood-colored power entered their bodies, and their complexions became more and more rosy. Thank you, Ancestor, for your reward. The two opened their eyes and looked at the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged on another stone with reverence. This white-haired old man was very old. His body was full of wrinkles, but his complexion was very rosy and his eyes were very spirited. If anyone ignored this white-haired old man, they would be the unlucky one. I didn't expect that in the declining sacred world, there would still be someone like the Avengers Alliance Master who grasped a powerful Great Tao. The white-haired old man sighed. Luckily, the two of you were able to return. The foreign races cannot be without you. Facing the white-haired old man in front of them, the two of them had a very proper attitude. Even now, they still couldn't forget the scene of Sacred Lord Blood Prison and company killing their way over. Originally, their injuries hadn't healed yet, and as time passed, they were defeated. At the critical moment, the Ancestor appeared and forced them back in 3 moves. The only regret was that he wasn't able to keep them here. Ancestor, the Avengers Alliance Master, is very strong. We suspect that he cultivates a grade 6 Great Tao at the very least. Our attacks can't affect him at all. Chapter 2346. Ever since the 3 Saint Lords returned from the alien world, they hadn't appeared for 100 years. With the number 1 expert in the sacred world, the sacred world maintained a rare peace. In the past 100 years, everyone guessed that the number 1 expert would control the sacred world, but it didn't happen. Since then, the number 1 expert, the Avengers, had never appeared again. After 100 years, he only left behind a shadow of a legend. In the endless starry sky outside the sacred world, a huge bird flew through the starry sky. Large areas of the starry sky collapsed. The uninhabited continent didn't even last for a second before it was smashed and finally stopped. We're here. The starry sky blue wand stopped in the starry sky. From a distance, it looked like a mountain that covered the sky. The dozen or so energy balls were very eye-catching. Deaconly stood up and released an invisible aura. The dozen or so energy balls felt a great pressure. According to the map, it will take about 5 or 6 days to reach the sacred world. You guys go there by yourselves. As for how to get the Great Tao Origin Heart, there is no need for me to say it. You all know it. The higher-ups have calculated that after 300 or 400 years, those experts will be resurrected. The dozen or so energy balls broke through the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Deaconly looked to the starry sky. You are all geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Don't disappoint me. The alien world. Since the beginning of the alien race's inheritance, the alien world was the alien world. It never had a complete name. Ever since that battle, Leica and Thorn had basically stayed in the foreign race's world and hadn't left at all. They had constantly increased their strength in hopes that one day they would be able to kill their way into the holy world and take the lives of the 3 holy lords. There was also the Avengers Alliance Master, whose whereabouts were always unknown. If it weren't for that person, the Holy World would have long since fallen into their hands, and the power of the foreign race would have reached its peak. In the past 100 years, the two alien race experts had been cultivating and going into closed-door training. Noon of this day, a terrifying aura shrouded the sky of the alien world. In front of this aura, the alien race experts felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if the other party could kill them with a single thought. This intense feeling kept rising from the bottom of their hearts. Who dares to cause trouble in the alien world? One after the other, two sharp auras soared into the sky. As the protectors of the alien world, Leica and Thorn were the first to come out. Two terrifying attacks tore apart the other party's aura, allowing the experts from the foreign races to catch a breather. Fourth step realm, 8th grade, Great Tao. What a piece of trash. A cold snort came from above the two of them. A huge finger shot through the air. No one knew where it came from, but it heavily hit the two of them. An unimaginably terrifying force pressed down on them, and they were immediately sent flying into a mountain. They were on the verge of death. This is too terrifying. Could it be that the Alliance Master has taken action? The two of them were on the verge of death. They were fourth-step experts, but they couldn't even take one move from this person. They felt extremely sullen, and a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. To be able to heavily injure them in one move, how terrifying was the person who came. Your Excellency, aren't you being too vicious and merciless? This is the outsider's world. How can you? Another tyrannical and terrifying aura shot into the sky. Halfway through his words, a finger stabbed down from the void. You half-dead old thing, scrammed to the side. A massive boom rang out, and the towering aura was suppressed by an even more powerful force. The entire forbidden region of the outsider world was shaken. Too weak, too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The voice in the void was filled with endless disappointment. Leica and Thorn revealed frightened expressions. The old ancestor wasn't this person's opponent and was suppressed by a single finger. This person's strength was unfathomable. The two of them felt their hearts sink to the bottom. From today onwards, the three of you belong to this young master. A powerful force attacked them. Leica, Thorn, and even the old ancestor were pulled over by a young man. They were thrown together, and the other party's icy voice echoed in their ears. Your strength is too weak. You can consider yourselves lucky. I don't need trash by my side. Otherwise, how could I compete with those people? The young man's body was shrouded by the power of the Great Tao, so his appearance couldn't be seen. The only thing they could feel was his arrogance. Leica, Thorn, and even the old ancestor didn't turn around for a moment. Once they did, they were overwhelmed with shock. A mysterious person had easily defeated them, and now there was more than one such powerhouse. Could it be that the holy world was going to change? The assassin world. Not bad, not bad. This is exactly what I want to control. There was an underground world outside the holy world. Normally, very few people would come to this place, but in this underground world, there was a terrifying power, the assassin world. The assassin world was overseen by a fourth-step powerhouse who had broken through 50 years ago. If this was a normal time, the master of the assassin world, Black, might make a move against the holy world. But what happened 50 years ago mercilessly told Black that with his strength alone, he was far from being able to strut around in the holy world. From then on, Black gave up on the idea of being a hegemon. With the mysterious number 1 expert above his head, who knew when he would come looking for him? It was better to be a local tyrant in his own territory. Black cultivated in the secret room as usual. After 50 years, his strength had stabilized. Sometimes he would turn into a black room, and sometimes he would turn into a human. He kept changing back and forth. This was one of Black's powerful Taos. I didn't expect there to be someone who cultivates the 6th grade Great Tao. This Great Tao is not bad. Without any warning, a sound came from the secret room. Black's expression changed, and the black room surged out, covering the entire secret room. Get out! A bright light, like the dawn before darkness, appeared. The black fog that covered the sky seemed to have met its nemesis. It kept evaporating and dissipating, and a series of groans came from the black fog. Stop, stop! Black was so scared that his scalp went numb. After returning to his human form, his face was full of horror. He cultivated a 6th-grade Great Tao, and he did not have to worry about facing the 3 great divine lords and the others. He did not expect to be suppressed by a mysterious person today. Black did not need to doubt that the other party's strength was so strong that he could not compete with him. Sir, your strength is impressive. If there is anything you need, just tell me. I will definitely complete it for you. Black lowered his head, having no intention of fighting back at all. Someone who could target his Great Tao must be a Great Tao above his own. A Great Tao countered a Great Tao, and his strength would be reduced by more than half. Black had no chance at all, so he might as well just admit defeat. You are very smart. The person smiled and said, I have taken a fancy to your assassin world, and I can even help you advance to the 5th step. Black knelt on one knee without hesitation. Black greets young master. Chapter 23:47. Master, several places in the sacred world have detected a powerful force that exceeds the strength of a 4th step expert. It is suspected that some experts have invaded this sacred world. Nether Realm, Wild Sacred Mountain, in a cave abode. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, suddenly heard the little fiend's reminder. He suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a trace of doubt. If I burst out with the power of a 4th step expert, wouldn't that be equal to the power of a 5th step expert? Ever since Lin Fei had shown his strength 100 years ago, he had become the top expert in the sacred world. He did not care much about it, as he felt a sense of accomplishment for using a mysterious identity to deal with the sacred world. In the past 100 years, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had basically stayed in the wild sacred mountain to absorb the origin energy and search for experts who were trying to resurrect. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. There were very few people like Ouyang. According to Ouyang, there were many hidden spaces and secret realms in the wild sacred mountain. Perhaps they were all hiding in those secret realms. Lin Fei tried to find a secret realm, but these secret realms were not ordinary. At the same time, they were closed. It was not easy to detect their specific location. Over the past few decades, Lin Fei hadn't gained anything. Those spatial secret realms were tightly hidden. It wasn't that he hadn't discovered any secret realms during this period, but they had long been destroyed by others. There was no value in them at all. Lin Fei could only give up on the idea of searching for them. However, it did not mean that he had given up on searching. Instead, he made arrangements. No matter when, as long as there was a spatial fluctuation in the wild sacred mountain, the little devil would know immediately. He would definitely be one step ahead of others and would not be afraid of being occupied. Yes, according to the force that erupted, it is indeed at the 5th step realm. Said the little devil. According to my analysis, Master's enemies should have a new backer. Lin Fei had not done anything in the past 100 years, but he had actually gained complete control over the Saint's world. He was not particularly interested in the territory, resources, and authority that other people had. Compared to origin energy, they were nothing. They were nothing. They were all unpresentable. Could it be that those experts from back then have returned, or... Lin Fei furrowed his brows. If they're really being controlled by someone, I'm afraid those people will come looking for me. I have to make some arrangements. Unable to guess their origins, Lin Fei realized that the sacred world would no longer be peaceful. Master, we've overlooked a certain force. That mysterious judgment organization. There's an 80% chance that these people are from that force. Imp said. The little devil had a strong analytical ability, so there was an 80% chance that he was from Judgment. Judgment. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If there was anyone who had the opportunity to send such a strong person, it would be the Judgment Organization. Even though the Judgment Organization had disappeared for such a long time and was almost forgotten by people, no one really believed that the Judgment Organization had disappeared. It was very likely that they were hiding from the world. Hey, Someone is looking for Sung Xianxia. Through the connection between them, Lin Fei immediately sensed the movement on the other side. Turn on the surveillance. Be careful. The image on the system changed to a palace in Heaven Wasteland domain. A tyrannical power was wreaking havoc, but it was perfectly controlled in a very small area, indicating that this person had an extremely deep grasp of his own strength. This person is very strong. Just this aura alone has reached the peak of the fourth step. His great Tao power is also extremely terrifying. Are they big shots who want to control the sacred world? Lin Fei was suspicious. In the palace, the Sung Xianxia brothers were both third-step experts. In the past 100 years, they had progressed extremely quickly. However, in front of the person who had come, just the terrifying pressure of the great Tao made it hard for them to breathe. You people of the sacred world are really weak. I haven't even made a move yet, but you can't stand it. How disappointing. In the original position of the city lord, there was a ball of red energy. One could vaguely see the figure inside. Now, I'll give you two choices. Either you live or you die. The Sung Xianxia brothers relied on Lin Fei to control a small sacred world and restore the former glory of his own clan. They had never had any thoughts of betrayal. They knew very well that without Di Tian's help, they most likely would not have reached this step today. Facing the tyrannical person in front of them, the Sung Xianxia brothers hesitated. One side was death, the other was life. This was the most difficult choice in a person's life. Once they made the choice, it would be a betrayal. The Zhong clan disdained to do such a thing. If they chose to die, the glory of the Zhong clan would never return, and they would forever become smoke in history. Why? Are you willing to choose to die? In the city lord's position, the ball of energy revealed a faint trace of dissatisfaction. Sung Xianxia did things in an open and above-board manner. The thing he was most unwilling to do was to betray. Even if Di Tian did not ask the Zhong clan to do anything in these 100 years, Sung Xianxia had always insisted that he was one of Di Tian's people. Without Di Tian behind him, even if he controlled the Heaven Wasteland domain, without a strong backing, he would not be able to stop the surrounding people from spying on him. Sung Xianxia agreed to that guy. There's nothing for me to worry about. When Sung Xianxia could not make a decision, a familiar voice sounded in the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, Sung Xianxia was also a powerful guy and did not reveal any strange expression. He believed that as long as he revealed a trace of strange expression, the mysterious person would definitely be able to see it. Sir, it's not impossible for us to rely on you. But do you have the confidence to face the siege from the invincible palace of the Nether Domain? Sung Xianxia said hesitantly. Haha, that's a good idea. That's great. I've never been stingy to my own people. As long as you work for me, a mere invincible palace and the Nether Domain are nothing. I might as well tell you, I'm from the mysterious judgment organization in your eyes. Do you think the forces of the sacred world can go against judgment? The unlimited arrogance of the words directly caused the hearts of the two brothers, Sung Xianxia, to tremble. On the other side, after hearing these words, Lin Fei finally confirmed that the mysterious judgment had finally made a move. They had arranged for young disciples to control an overlord of the sacred world the moment they arrived. I didn't expect it to really be them. But what exactly is their goal? Lin Fei frowned. We're willing to be your subordinates, Sung Xianxia said after struggling for a while. The younger brother beside him had always followed his older brother. Little did he know that at this moment, Sung Xianxia was also very shocked. That Di Tian's strength was so terrifying, and the people from the Judgment Organization actually did not notice it at all. How strong was that person? Sung Xianxia secretly rejoiced that he did not rely on the other party right from the start. Otherwise, if he offended Di Tian, there would be no place for him in the sacred world. Chapter 2348. The Judgment Organization. Lin Fei heard it clearly. The power that had disappeared for a long time had appeared once again. They had sent a powerful member of the younger generation to oversee it, and there were many similar people. Lin Fei connected the dots and confirmed that it was the work of the Judgment Organization. In the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the person from the Judgment Organization had never noticed that he was being monitored. After receiving the Xianxia brother's surrender, he began to understand all the information from the sacred world. The leader of the Avengers? The #1 expert in the sacred world? The massive energy knew all the information about the sacred world, such as the distribution of power. However, when it heard about the leader of the Avengers, it had some doubts. To be able to single-handedly suppress several fourth-step experts, his strength was indeed impressive. What the other party was most concerned about was the mysterious origin of the leader of the Avengers. Until now, no one knew his true identity. It was as if he had never appeared before. All right, from now on, the only thing you need to do is to collect information for me. Everything about. The massive energy said unhurriedly and threw out 2 elixirs. These are grade 5 Tao pills. They contain a rich and special energy. As long as you refine them, you will be able to smoothly advance to the 5th step realm. The Xianxia brothers were shocked by these words. 1 elixir could advance from the 3rd step to the 5th step realm? It was too terrifying. The other party's aura disappeared in front of the 2 of them. Xianxia could no longer sense the existence of the other party, but he did not think that the other party had left. He had just changed his way of existence. Big brother, are we dreaming? For a moment, Xianxia wondered if he was dreaming. The 2 grade 5 Tao pills floating in front of him told them that it was not a dream. We are not dreaming. That person is indeed very powerful. We just need to do as he says. Xianxia was not naive enough to think that they were dreaming. They could not afford to offend such an expert. They could not afford to offend Tian either. Could they not see that the other party had not sensed it? This was the most terrifying thing. Xianxia did not want to tell his brother. He was the only one who knew. Scanning the 5th grade Tao core in the dark, Lin Fei activated the scanning function. It was analyzed and tested. Ding! Level 5 Tao pill, a special type of pill. It contains the power of the great Tao and can help increase one's strength. It is a one-time consumable. Ding! Do you want to replicate? Lin Fei had been paying attention the moment the other party took out the pill. The Judgment Organization is so high and mighty. They have mastered such a method to increase their strength. Now, they have taken out a grade 5 Tao pill. Perhaps above this, there's a grade 6 Tao pill, or even a grade 7 Tao pill. Lin Fei thought to himself, copy. Ding, 1/10 of the energy unit will be consumed to replicate the Tier 5 Tao pill. Replication begins, estimated to end in 3 days. 1/10 of the consumption. Lin Fei's heart ached. This consumes too much energy. 1/10 of the origin energy was indeed a huge consumption, reaching a terrifying figure. Master, the effects of the grade 5 Tao core replicated by the system are more than 5 times that of an ordinary grade 5 Tao core. That's why it consumed so many units of origin energy. 5 times. Lin Fei's heart did not ache so much anymore. A 5 times increase was still understandable. Xianxia, this pill is not bad. You can take it. From now on, don't contact me. Do whatever you want, lest you get exposed. Lin Fei sent a thought over and into the call. Although the other party did not know that he was being monitored, Lin Fei still had to be careful, lest he was discovered. At that time, he would be the bird that stuck out. Lin Fei ended the call with Xianxia. He had been paying attention to the situation after taking the pill. He had to admit that the other party's grade 5 Tao core was very powerful. Within a few days after taking it, the 2 brothers, Xianxia, had advanced to the 4th step and mastered the great Tao body protection. The speed of their advancement did not stop. It was still slowly increasing. It seemed that they could really advance to the 5th step. After some observation, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of grade 5 Tao cores. They were good stuff. If not for the arrival of the Judgment Organization, Lin Fei really did not know that there was such a good thing. From the tip of the iceberg, he could see how powerful the Judgment Organization was. A group of mysterious people came to the sacred world. Lin Fei did not manage to grasp all of them. He barely knew that there were 10 of them in the sacred world. He did not know if there were more outside. Lin Fei believed that there were. He could also guess their purpose. Perhaps it was for those who were preparing to resurrect in the near future. After the people from the Judgment Organization came and secretly controlled them, they disappeared. In fact, they were hidden in the depths of the small sacred world. If not for the powerful system, it would be difficult to find them. There's another one? Just when Lin Fei thought that the people from the Judgment Organization would not find him, they came. Sealed World, Invincible Palace. A young man from the Judgment Organization came. Sealed World that could suppress people's strength. He did not manage to suppress the other party's strength and broke into Invincible Palace just like that. Lin Fei usually stayed in the wild sacred mountain to absorb the drifting origin energy. However, he also arranged for an expert to keep watch. That was Ouyang Ba. His great Tao decomposition could decompose everything. He was enough to keep watch. The netherworld was guarded by Qi Lin. A powerful mind was also a rare great Tao, and its attacks were more incisive. This young man from the Judgment Organization wanted to control Invincible Palace as soon as he arrived. However, he was attacked by Ouyang Ba. Ouyang Ba used his powerful great Tao and caught him off guard. With his powerful decomposition ability, no matter could escape from decomposition. Ouyang Ba was still very confident. Although he was only at step 4, he could make up for all his flaws with his strong advantage. This young man from the Judgment Organization was quite shocked. A great Tao of this level was also a very amazing great Tao in the Judgment Organization. He did not expect it to appear in the sealed world. The two of them fought. The great Tao that Ouyang Ba was proud of failed to defeat his opponent for the first time. Instead, his opponent left. Ouyang Ba told Lin Fei immediately, "It's not good to be too famous." Lin Fei did not come back. He turned on the projection and complained at his heart. "Master, did you say that they are the genius disciples of the Judgment Organization?" Ouyang Ba raised his head in surprise. "Yes, there's more than one person like him. There are at least 10 of them." Ouyang Ba lost his cool. Chapter 2349. His opponent was trying to subdue him. Furthermore, he was in his own territory. Lin Fei set up a surveillance camera and found the footage of his battle with Ouyang Ba. It's indeed an impressive treasure. Lin Fei noticed that the young expert from the Judgment team had mastered the Wind Dao and was an expert in speed. At the same time, when combined with the treasures in his hands, he weakened the power of the Great Tao disintegration. A 100% attack would be weakened by at least 50%. This was definitely one of the most frightening things to do. If that guy didn't have the treasure, he would not stand a chance against me. Ouyang Ba was unwilling to admit defeat. It's my first time seeing such a treasure. If my strength recovers to the 5th step, he would not be able to stop me with his treasure. "Have you heard of Tao pills?" Lin Fei asked all of a sudden. Ouyang Ba wore a confused look. He soon recalled something and said in astonishment, "Master, do you have a Tao pill?" Rumor had it that it was a special pill that could be used to break through to the next realm. Back when the Wild Holy Continent was at its peak, Tao pills were extremely rare. It was said that Tao pills were refined using the Great Tao Yuan heart. I'm not sure if it's true or not. A trace of understanding flashed in Lin Fei's heart. Perhaps Tao pills are really refined using the Great Tao Essence heart. The person who came up with such a method is not simple. Not yet, Lin Fei said. I'm not sure about it in the future. Ouyang Ba pondered. Master, as long as I can reach the 5th step, I'll be able to defeat any expert from the Judgment team in a one-on-one battle. Soon, after the young expert from the Judgment team disappeared, no one in the sacred world knew about it. During this period, there was a huge change. 3 days later, Lin Fei finally received the good news that the 5th grade Tao pill had been successfully replicated. Ever since Sung Xingtian and Ouyang Ba consumed the pill, they had broken through their bottlenecks and reached the 4th step. Lin Fei was shocked when he found out about it. With such a pill, it was not difficult to control the authorities of the sacred world. In the face of threats and increasing one's strength, no matter who it was, they all knew how to choose. So this is a 5th grade Tao pill in a cave in the savage, sacred mountain. Lin Fei took out the pill. This was a green medicinal pill that exuded an ancient aura. The moment it was taken out, a thick aura of the great Tao spread out. Fortunately, Lin Fei had set up a formation to isolate all auras. Otherwise, just this aura alone would definitely attract the attention of others. Lin Fei did not believe that he was alone in the wild sacred mountain. This is indeed an extraordinary pill. It contains such terrifying energy. No wonder it can improve one's strength so easily. No one can resist it. Lin Fei sighed. If they knew that they contributed a method to increase their strength to me, their faces would probably turn black. Lin Fei was in a very good mood after spending a tenth of his energy to replicate a 5th-grade Tao pill. Furthermore, it was a pill that had been increased by 5 times. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. It melted in his mouth, and a strong energy swept through his body, as if it wanted to explode Lin Fei's body. What a tyrannical medicinal effect! Lin Fei was shocked. He used Tianming's energy to suppress it. Fortunately, Tianming's energy was incomparably huge. Furthermore, he was not afraid of consumption. After suppressing the energy, all that was left was to slowly refine it. This refinement took Lin Fei an entire month to completely refine the special energy in his body. Unparalleled realm. 3rd step, small realm. In a short month, Lin Fei broke through the bottleneck and successfully became a peerless expert. After Lin Fei successfully advanced to the unparalleled realm, he finally condensed a great Tao in his body. It was not an ordinary great Tao, but one of the rarer great Tao in the space series. It was not an active attack type, but an auxiliary great Tao called spatial nihility. The space great Tao was a huge great Tao. It contained all kinds of small Taos. The one that Lin Fei condensed was an auxiliary great Tao called spatial nihility. It was actually a kind of passive defense. It formed a space collapse around Lin Fei. No attack would be able to touch Lin Fei's body. This great Tao defense was not inferior to the invincible defense in the body of 10,000 curses. As long as he did not encounter a powerful expert, he would be invincible with this great Tao. Lin Fei did not only have this great Tao. At the same time, he had mastered another great Tao, decomposition, one for attack and one for defense. His strength had increased several times. Great Tao protection, Lin Fei shouted. The great Tao protection that could be used at the 4th step was easily used. The surrounding space collapsed, as if it had turned into nothingness. In this nothingness, Lin Fei's body seemed to have left this layer of space. It was folded by countless layers of space. Compared to the previous space bloodline, the power of the great Tao was above. In the future, when I copy a wind attribute speed great Tao, it will be perfect. Others might only be able to master one great Tao in their lifetime. However, this was not the case for Lin Fei. With the existence of a system, he could control a large number of great Tao. He could switch and use them without any trouble. It was perfect. That's right. I have to copy Qi Lin's mind great Tao. This is also a good attack method. Lin Fei thought to himself, little devil, if I continue to use the grade 5 Tao pill, will I be able to successfully break through to the 5th step? Theoretically, yes. 1/10 of the consumption was still very painful for Lin Fei. That's right. I will copy 2 ordinary grade 5 Tao pills. It should not use much origin energy. This is very economical. It is only about 1/3 of your elixir. Lin Fei could still accept it. After the elixir was copied, Lin Fei left the wild sacred mountain. He first went to the Netherworld Palace and called Qi Lin over. He copied Qi Lin's mind great Tao and left behind a grade 5 Tao pill. Qi Lin was shocked. That's great, Master. With this, I might be able to restore my strength to the 5th step. My mind power attack will also be more powerful. I can easily affect any experts below the 5th step. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. He had spent 1/3 of his origin energy. Ouyang Ba of the Invincible Palace was shocked when he saw that Lin Fei had advanced to the 3rd step of the martial Tao realm. Wasn't the speed a little too fast? After knowing that Lin Fei had consumed a 5th grade Tao pill, He was so shocked that he was almost speechless. This is for you. The people from the Judgment Organization are coming aggressively. Your strength is still not enough. You have to improve. Chapter 2350. While Lin Fei was paying attention to the movements in the Holy World, the entire Holy World was strangely calm. It was as if a storm was brewing and could erupt at any time. In the dark, all the forces were restraining their subordinates, and there were no more local battles. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. To any cultivator, 10 years was a very short period of time. It was the same for the Holy World. Everyone thought that the Holy World would calm down and a new era would slowly begin. Holy Lord Blood Prison, Holy Lord Yin Zixing, and Holy Lord Bai Lang all advanced to the 5th step in less than a month. The entire Holy World was shocked. The first to advance to the 5th step was Holy Lord Blood Prison. The Yama's death domain was filled with a sea of blood, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the Holy World. All the top experts in the Holy World, whether they were in seclusion or not, stopped and looked at the Yama's death domain. After a long time, a 5th step expert was finally born in the Holy World. There was a huge gap between the 5th step and the 4th step. Just when everyone thought that a new era would begin in the Holy World, Yin Zixing from the Yanhuang world advanced to the 5th step. Once again, everyone was shaken. Shocking news came one after another. In less than a month, the 3 Holy Lords had all advanced to the 5th step and displayed terrifying strength. A huge pressure shrouded the small Saint World Alliance. Holy Lord Seven Fiend didn't disappoint. After the 3 Holy Lords advanced, he followed closely and successfully advanced to the 5th step. Originally, it was difficult for 5th step experts to appear in the Holy World. As the 3 Holy Lords began to advance, they appeared one after another like mushrooms after the rain, stimulating everyone. Many people cried tears of joy and thought that a new era had begun in the Holy World. The 3rd step, the 4th step, and the 5th step were no longer out of reach. When the news that 2 experts from the alien world had advanced to the 5th step spread, it was undoubtedly more convincing. The future cultivation era had begun. One by one, they advanced to the 5th step successfully. The situation in the Holy World immediately changed. The original 3rd step masters of the small saint world started to have a headache and secretly sought refuge with the 5th step experts. They didn't want to be massacred. With the appearance of the 5th step experts, everyone's strength increased greatly. Especially with the 5th step experts, ordinary 3rd step and 4th step experts were no longer a deterrent. They felt great pressure in front of the 5th step experts and didn't dare to have any temper. Netherrealm. After the situation in the Holy World began to change, Divine Lord Seven Fiend came with him. He wanted to subdue the Netherworld and make it a part of his power. In the past, he might have been afraid of Dition, but now he was a 5th step expert. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. A mere small sacred world without a 5th step expert was a piece of cake for him. Dition, I've taken a liking to your Netherworld realm. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand it over so that you don't have to suffer. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend said arrogantly. Ever since he joined the mysterious person, his strength had increased greatly. After confirming that the other party was from the Judgment Organization, Seven Fiendish Holy Lord no longer had any desire to compete. He just wanted to complete his mission. He wanted to hug the other party's thigh tightly. Back then, Seven Fiendish Holy Lord had used his full strength and Lin Fan had nearly killed him with one finger. Now, he didn't have any temper at all and was completely convinced. As soon as Sacred Lord Seven Fiendish spoke, the aura of the 5th step crushed toward Nether Palace. The pressure was like 10,000 mountains that made it hard for everyone to breathe. The 5th step was so terrifying. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend, this is the Nether Realm. Who allowed you to be so arrogant? A disdainful snort came from the Nether Palace. As soon as he said that, an invisible force surged over. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend's eyes were filled with fear. His body shook, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was injured in one move. Scram! There was a thunderous explosion. The subordinates that Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had brought were all experts, but they all fell from the sky. In an instant, only Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was left. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was completely terrified. Why hadn't he thought of this? The Nether Realm also had hidden experts. He had taught them a deep lesson right from the start. An ordinary great Dao dares to be arrogant in the Nether Palace. Qi Lin laughed coldly in a secret room in the depths of the Nether Palace. 10 years had passed, and he had returned to the 5th step. His use of the mental energy Great Dao had reached an extremely deep level. The mental energy Great Dao was untraceable and the hardest to block. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had never investigated it before. He had suffered a huge loss. I believe that after this, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend and those people won't dare to act rashly. There is a 5th step expert in the Nether Realm. The news that Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had suffered a huge loss in the Nether Realm spread throughout the Holy World. Everyone was shocked. Tion had secretly created a 5th step expert and avoided the eyes and ears of many people. His methods were impressive, and he had dug a big hole. In the end, Sacred Lord Seven Fiend was unlucky. Sacred Lord Seven Fiend had suffered a loss in the Nether Realm. The people in the secret of the Holy World re-evaluated Tion. He had a 5th step expert in such a short time. Who knew how many 5th step experts he had by his side? The Nether Realm and the Sealed World had become powerful forces that couldn't be offended. While everyone was shocked by Tion, shocking news came from another small saint world. It turned out that a 5th step expert had appeared in the Cursed Palace. Cursed One had become a 5th step expert and overturned the small saint world. He had destroyed the original force and taken control of a small saint world. This was a sensational news. Cursed One, who had become a 5th step expert, used a powerful cursed Dao, and his combat power was extremely powerful. A 4th step expert was defeated in less than 3 moves. The situation in the Holy World changed very quickly. Some unknown forces broke through realms without any warning and reached unimaginable realms, blinding everyone. While the storm was raging outside, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He stepped into the endless starry sky. He had something very important to do. Not long ago, Little Fiend had monitored a trace of spatial fluctuations in a mystic realm and suspected that there was a mystic realm there. There might be experts trying to resurrect there. 10 years. Lin Fei figured out some of the ins and outs. The Great Dao Origin Heart in the mystic realm might be what they were after. Thus, Lin Fei came to try his luck and see if he could use this opportunity to obtain the Great Dao Origin Heart. 10 years had passed since he had taken the Grade 5 Dao pills. Lin Fei's realm had improved very quickly, and he had now reached the 6th step. Compared to ordinary people, Lin Fei didn't need to comprehend anything. He took the Grade 5 Dao pills one by one and kept accumulating, breaking through to the 6th step. This cultivation speed was considered fast even in the Judgment Organization. No one could keep taking Grade 5 Dao pills. Lin Fei could keep replicating them, and the effect was 5 times that of ordinary pills. It wasn't difficult for him to reach the 6th step. Chapter 2351. Lin Fei was basically monitoring the inside and outside of the sacred world. He could even record the slightest spatial fluctuation. It could be said that there is really nothing in the sacred world that Lin Fei didn't know. On an uninhabited continent outside the starry sky, Lin Fei made a few spatial translocations and arrived at the place where the spatial fluctuation was generated. This is it. This spatial fluctuation was very obscure. If not for the system recording it, it would be very difficult to discover it. As far as Lin Fei was concerned, just a slight fluctuation would suffice. Open. Lin Fei raised his hand and pressed it in the void. The Great Dao decomposition rampaged and shattered all concealment. A spatial entrance appeared. No matter could stop the power of the Great Dao decomposition. Scan. Lin Fei was used to using the system to scan. If he used the system to scan, he wouldn't miss any suspicious places. If he used his divine senses, the effect would be much worse. Master, you're in luck. In the center of this uninhabited mystic realm, There's a fluctuation of life aura. There's a complete Great Tao Essence Heart. Lin Fei revealed a look of joy. After a few decades, he finally found another Great Tao Essence Heart. This time, he could study it properly. After locking onto the location, Lin Fei moved over and came to the center of the mystic realm. This mystic realm seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. There was no life in it. He didn't let his guard down because of this. Good technique. I might not even be able to discover it with my divine senses. Lin Fei's figure appeared in the sky above an uninhabited pile of rocks. If it wasn't for the little fiend, there wouldn't be any mistakes. He was about to suspect that he was in the wrong place because there wasn't any aura leaking out. Come out. He advanced to the 6th step. Lin Fei grabbed down with one hand. The power of the Great Tao decomposition spread out. All the rocks, and even the ground, were decomposed into nothingness. A huge pit appeared. The array formations and restrictions all collapsed in front of the powerful Great Tao decomposition. A huge cave abode appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The violent destruction continued. Everything in the cave abode all turned into nothingness in front of the Great Tao decomposition. A huge green coffin appeared. The coffin was covered with array formations and restrictions, isolating all auras from leaking out. One palm. Lin Fei shattered all the formations and restrictions. He opened the lid, and a black Great Tao origin heart appeared. When this Great Path Essence heart appeared, Lin Fei's eyes felt as if they had encountered something terrifying, feeling a trace of pain. It was as if he continued to look, he would be hurt by the bright light. What a domineering Great Tao origin heart. This person must have been an extremely powerful expert when he was alive. I only took a glance at it, and my eyes were torn apart. The pain was unbearable, as if they were about to shatter. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate it. His great path surrounded him. When he looked at his great path, primordial heart again, it was not as sharp as before. However, there were still traces of power that cut through the Great Tao's protection. This should be a type of metal Grand Tao, and it contains a terrifying sharp aura. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can withstand such an overbearing sharp aura. Lin Fei felt that his Great Tao decomposition was very impressive. Compared to the Great Tao in front of him, it didn't seem to have any advantage. This feeling was very strange, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Come out. Lin Fei realized the extraordinariness of the Great Path Essence Heart. He activated his spiritual Grand Tao and condensed a large hand. As he reached out, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to fall into the world in his palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the spiritual hand approached, the Great Path Essence Heart shot out countless sharp sword chi. The spiritual hand that ordinary people couldn't break was easily pierced through by the sword chi. The entire hand was like a sieve and finally collapsed in the void. Sword chi, this is sword chi. The sword chi that shot out finally made Lin Fei realize what it was. There was actually such a sharp sword chi in the world that could pierce through his spiritual hand. No wonder his eyes hurt when he stared at it. It was that invisible sword chi that was causing trouble. This is definitely a high-grade Great Path Essence Heart. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect there to be a 5th-grade Great Path Essence Heart here. And it's a metal Grand Tao that focuses on attack. This is great. In the void, laughter came. A green jade hand reached out, trying to grab the Great Path Essence Heart on the copper coffin. Trying to snatch it? Lin Fei was furious. A high-grade Great Path Essence Heart had great research value. Someone actually dared to snatch it in front of him. Did they really think he didn't exist? How dare you, sir? Who allowed you to take it? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Using his palm as a blade, he slashed at a place in the void as fast as lightning. He slashed at the green jade hand that reached out, and sparks flew everywhere. This blade came fast and ferociously. Coupled with the power of the Great Path disintegration, anything in front of this blade would be overshadowed. An unexpected scene appeared. The tyrannical Great Path disintegration met its match this time. The green jade hand seemed to be disintegrating, but it still stubbornly resisted. Traces of power burst out, and actually blocked the attack of the Great Path Disintegration, maintaining the undefeated situation. Huh? A voice came from the void. I didn't expect there to be another expert. You are probably not from the Judgment Hall. There is no Great Path of the Judgment Hall like yours. Unfortunately, you met me. The green jade hand shook. In the dazzling green light, it shook off Lin Fei's attack. Once again, it grabbed at the Great Path Essence heart on the copper coffin, displaying its extraordinary strength. This was the first time that Lin Fei had met a worthy opponent. Ever since he cultivated 3 great paths, the experts in the sacred world had become so weak that they could not even withstand a single blow. Today, he had met an expert from the Judgment Hall, and he wanted to compete with him. "Come out," Lin Fei shouted. A huge whirlpool appeared in the center of his body. The terrifying power of disintegration spread out, forming a forbidden zone around him. Although the green jade hand was strong, it could not withstand this kind of attack. In the disintegration, it turned into nothingness. The power of the Great Path Essence heart rapidly weakened, and the power of the sword Qi was not as strong as before. Good chance. Lin Fei did not plan to use his hands to grab the Great Path Essence heart. He did not doubt that if he really used his hands to grab it, his body would be riddled with holes by the Great Path Essence heart. Capture. Although he could not use his hands, it did not mean that he could not use them. Once the system was activated, everything in the surrounding area could be captured. The Great Path Essence heart struggled instinctively. The sword Qi was like rain. If it was a normal Great Path, it would have been pierced through. However, the Great Path decomposition was different. It was not that easy to break. When the system began to capture the Great Path Essence heart, the green jade hand reached in again. Compared to the last time, the hand was covered with a layer of scale-like substance, blocking most of the power of the Great Path decomposition. "You're not bad. I didn't expect someone to be able to force me to use this in such a backward place." The green jade hand was fast, but it was still not as fast as the system. The moment the green jade hand grabbed the Great Path Essence heart, it was as if it had disappeared from the world, leaving no trace of its aura. The green jade hand grabbed thin air. Chapter 2352. Lin Fei had collected the Great Tao Origin Heart at lightning speed, giving the other party a huge shock. In the end, he had failed. The Great Path Origin Heart disappeared. "Bastard, hand over the Great Path Origin Heart." An angry voice came from the void. The green jade hand attacked again. Compared to the last time, the attack was much sharper. An invisible sense of danger enveloped the area. From the beginning to the end, his opponent had not used the power of the Great Path. It was purely an instinctive attack. Come and get it yourself if you can. After Lin Fei knew how extraordinary the Great Path Origin Heart was, he naturally would not hand it over. Even if his opponent was from the Judgment Organization, he would not be intimidated. Moreover, Lin Fei really wanted to see how strong his opponent was against an expert from the Judgment Organization. Such arrogance! How dare you? When the green jade hand was about to approach, it split into 2, then into 4. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of green jade hands. The real and fake hands were indistinguishable. "Master, the green jade hand in front of you is real." Lin Fei used his hand as a blade again and slashed at the green jade hand closest to him. Sparks flew again, and the power was weakened again. If one slash doesn't work again, this was a rare opportunity. How could Lin Fei be willing to let it go? His origin energy surged, and every saber strike landed on the green jade-like hand. This kind of continuous attack was not something anyone could handle. Spirit Rush. The opponent's strength was beyond imagination. Lin Fei activated the Great Path of Spirit. The boundless Great Path of Spirit rushed towards a certain direction. A muffled groan came from the void, and a green figure fell out. The opponent was injured. From the beginning, Lin Fei had been looking for the opponent's traces. The Great Path of Spirit used a Spirit Rush to force the opponent out. "I didn't expect you to cultivate 2 great paths. A place like the sacred world actually produced a talent like you." The azure-clothed person's bright eyes flashed with shock. "Unfortunately, your attacks are too ordinary. The azure-clothed person knew very well what kind of place the sacred world was. This was a place abandoned by the Judgment Organization. The continent had collapsed, and the origin energy was no longer complete. It was extremely difficult to produce one or two experts. This was also why the higher-ups had arranged for them to come here. No one could threaten their lives. But today, there was someone who could affect their lives. The tyrannical power of disintegrating matter, if placed on their side, would definitely be an honored guest of the various powers. In the face of the great Tao of decomposition with great destructive power, only one would appear every 1,000 or even several thousand years. Both of them would receive the attention of the Judgment Tribunal. The green-clothed man threw down a sentence. Now I'll let you experience what a real attack is. As soon as he finished speaking, a green shadow appeared in front of Lin Fei and slapped toward Lin Fei's chest. I forgot to tell you that my great way is the ultimate speed. This was the first extreme speed that Lin Fei had encountered. It was indeed fast. Invincible defense and body of 10,000 curses were instantly activated. Still, a tyrannical and terrifying force landed on his body. The huge force directly sent Lin Fei flying. Not bad defense, but it's a pity that it's still not enough. The azure-clothed man's movements were beyond the range of Lin Fei's spiritual sense. He basically could not see any traces. He only felt the opponent's punches land on his body one after another. The great Tao body protection was shattered after a few hits. When one speed reached a certain level, experts of the same level would not be a match for him. Lin Fei could not resist the opponent's attack now. The moment the great Tao body protection was shattered, the opponent's fists landed on his body. Furthermore, it was not just one punch. Hundreds of fist marks landed on his body, almost causing his body to explode. Powerful. He is indeed powerful. This was the first time Lin Fei had been in such a sorry state. With the invincible defense, the body of incantations, and the great Tao body protection, Lin Fei looked like he was in a sorry state, but he was not seriously injured. However, he also realized that the people from the Judgment Organization were tyrannical and terrifying. The fourth step and fifth step experts in the sacred world would definitely lose if they encountered this azure-clothed man. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that the opponent had underestimated him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to snatch the great Tao origin heart. In front of me, your attacks are too slow. Since you snatched my great Tao origin heart, let me strip it from your body. Only on my body can your great Tao decomposition shine. Lin Fei kept moving through space, but he was still one step slower than the opponent. Just as he had said, in the same realm, the opponent was the king of speed. The difference was that the opponent could attack once, and the opponent could attack 100 times. This was the situation that Lin Fei was facing now. Have you calculated the opponent's movement traces? Lin Fei could only adopt a defensive stance. The great Tao decomposition unfolded and formed a forbidden zone. However, the azure-clothed man had a treasure that could greatly resist the attack. The destructive power of the great Tao decomposition was infinitely suppressed. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not alone. He had the little devil and the powerful system. So what if it was the ultimate speed? Almost there. Just a little more. Lin Fei continued to resist. Even so, his destiny energy and origin energy were being consumed very quickly. Moreover, it was the fastest in history. The opponent's attack was too overbearing. Not everyone wanted to meet this kind of enemy, especially when his methods were restricted by the opponent. Lin Fei became more and more serious about the mysterious trial organization. Did they recruit all the geniuses? Unbeknownst to him, the azure-clothed man was also very shocked. This was the first time he met someone who could resist his attack. In the outside world, almost no one could last for such a long time. Even if you can resist, so what? So what if you have grasped the spiritual great Tao? You can only say that you are unlucky to meet me. Who asked me to control the ultimate speed? In every realm, I am invincible. The azure-clothed man pushed his speed to the limit. All right, I have calculated the opponent's movement data. after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The little devil sent good news. That's great. Help me figure out my next attack and movement route. Lin Fei had not felt so sullen in a long time. It was the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He basically couldn't defend against the opponent's attack. Fortunately, he was different from ordinary people. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. Not to mention standing here. It's here. The opponent's next position appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Blade, capturing the opponent's position in advance. The spiritual great Dao quickly penetrated. At the same time, a blade slashed at the position of the azure-clothed man. The spiritual great Dao couldn't be used because the opponent was constantly moving and could avoid being captured by the spiritual great Dao. But this time, the opponent was obviously going to be disappointed. The azure-clothed man felt his body tremble. A look of shock appeared on his face. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered yet. A blade light slashed over, forcing him to put his hands together to block the opponent's blade. He can actually discover my position. Chapter 23:53. The man in green didn't think that Lin Fan could see his position. Ever since he condensed his extreme speed, every time he advanced, he would be invincible among those of the same realm. Even if he met someone with a higher realm than him, he would still be invincible. It must be a fluke. The man in green told himself that no one would be able to pinpoint his position in advance. Lin Fan was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. It was just once. There won't be a second time. The man in green changed his position again. His body was pierced by a spirit once more. Even if there was a treasure to reduce the power, it was still very uncomfortable. Following closely, another saber slashed over. I was hit again. The man in green changed his position again. Without exception, he was hit again. Impossible. This was the first time the cyan-clothed man had encountered such a strange situation. As he lost his advantage in speed, the other party's attacks landed on him every time, forcing him to be unable to get close to the other party. He was completely blocked outside. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times, 30 times, 50 times, the man in green's face was a bit pale. He was about to collapse. He couldn't understand why his extreme speed would lose its effect. Lin Fan was able to hit him every time. Unable to display his speed advantage, the man in green felt very sullen. Dealing with Lin Fan had become a joke. How did you find out where I was? The man in green pulled away and didn't attack anymore. He wasn't in a good state. If he continued, it would just be pointless. Do you think I will tell you? Lin Fei smiled. The man in green was startled. He thought about it and realized that it was true. Why would Lin Fan tell him? This was his secret. If he told him, how would Lin Fan suppress him? You're strong today. Let's wait and see. Next time, you might not be able to break my speed so easily. The man in green was unwilling, but he knew that if he continued, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his effort, he might as well leave now. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He is really straightforward. He said no, and he left. Such a person isn't easy to deal with. Lin Fei's face turned solemn. Such a straightforward person was the hardest to deal with. Although the man in green left, Lin Fei didn't relax. Little Devil had been monitoring him. After confirming that the man had left, Lin Fei left. At the same time, he concealed his aura. Is that person the legendary leader of the Avengers? The azure-clothed man stood on an uninhabited mountain peak, revealing a trace of doubt. If it weren't for him, the Saints' world would be far more extraordinary than I imagined. There's actually someone with this ability. The azure-clothed man had been in the Saints' world for a very long time now. He had always been searching for the Heart of Ways. He had used a treasure to find the Heart of Ways in the past, but he never thought that it would be snatched away right before his eyes due to underestimating it. He returned empty-handed in the end. I wonder what their expressions will be like now that the greatest expert of the Saints' world has appeared. Perhaps it'll be extremely interesting. Ha ha ha. The azure-clothed man turned around and left. Lin Fei returned to the wild Sacred Mountains cave dwelling. Along the way, Lin Fei had been very careful, concealing his aura and erasing all traces. After exchanging blows with the azure-clothed man, Lin Fei realized something. The exports of the judgment hidden in the sacred world should not be weaker than this azure-clothed man. It should be said that all of them were geniuses. If a prodigy was already this strong, then the others were even more obvious. Lin Fei felt a sense of pressure. If it wasn't for the little fiend calculating the opponent's position, he would definitely be the one who lost. At this point, Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. That azure-clothed man should be at the 6th step. If he advances by another minor realm, even if the little fiend can calculate the opponent's position, my attack speed will not be able to keep up, and my ability to restrict the opponent will be greatly weakened. Then, it will really be difficult to deal with him. Lin Fei suppressed the thoughts in his heart, no longer thinking about this matter. He arranged an array formation around the cave mansion, isolating the aura from leaking out. For safety's sake, he ordered the little fiend to shield it and monitor the cave mansion surroundings. Lin Fei didn't want to do it again. The battle with the azure-clothed man had consumed 20% of his origin energy and 40% of his heavenly mandate energy. Fortunately, he had snatched the heart of Ways this time. In comparison, it was still very worthwhile. The heart of Ways was taken out, and sharp sword chi burst out. Lin Fei was already prepared. The great Tao decomposition formed a forbidden zone. Although the sword chi was powerful, it was instinctive and had limited power. It was easy to suppress it. Seeing the heart of Ways activate the sword chi to shoot randomly, Lin Fei's eyes also felt a stinging pain. Little fiend, analyze and replicate. Lin Fei couldn't miss such a high-level great Tao. He had to master it. With the existence of a system, he didn't need to worry about having too many great Tao. It was just a matter of switching. It will take about 10 days. Lin Fei could wait for 10 days. However, 10 days wasn't long. It could be done in the blink of an eye. On the 10th day, Lin Fei opened his eyes. The little fiend had sent good news. The heart of Ways had been replicated, and there was a complete great Tao in the system space. Even through the system space, Lin Fei could still feel the sharp sword chi. It was indestructible, as if it could destroy everything in the world. It was comparable to the great Tao decomposition. Great, another great Tao is in my hands. It's a 5th grade great Tao. Its power must be extraordinary. The great Tao decomposition was very powerful. With another sharp great Tao, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Refined grasp. Lin Fei directly grasped it. With the existence of the system, it was very easy for Lin Fei to refine the great Tao. A stream of light entered his body. Lin Fei's entire body released traces of sharp aura. They were like sword chi that shot through the void. The array restriction was also shot through by the sword chi. Fortunately, the little fiend kept repairing and setting up layers upon layers of arrangements. It didn't leak out. Done. Not long after, when Lin Fei opened his eyes again, he shot out 2 sharp sword chi that tore through the void. His entire body was filled with a sharp aura. Ordinary people would feel a stabbing pain in their eyes if they looked at him. Those who were weaker would be blinded on the spot. A branch of the great Tao under the metal attribute, the Tao of benefits. After completely refining it, Lin Fei knew the name. At the same time, the memories contained in the heart of Ways were controlled by Lin Fei. Relying on the powerful ability of the system, he erased the consciousness of the heart of Ways, leaving behind pure memory fragments. Lin Fei knew the origin of the heart of Ways. The previous owner was an 8th-step expert in the wild continent. Relying on the Tao of benefits, he was at the top among 8th-step experts. I originally planned to master the use of the Tao of benefits, but it seems that I don't need to anymore. Some of the sword techniques left inside can come in handy. This was the benefit of completely refining it. Chapter 2354. 4th and 5th step experts appeared one after another. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the peaceful sacred world, causing a huge ripple. The era where 3rd step experts dominated was gradually gone. A 4th step expert was enough to suppress them, let alone a 5th step expert. That was an unreachable position. They could deal with them with one hand. The sacred world was only so big. There were only so many small saint worlds. As some people advanced, the situation began to change. The three great sacred lords, who had always maintained a cooperative relationship, began to crack, and they began to fight for control of the sacred world. In less than a year, the three great sacred lords had fought several times. The tyrannical strength of fifth-step experts quickly roped in a large number of forces, and their influence expanded rapidly. In the next short period of 150 years, there were constant battles in the sacred world. One force after another was swallowed, and it almost never stopped. All the forces, big and small, sought refuge with the powerful sacred lords. 150 years later, the forces of the sacred world became a situation where several forces fought for supremacy. The first force, Yama's Death Domain. The second force, Yin Huang World. The third force, Wave Breaking Domain. The fourth force, Seven Fiends Domain. The fifth force, Foreign Race Tribe. 150 years later, there were only 14 powerful forces left in the sacred world. These 14 forces controlled the 33 small saint worlds of the sacred world. The other forces, including the sacred lords, either sought refuge with them or disappeared from the sacred world. Now, there were only 14 powerful factions left. Among them, the 5 major factions were the most powerful. Each faction had at least one fifth-step expert overseeing it. After dividing the forces, the 14 forces remained united and did not make a move. The sacred world entered a temporary period of peace. Although it was peaceful, the saints' world was filled with a large number of spies. They filled the entire saints' world. At the same time, there was an uninhabited continent below space. Spies would appear in places where no one would normally appear. Even they could not understand the reason behind this. They constantly repeated the same thing. On an uninhabited continent, the entire continent was filled with ravines, and there was no sign of life. I don't know what the higher-ups are doing. Why did they send us to such a place? Be careful with your words, kid. Don't say such things. The higher-ups want us to keep it to ourselves. If someone hears it, everyone will be in trouble. On the continent, 2 figures landed in the sky above a desolate valley, one after the other. Uncle Lee, I was just joking. A slightly childish young man said with a hollow laugh. Alas, we've come here for nothing again. There shouldn't be any special activity in this place. Another middle-aged man shook his head after looking around, appearing very disappointed. The 2 of them were sent here by the higher-ups. Their mission was very simple. They were to search for some special places on the continent. At the same time, the higher-ups would bestow them with treasures to examine them. Uncle Lee, it's better to check if it's clean. If there's nothing, we'll change places. Uncle Lee took out a treasure that looked like a disc. He activated his heavens will energy, and the disc released a special energy that spread out with them at the center. Just when the 2 of them thought that they had made a wasted trip, a slight vibration came from the disc without any warning. Something good. Hurry up. This was the first time the 2 of them had met, and their faces lit up with joy. Once they discovered the commotion and reported it, it would be a great merit, and the reward would be very generous, enough to make people salivate. It's here. The 2 of them quickly arrived at the location. As they got closer, the vibration of the disc became more intense. Above a lake on the uninhabited continent, the 2 of them were very excited, as they had finally made a great contribution. Uncle Lee, it seems to be under the lake. Is there a treasure buried under it? The middle-aged man, Uncle Lee, was very excited. He knew that almost everyone in the sacred world was looking for it outside. This was something that had never happened before. You'd better not think about it. Uncle Lee was very knowledgeable, and he knew very well that he should not be curious about this kind of thing. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Before he finished speaking, the lake under him moved even though there was no wind. Splash! The lake turned into a human face, which opened its mouth and swallowed the 2 of them. Even though the 2 of them had the strength of a first-step expert, they were still very weak in front of this human face. Everything happened too quickly. Uncle Lee and the young man did not even notice that they were eaten by the human face. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, The entire lake moved, and a blue-clothed man walked out of the water. The lake water turned into a water dragon, which appeared under the blue-clothed man's feet. There was not a single drop of water left in the huge lake. However, the bottom of the lake was covered with bones. "I'm back." The blue-clothed man looked at the sky, and an ancient aura filled the entire continent. In the endless starry sky, Deacon Li, who had been sitting cross-legged on the blue lawn in the starry sky, slowly opened his eyes. "It's finally starting." It's a little earlier than the higher-ups predicted. Deacon Li had never left since he sent the geniuses of the trial hall here. He only needed to bring them back at the end. I don't know how many of those experts from the Wasteland continent will return. In order to arrange this, the higher-ups have put in a lot of effort. Deacon Li closed his eyes once again. It's finally here. Those experts are starting to return. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. It's time to exercise. Don't disappoint me. In some dangerous places in the sacred world, groups of energy woke up one after another. They revealed a look of joy, and then closed their eyes again, waiting for those experts to return. Master, on an uninhabited continent, there is a fluctuation of the great Tao, primordial heart. In a cave in the savage, sacred mountain, a black-robed man sat cross-legged on a stone platform. Sharp sword chi revolved around him, and anyone who saw him would feel terrified. The black-robed man opened his eyes, and his sharp eyes pierced through the void. Turn the surveillance screen. It was a plan that took nearly 200 years. Lin Fei controlled every movement in the sacred world, and there was almost nothing that he couldn't know. The secret actions of those forces were all monitored. When the screen turned, Lin Fei seemed to be at the scene. He could clearly see the conversation between Uncle Li and the young man, until they came to the sky above the lake. The lake water turned into a human face, swallowed them, and then the blue-clothed man appeared. Those fallen experts are starting to return. With just a glance, Lin Fei felt an ancient aura from the other party. The strength of the fifth step, controlling the power of water. Lin Fei quickly analyzed and realized that the returning experts were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Chapter 2355. Damn, are you sure? An 8-step expert? Lin Fei could no longer remain calm. 150 years ago, in order to seize the great Tao primordial heart, he had fought with the azure-clothed man and realized how powerful the people of the Judgment Organization were. Now, an 8-step expert had appeared. What kind of joke was this? I'm not mistaken. It is indeed an 8-step expert. He should be escorting the geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Turn around. The scene changed again, and an endless starry sky appeared. This bird, the huge bird that covered the sky, gave Lin Fei a great shock. When he looked at the bird's realm, it made him feel ashamed. Many people might not be able to reach the height of the bird, even if they cultivated for a lifetime. That was not all. On the back of the unknown bird sat a middle-aged man. He did not release any great Tao, but he gave people a shocking feeling that they could not surpass him. So far, the middle-aged man on the back of the bird was the most powerful person Lin Fei had ever seen. The Judgment Organization controlled the sacred world for a reason. It was just a figure, but Lin Fei felt immense pressure. However, it was only pressure. In the past 150 years, no one had improved faster than him. He had continuously taken Tier 5 Tao pills, but the effects were weak. He could not take them for 150 years. Lin Fei was now a 7-step expert. With the grade 5 Tao pills, Lin Fei had taken a step forward. However, compared to the person on the back of the bird, he was still lacking. After years of cultivation, he had a deep understanding of the great Tao. It was difficult to defeat someone with a gap of a small realm. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. An 8-step expert acted as a healer. The Judgment Organization was rich and overbearing, and ordinary people could not compare. The sacred world has become a testing ground for them. The return of those experts must be related to the arrangements of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei understood the cause and effect. Decades ago, Lin Fei had a guess, but he was not sure. After seeing the 8-step expert on the back of the big bird, Lin Fei was sure that the holy world seemed to have become a testing ground. The cyan-clothed man he had fought before should be a genius of the Judgment Organization or a disciple with a bright future. Continue to monitor that guy. It's best to be careful. With such an 8-step expert around, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. He had to keep an eye on him at all times. He believed that that person wouldn't make a move. She was here to be a nanny and be responsible for his safety. It won't be easy to kill them. Luckily, I didn't arrogantly attack them when I reached the 7th step. If I really did, this person would definitely attack. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he did not act rashly that day. Who would have thought that there was a hidden expert of the Judgment Organization in the distant space outside the sacred world? Knowing that the enemy's nanny was overseeing the starry sky, Lin Fei knew that it would be troublesome to kill them and take the Dao Core from them. Since 20 years ago, Lin Fei no longer took the Tier 5 Dao pill because it was no longer effective. He was able to reach the 7th step because the quality of the Tier 5 Dao pill was several times better than ordinary ones. This was the main reason why Lin Fei could advance. After the Tier 5 Dao pill lost its effect, Lin Fei wanted to find a higher quality Dao pill. Even if it was just one, he could rely on the system to replicate it. Now, he had to put this idea aside for the time being. The Judgment Organization could arrange for an 8-step expert to come over and keep watch, so they wouldn't pretend that a genius was killed. Once it was a matter of life and death, the 8-step expert would definitely make a move. Lin Fei planned to continue watching. The resurrection of the blue-clothed man from the uninhabited continents seemed to open the door to the resurrection of experts. After that day, there were constant movements in the uninhabited continents and even some mystic realms. Anyone who had reached the 1st step could clearly sense the huge movements. The sacred world was in an uproar. The prophecy has come true. Those experts have resurrected and returned. The sacred world is going to change. The patriarch is coming back. Some of the forces in the sacred world sensed something was up. After all, this was not a small matter. Instead, it was a big matter that no one could ignore. The prophecy had come true. The experts that had fallen in the battle on the Wild Continent had actually resurrected and returned. This was definitely a shocking matter for everyone. It could be said that the forces in the sacred world were basically the ones that had survived after the Wild Continent had shattered. Some forces were starting to become restless. Perhaps there were experts from their ancestors among the returning experts. From everyone's point of view, it was time to bring glory to their families. While everyone was waiting, a shocking piece of news spread. Yama's Death Domain's Sacred Lord Blood Prison and his subordinates had killed a newly resurrected 4th step expert on an uninhabited continent and seized his great Dao origin heart. Everyone was dumbfounded when the news spread. The resurrected expert had been killed? Was Sacred Lord Blood Prison this strong? While everyone was still in shock, a piece of explosive news spread. Sacred Lord Xianxia had also led a group of people to kill a 4th step expert. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. The experts from back then had been killed. The great Dao origin heart had been taken as well. After Sacred Lord Blood Prison and Sacred Lord Xianxia started to kill the resurrected expert, the other forces also started to take action against the resurrected expert. At the same time, in the distant space, there was a giant bird that was about the same size as the starry sky green one. Its speed was also extremely fast, and it silently approached the sacred world. The back of the bird was like a plane, and 5 experts with powerful auras sat on it. If Lin Fei saw this, he would definitely be shocked. One of them was at the 8th step, and the rest were at the 7th step. This was a very powerful lineup. Elder, the fallen experts have started to resurrect. The Judgment's plan has come true. For the 5 people looked at one of the gray-clothed men. The person in gray seemed to be very old, and his face was covered in scars. He looked very fierce and fierce. I didn't think that they would actually succeed. The person in gray said coldly, "We're going to the sacred world this time to secretly support some forces and use them to fight against the Judgment. We can't let them achieve their goal." Elder, they were the ones who started the Wild Continent back then. In the end, the Wild Continent was destroyed, and the sacred world that was rebuilt became a weak existence. Now, they want to obtain the great Tao origin heart of those people and raise them into disciples so that they can join the empire. We must stop this. Chapter 23:56. The commotion in the sacred world grew. The prophecy left behind in the past had come true. Some fallen experts had been resurrected, blinding everyone. It turned out that there was a chance of resurrection when one cultivated to an extremely high realm. The return of the experts caused quite a commotion, but they were also besieged by the factions in the sacred world. The newly resurrected experts were not as strong as they had been in the past, so they were besieged. The craziest ones were the 5 major factions who besieged the resurrected experts. Often, the resurrected experts would be killed before they could accumulate much strength, and their great Tao origin heart would be taken away. This situation lasted for a whole month. In the first month, the resurrected experts suffered heavy losses. They were besieged and killed before they could make a sound. There was no chance for them to make a comeback. In the second month, there was a huge commotion in a secret realm. A blood-colored power soared into the sky, immediately attracting the attacks of 7 or 8 factions. They tried to destroy the blood-colored power and seize its great Tao origin heart. A shocking scene appeared. The blood-colored power was extremely powerful as soon as it was resurrected. A sea of blood surged into the sky, causing the 7 or 8 factions to retreat. I'm the Yellow Springs Sect Master. I'm not someone you can covet. The blood-colored power was the famous Yellow Springs Sect Master. The Yellow Springs Sect Master controlled everyone's blood and killed a large number of people from the inside out. He calmly escaped the pursuit of a group of people, leaving behind an elegant figure. The sacred world was in an uproar, and the legend of the Yellow Springs Sect Master was brought up. I didn't expect the Yellow Springs Sect Master to be alive. It said, the Yellow Springs Sect Master was an 8-step expert at his peak. The Yellow Springs Sect Master seems to cultivate the bloodthirsty Great Tao. It's a 6th grade Great Tao, infinitely close to a 5th grade Great Tao. There was more and more information about the Yellow Springs Sect Master. Those who didn't know about the Yellow Springs Sect Master were shocked. Everyone realized why the Yellow Springs Sect Master was so powerful. It turned out that he cultivated the bloodthirsty Great Tao, which specialized in devouring people's blood. If a person lost all their blood, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. This was the Yellow Springs Sect Master's trump card. The appearance of the Yellow Springs Sect Master made everyone realize that the powerful experts of the past were resurrected. What should they do? A few days later, a small sacred world in the Saints' world was attacked by the Yellow Springs Sect Lord. He devoured the lives of several 100,000 people in an entire city, recovering his strength to the 6th step. On this day, when the Yellow Springs hierarch was wreaking havoc, he was attacked by 7 or 8 experts through the air. They heavily injured him, but it was a pity that he still managed to escape. The Yellow Spring hierarch had not only mastered the great Tao of bloodlust, but he had also cultivated a powerful escape technique called the blood escape technique. He could mix the real with the fake and the fake with the real. No one could tell the difference. Even though the Yellow Springs Sect Master had escaped, everyone noticed it for the first time. So, it turned out that the sacred world was still hiding such an expert. The aura of his attack from a distance was suffocating. 14 forces? In a remote place, the red-robed Yellow Spring cult master was digesting all the information he had devoured. His face was not as rosy as before. Judgment Organization, what a great plan. The Yellow Spring cult master looked like a middle-aged man, but he was furious. In the battle back then, no one had gained the upper hand. Instead, they had all fallen into the opponent's trap. After the city was bathed in blood, those who attacked me must be from the Judgment Organization. Using our great Tao primordial heart to increase their strength is indeed a good plan. I won't let you get away with it so easily. Boom! Boom! The Yellow Springs Sect Master's location was attacked by several experts. Yellow Springs Sect Master, you're quite fast. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape today. Hand over your great Tao primordial heart obediently. 8 people came out of the void and locked 8 positions, blocking the Yellow Spring Sect Master's escape route. At the same time, a tyrannical Great Tao locked onto the Yellow Spring Sect Master. You guys are so fast. The Yellow Spring Sect Master snorted coldly, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Yellow Spring Sect Master, if we don't move quickly and let you continue to devour, it won't be easy for us to deal with you. Your bloodthirsty Great Tao is to drink human blood. Once you lose your chi and blood, your combat strength will plummet. Back then, you relied on this move to become famous in the wildland. Everyone knows about it. Everyone, let's attack together. A Grade 6 Great Tao is still worth our time. The 8 people did not dare to underestimate the Yellow Spring Sect Master, even though he was only at the 6th step. After all, he had been famous for a long time, so no one dared to look down on him. The 8 genius experts of the Judgment Organization attacked like lightning, not giving the Yellow Spring Sect Master any chance. The bloodthirsty Great Tao was a well-known Great Tao in the Judgment Organization. In the past, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had dominated the wild land and was infamous. Experts of the same level were no match for him. Apart from some 8-step experts with special Great Taos, the rest were defeated by him. This time, the Yellow Spring Sect Master had met his match. All of them were very talented. After joining forces, they sealed the sky and locked the ground, cutting off the Yellow Spring Sect Master's escape route. As soon as they attacked, the Yellow Spring Sect Master was defeated. The bloodthirsty Great Tao, which he was best at, lost its effect. It turned out that the 8 people were wearing a set of armor, which blocked the bloodthirsty Great Tao's devouring ability. Now that he had lost his greatest support, coupled with the fact that he didn't have any treasures in hand, his strength was greatly affected. These should be the experts of the Judgment Organization who sneaked into the sacred world. On an unknown continent, the scene of the 8 experts of the Judgment Organization besieging the Yellow Spring Sect Master fell into someone's eyes. The azure-clothed man did not appear. From the moment the Yellow Spring Sect Master appeared, Lin Fei knew that his heavenly blood seal contained a treasure belonging to the Yellow Spring Sect Master. After completely refining it, it still reacted. A Grade 6 Great Tao, the bloodthirsty Great Tao. No wonder they are so interested. I'm afraid they have been waiting for this day for a long time. Since the expert's resurrection, Lin Fei had been paying attention to the progress of the matter. He was not very interested in the Great Tao primordial heart. Lin Fei was very interested in the Yellow Spring Sect Master. If he could learn some more secret information from the Yellow Spring Sect Master, it would be quite a good thing. From the moment the Yellow Spring Sect Master appeared, he entered Lin Fei's vision. The entire sacred world was under his control. No one knew the Yellow Spring Sect Master's whereabouts better than him. I'm going to lose. I wonder what trick the Yellow Spring Sect Master will use this time. This feeling of control was very good. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. In any case, the people of the Judgment Organization would always be a big trouble. Chapter 2357. Although the Netherworld Sect Master was powerful, he could not withstand the siege of tigers and wolves. Most importantly, his strength was not at its peak. Therefore, the Netherworld Sect Master was unlucky. The bloodthirst Great Tao could not exert its power and was suppressed by the opponent. Soon, the Netherworld Sect Master was covered in wounds, and the energy supporting the bloodthirst Great Tao was consumed rapidly. Just as the Netherworld Sect Master was about to use the blood escape again, the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm that were attacking him stopped for a moment. Their movements began to slow down, and they all fell to the ground. Gravity, a terrifying gravitational force pressed down on them. The Netherworld Sect Master heard a familiar voice that he had not heard for a long time. I didn't expect you to help me. The Netherworld Sect Master looked at the void with complicated emotions. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We all have a common enemy. If you die in their hands, we will have one less expert on our side. In the void, there was a spatial fluctuation, and a black-robed man appeared. Even through his clothes, one could see that the black-robed man was burly like a mountain, full of a heavy aura. The black-robed man looked at the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm that were suppressed by gravity. Help me tell your superiors that what happened back then will not end like this. The Judgment Realm must pay the price. A hand stretched out, a pitch-black palm pressing down, and with a huge rumbling sound, the 8 geniuses on the ground all fled into the ground. Let's go. The black-robed man and the Netherworld sect master tore the void and disappeared. When they left, 8 people rushed out from underground. Right now, they seem to be in an extremely sorry state. Even though they had some understanding of the experts that have fallen back then and had made some preparations, they didn't expect to still meet their match. That person should be Xianxia from back then. He cultivated the gravity great Tao and is very terrifying. He is indeed powerful. It's useless no matter how powerful he is. They're all my prey. The few people snorted and left one after another. A bloodthirst great Tao and a gravity great Tao. How interesting. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the whole process. As the expert who used gravity appeared and crushed the 8 geniuses of the Judgment Realm, Lin Fei was shocked. He did not know about this expert. He realized that the system's monitoring of the sacred world was not perfect, and there were loopholes. Xianxia, although there was a great distance between them, Lin Fei could still sense the terrifying gravity that the other party had exerted. No matter how the 8 geniuses tried to resist, their physical bodies were unable to withstand the crushing gravity that came from the other party. Lin Fei did not doubt that Xianxia would have killed them if not for the 8th-step expert in the cosmos. From some of their words, Lin Fei obtained some clues. The war on the wild continent back then might have been orchestrated by the Judgment Organization behind the scenes. Previously, Lin Fei thought that the Judgment Organization was established later, but now it seemed that it was clearly someone else's arrangement. In the short span of a month, those resurrected powerhouses had become their spoils of war. One by one, their great Tao origin hearts were taken away. Lin Fei couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this method of collecting. He said, "Good plan." The sacred realm was huge. There were many uninhabited continents near the Saint's world. When the war on the wild continent had broken out, the large and small continents outside had also been affected. It could be said that a fire at the city gate brought disaster to the fish in the moat. Countless continents had been destroyed. Therefore, there are now many uninhabited continents. Some continents even had traces left behind by some powerhouses after the war had broken out, which had turned into killing intents. This place should be safe. The black-robed Xianxia brought the Netherworld sect master to an uninhabited continent and sneaked into a broken mystic realm. I didn't expect that we would have to hide here and there now. The Netherworld sect master's eyes revealed a trace of regret and unwillingness. The black-robed man was the Xianxia that the Judgment Organization's elite had mentioned. He sat cross-legged on a rock and said, "It seems that you are also old. You are starting to recall the past and become sentimental." The Netherworld sect master said angrily, "Nonsense. Don't think that I will thank you just because you saved me. Even if you didn't come, I could still leave." Xianxia said with a smile, "You are powerful. Why didn't you kill them? You made them look like stray dogs that were being chased by them. I advise you to hurry up and recover from your injuries if you have time. Who knows when those elite geniuses will attack?" The Netherworld sect master was very angry. He knew that if it wasn't for Xianxia's help, he would have definitely died. His great Tao origin heart would have been taken away and become someone else's wedding dress. It is easier said than done to recover from injuries and restore strength. The Netherworld sect master was unwilling. If I have a Tao pill, it won't take long for me to restore my original strength. A trace of despair flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Tao pill is easier said than done. Back then, the Judgment Organization scheme caused our wasteland continent to suffer a crushing defeat. Why would they leave a Tao pill for us to restore our strength? As long as we don't restore our strength, those people from the Judgment Organization will always be a threat to us. The two of them sighed subconsciously. Tao pills were not easy to obtain. Kill the elite geniuses of the Judgment Organization? Who could guarantee that without the Judgment Organization's elites, they would definitely suffer a thunderous blow if they made a move? Seniors, why worry about Tao pills? If you don't have anything else, I happen to have it. Suddenly, a voice exploded in their ears. Both Chen Junshan and the Netherworld Sect Master were shocked. Someone had actually quietly approached them, and their expressions turned ugly. Who is it? Chen Junshan activated the Great Path of Gravity, and the area around him became a special zone. Even if it was a powerhouse, their strength would be suppressed infinitely within this Great Path domain. But this time, Chen Junshan's Great Tao of Gravity lost its effect. There was no one. The Great Tao of Gravity did not find the other party's whereabouts. Seniors, why do you have to do this? If I want to deal with you, I wouldn't even need to speak to you. I only need to inform the people of the Judgment Organization. The two thought about it and felt that it made sense. Now, these elites were no longer as prominent as they were in the past. Instead, they had become dogs in the water. Not to mention the Netherworld Sect Master. Even Chen Junshan had been ambushed several times after his resurrection and almost died. Since you're looking for us, why don't you show yourself? Hiding your head and tail is not a hero. The Netherworld Sect Master said sinisterly. It's because I am worried that the two of you will attack me. My small arms and legs may not be a match for you. There were no fluctuations in the space. A black-robed man wearing a mask appeared and looked at them with a smile. I am the Avengers Alliance Master. Chen Junshan and the Netherworld Sect Master had not been resurrected for a long time, so they knew about the current changes in the sacred world. They especially knew that the top expert was called the Avengers Alliance Master. You are the Avengers Alliance Master, the top expert in the sacred world. Chen Junshan has heard of this person. He is the top expert in the sacred world. He was once suspected to be a fourth-step expert or even a fifth-step expert. Now, it seemed that his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 2358. Be it Chen Junshan or the Yellow Springs sect leader, neither of them felt good. Back then, they had fought for it. In the end, they had lost to the Judgment Organization. They would never forget that day. After being resurrected, they were still pawns of the other party. No one hated the Judgment Organization more than they did. Why should I believe you? The Yellow Springs sect leader said angrily. Just because of your words? That's ridiculous. Do you know what a Tao pill is? Have you seen it? Being chased by a group of juniors, the Yellow Springs sect leader retorted. Chen Junshan did not say anything, seemingly waiting for the other party to answer. Who didn't want a Tao pill? They were well aware of the importance of a Tao pill. If they had a Tao pill, they could recover a portion of their strength in a short period of time. I don't have a high-grade Tao pill, but I do have a fifth-grade Tao pill. Lin Fei could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He took out a fifth-grade Tao pill. Once the seal was undone, the aura of a Tao pill spread. This was naturally an ordinary fifth-grade Tao pill. It really is a fifth-grade Tao pill. The Yellow Springs sect leader's expression immediately changed, revealing a look of joy. Other Tao pills might be good, but they were far inferior to a fifth-grade Tao pill. Because this was the most suitable Tao pill, it was easier to refine. Chen Junshan was also moved. If not for the lack of Tao pills, would he be chased by juniors and live a life of peril? This was not the life that Chen Junshan wanted. He wanted to break free. Vengeance, if we want a fifth-grade Tao pill, what price do we have to pay? Chen Junshan hit the nail on the head. Snatch. The two did not have the confidence. The other party could follow them silently. It was not as simple as they thought. The sacred world was full of enemies. There was almost no place to hide. The Vengeance Alliance leader in front of them was not easy to offend. It's simple. I don't need anything else. I just need a trace of pure Tao power from the two of you, and I can give you 10 fifth-grade Tao pills each to be able to make Lin Fei come. Actually, it was for the other party's Tao, which was more valuable. That's impossible. The Yellow Springs sect leader reacted subconsciously. This was a part of the great Tao's power that had been stripped off. There was no consciousness at all, and it was completely blank. No one was willing to hand it over. Who knew what the other party would do? Lin Fei smiled and said, Seniors, I only want a sliver of your great Tao power. Do you think it will affect you? If we weren't on the same side, I can guarantee that no one would be willing to give you a grade 5 Tao pill for free. The two of them were shocked and speechless. Old Ghost Xianxia, do you think we should agree? The Yellow Springs cult master grew worried. Do you think we have a choice? As he said, it's just stripping away a trace of the Great Way's power. It won't affect us at all. As for what his purpose is, we don't have to worry about it. What we need to do now is to restore our strength. Xianxia got to the point. Strength. That was their key. Without strength, he might be killed at any time. We promise you. Xianxia made a choice. They could afford to pay such a small price. In front of him, Xianxia and the cult master of the Netherworld extracted a trace of pure Great Tao from the Great Tao. They did not carry any imprint, and they were clean and swift. Grade 5 Tao pill, keep it well. They gave it straightforwardly, so Lin Fei naturally gave it straightforwardly. The value of this thing was not as great as the value of these two traces of pure Great Tao. Xianxia and the Yellow Springs cult master were indeed worried that the other party would go back on his word. In the end, they had worked hard for nothing. The blow was very big. Your Excellency Vengeance, you are very straightforward. I hope we will have a chance to cooperate next time. Xianxia kept the grade 5 Tao pill and finally smiled. To have someone provide them with grade 5 Tao pills, and he just realized that the quality of the grade 5 Tao pills was very good. Back then, it was also a very top grade one. Don't look at the difference between an ordinary grade 5 Tao pill and a top grade 5 Tao pill. In fact, the effect was like heaven and earth. If they knew that there was an enhanced grade 5 Tao pill, they would definitely go crazy. Fortunately, they did not know. I think we can cooperate on another matter. Lin Fei suddenly said, I am very interested in the Great Tao. If you can help me get more Great Tao power, I don't need a lot each time. Just a trace will do. I will pay you 10 grade 5 Tao pills. Of course, only people of your level are worth it. I believe you will be able to see the benefits. Xianxia and the Yellow Springs cult master immediately realized that this was an opportunity, a chance to recover their strength. They were not the only ones who had returned. Don't look at how they were being chased by the younger generation. They were the ones who were not being chased. They believed that they would be very willing to cooperate. Can you be more specific? Lin Fei explained briefly. According to the levels of the Great Tao, each level was a few grade 5 Tao pills, all the way to the grade 5 Tao pill. When Lin Fei finished explaining, the two's eyes lit up. Even if they suppressed 1 or 2 pills, it would still be a huge harvest. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Xianxia and the Yellow Springs cult master did not know the real background of the other party for the time being. They were very grateful that the other party was willing to help them. The Judgment Organization was aggressive. The Sacred Realm had become their chessboard, and they had become their pawns. Those who could help them at this time, no matter what their motives were at least on their side. This time, Lin Fei did not chat with them for too long. They needed to do it step by step. If they were impatient, they would not be able to eat hot tofu. We have not truly failed yet. As long as we get enough grade 5 Tao pills, even if we cannot fully recover our strength, those bastards of the Judgment Organization will not be able to take advantage of us. A chill flashed in Xianxuan's eyes. Now, let's find a place to cultivate. It is best if we go together. Those bastards of the Judgment Organization are not easy to deal with. If they are blocked, we will be in big trouble. That's a good idea. The Yellow Springs cult master did not want to cultivate alone. If they were besieged again, they might not have the chance to leave. Those bastards of the Judgment Organization would not let them go easily. The two left the mystic realm and decided to find another place to cultivate. If those geniuses of the Judgment Organization know that they have recovered their strength, and not just 1 or 2 of them, they will probably have a headache. Lin Fei saw it very clearly. The reason the Judgment Organization could bully them was because they could not recover their strength. Once they recovered more than half of their strength, they would be like ferocious tigers coming out of their cages. In a 1-on-1 or 1-on-2 situation, they would no longer have any advantage. This was the confidence of the veteran experts. Chapter 2359. Lin Fei didn't know about the influence of giving the 5th grade Tao Core to Xianxuan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch. Chun Junshan and the Yellow Springs sect leader obtained the rank 5 Dao core and spent a month absorbing and refining it. Their strength increased greatly, and they attacked a minor sacred world in the sacred world. They killed the big boss of the minor sacred world and even fought against a genius who was secretly in charge of the trial. They suppressed him and almost killed him. This was quite a big commotion. The genius of the Judgment Division couldn't take this lying down. He swore to kill the two to tell the resurrected experts that they were all pawns in the sacred world. The geniuses of the Judgment Division fought with Chun Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch again. There were fewer people than last time. Only 5 attacked the two. The result was unexpected. They lost. Chun Junha and the Yellow Springs Patriarch's strength increased greatly. The Great Tao of Gravity and the Great Tao of Bloodlust suppressed the 5 of them. In the end, they couldn't stop them. Chun Junha and the Yellow Springs Patriarch defeated the geniuses of the Judgment Division. The aftermath was not small. The experts who were chased by the major forces in the sacred world chose to join Shinjun Shan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch after hearing the news. They saw hope after defeating the geniuses of the Judgment Division. In a short time, Chun Junshan and the Yellow Springs Patriarch had many experts around them. After discussing, they established a force to recruit the resurrected experts in the sacred world. The sacred world had one more force, the Anti-Judgment Alliance. Everyone could tell from the name of the organization that they were going to fight the Judgment organization to the end, and it was the kind of organization that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. The people in the sacred world also learned of the existence of the Judgment Division for the first time. All kinds of rumors spread like wildfire. These rumors basically discredited the Judgment Division. For example, the chaos of the Wasteland Continent back then was actually a conspiracy of the Judgment Division to overthrow the Wasteland Continent, and the Judgment Division was the mastermind. All kinds of rumors against the Judgment Division spread everywhere. Although the local forces of the sacred world had submitted, they still remembered the chaos of the Wasteland Continent. If it hadn't been for the collapse of the continent, it wasn't impossible to cultivate to the unparalleled realm. Everyone began to feel resentment towards the Judgment Organization, especially some rumors that accused the Judgment Organization of secretly manipulating the sacred world, and so on. All of these were spread by people. For a moment, the Judgment Division was at the heart of the storm. All of this, of course, Lin Fei didn't know. After obtaining the 2 great Daos, he immediately went to the cave abode in the wild sacred mountain. After almost 200 years of preparation, this place had long since become an impregnable fortress. Even if the prodigies of the Judgment Organization were to come, they wouldn't be able to barge in a short time. This place was safer than any other. 1 month later, Lin Fei duplicated the Bloodthirst Great Tao and the Gravity Great Tao. If Chun Junshan and the Yellow Springs sect leader knew about this, they would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. For the sake of a 5th grade Tao pill, this loss was huge and completely irreparable. No one knew that Lin Fei only needed a trace of the energy of a great Tao to replicate a great Tao and use it for himself. Gravity. The Gravity Great Tao enveloped the cave abode. Under the cover of the Gravity Great Tao, the gravity was as heavy as a mountain, incomparably heavy. Any expert's physical body was an inseparable part of their body. As long as they had a physical body, they would be affected by the Gravity Great Tao. The Gravity Great Tao is really amazing, specifically targeting the physical body. No wonder the Judgment Division's geniuses suffered a loss before the Gravity Great Tao. Lin Fei released the Destruction Warrior. Even without a physical body, it was immediately restricted, unable to move. Without even needing to make a move, the Destruction Warrior had already lost the ability to fight. First step, second step, third step. Lin Fei took them out to experiment. The results were the same. Before the Gravity Great Tao, he was in an invincible position. Bloodthirst Great Tao. After the Gravity Great Tao was replaced, the Bloodthirst Great Tao followed suit. This frightening, plundering ability was no less than the Fortune Gate's treasure, possessing frightening, plundering ability. blood essence, was one of the essences of a person. It was normal for the Yellow Spring sect leader to have such a fierce reputation. However, there is still a flaw in the rotation. Lin Fei currently possessed 5 types of great Daos. It would be an abnormal thing for anyone else, but for him, it was nothing out of the ordinary. I have to think of a way. For the first time, Lin Fei had a headache. Having too many Daos was also troublesome. Little devil, come up with a feasible method immediately. After refining the Great Dao, Lin Fei once again began to plan for the 5 Great Dao, trying to find the best method. It would be best if the power of the Great Dao could be increased. The little devil did not disappoint Lin Fei's expectations. In 5 days' time, he came up with a feasible method. During this time, he eliminated countless methods. Fusion. Lin Fei was confused. There's such a thing as fusion? Why haven't I heard of it before? The little devil rolled his eyes. That's because you don't know. Do you know that Deaconly in space? He should have gone through the fusion. The aura he exudes is terrifying. Even if Chun Jun Shan and the Yellow Spring sect leader join forces, they won't be his opponent. Lin Fei blinked. Then why didn't you tell me about this before? Aren't you afraid that I would make a move on that guy? I know Master's temper very well. I guarantee you won't come knocking on my door. Lin Fei said. Then I'm convinced. No wonder I felt that guy was terrifying when I first saw him. So, he has mastered a new power. Have you studied the power obtained after the fusion? Profound, the little devil said. After the fusion of 2 Daos, the power grasped is the profound power. That deacon should have a rank 1 profound power. Then, how to fuse them? I don't know anything about it. Anyone the 5 Daos was powerful, and it was troublesome to use them back and forth. In the eyes of experts, it was a flaw. Lin Fei did not want to leave any flaws. The fusion of Daos. Lin Fei had learned something new. It's not difficult to fuse them. I just need to consume energy. As for the profound power obtained from the fusion, it depends on luck. Lin Fei had advanced to the 7th step, but he knew it himself. The realm was illusory, and strength was the real deal. Profound power obtained from the fusion? Lin Fei wanted to give a try. He opened the system and began the fusion. All Lin Fei had to do was to use his destiny power. Each fusion would consume 100 million destiny points. The first time, failure. The second time, failure. The third time, failure. 10 failures, 50 failures, 98 failures, 150 failures, 200 failures. Lin Fei was numb. What a scam. Fortunately, Lin Fei was rich now. The consumption of 100 million energy was not a big deal. Chapter 2360. 387th time. Lin Fei was about to go numb when he finally heard the system's voice. Fusion successful. The path of fusion is really not easy. Lin Fei wasn't a fool to know that he had fused nearly 400 times in total. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people. He had relied on the system to fuse more than 300 times before succeeding. This showed how difficult this path was. After fusing 5 Great Daos, Lin Fei soon discovered that the original 5 Great Daos had disappeared, leaving only 1 Great Dao. Lin Fei's heart stirred. An unfamiliar Great Dao aura surrounded him. It was on a completely different level from the previous Great Daos, giving off an even more terrifying feeling. So this is level 1 fusion. As soon as this Great Dao appeared, a dangerous aura filled the air. If the previous Great Daos were like hungry wolves, then level 1 fusion would be like a ferocious tiger, a very ferocious kind. Lin Fei himself could feel the power of the level 1 fusion. It was a brand new power that he had never seen before. By the way, do you know what my level 1 fusion is called? Lin Fei was very confused. If Lin Fei's words were to spread, many people would probably be dumbfounded. Not knowing about the fusion power would definitely make them laugh their heads off. You can actually call it level 1 fusion power. Moreover, it's the fusion of 5 Great Daos. If Master wants to fuse level 2, he has to fuse all 5 Great Daos and then fuse them together. Lin Fei gave it a try. He sent a palm strike into the air, and a huge explosion rang out. The original formation seemed incredibly weak in front of this palm strike. The Immortal's cave was split open, and boundless demonic black wind howled. What a terrifying attack! In order to set up the cave abode, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. He didn't expect that it would be so easily swept away by level 1 fusion power. It was definitely unimaginably terrifying. The demonic black winds howled, but before they could even get close to Lin Fei, they were completely melted by the terrifying power. Little devil, use the system's numbers to calculate how much my current strength can match up to. Lin Fei wanted a comprehensive understanding. Create a database. Begin analysis and calculation. Please wait a moment. Lin Fei was looking forward to this. His combat strength could be calculated using numbers. Data establishment successful. Master's current battle power can be regarded as 10 million battle power. Lin Fei frowned. That doesn't seem right. That's not how the data was divided. The little devil rolled her eyes. Master, are you the same as you are now? It was completely different. The data analysis will also change. Only by doing so will we be able to better classify your strength. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. The bigger the number, the better. It had to be in line with himself. Deacon Li in the starry sky, what is his combat power? Lin Fei wanted to know Deacon Li's level of strength. Deacon Li's combat power should be around 5 million. Lin Fei blinked. That can't be. Didn't you say at the start that he was dangerous? Why is it only 5 million? His fusion can't be compared to Master's at all. Master, you have fused 5 great Daos. That guy has fused 2 great Daos at most. And his grade isn't high either. So, I'm so awesome. Originally, he thought that 10 million battle power was nothing. But now, it seems that he is very awesome. Then what was my previous battle power? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. Must I say it? The little devil was humorous. Of course, Master's previous battle power was 2 million. Lin Fei was still shocked. No wonder, one with 2 million battle power and the other with 5 million battle power. It's a complete crushing. No matter how many people go, they will be destroyed. After fusing 5 great Daos, his combat power soared from 2 million to 10 million. Then it seems that I can do something else. After his battle power reached 10 million, Lin Fei can do a lot of things. In the starry sky. The starry sky blue wand stopped in the starry sky. This aura, Deacon Li, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes without warning. A trace of fear flashed across his face. This is a rare thing. How can there be such a terrifying aura in the sacred world? This is clearly a fusion of great Daos. Could it be that those people have fused great Daos? Deacon Li stood up, completely not calm. Impossible. Fusing great Daos is difficult to reach the sky. Who can successfully fuse in a place like the sacred world? Could it be that those people have come? Deacon Li is very clear about how powerful a powerhouse who has fused great Daos is. Even if 2 ordinary great Daos are fused, their strength will immediately increase. It's okay, this elder has fused 2 great Daos. Even if the other party has fused great Daos, they will not dare to act rashly. No one dares to go against the judgment. In another place, a few people also stopped. Elder, the situation is not right. This aura seems to be. The leader stopped, and a trace of horror flashed across his face. Fusion power, this is the aura after fusing great Daos. Could it be that someone in the sacred world has successfully fused the power of great Daos? They are not people of ordinary forces. No one knows better than them the difference between great Daos that have fused and non-fused great Daos. It is simply the difference between heaven and earth, a naked power crushing. Elder, could it be that someone else intervened? If there is really a fusion powerhouse, even if it is a first-stage fusion powerhouse, it is an existence that cannot be ignored. Lin Fei did not know that after he slightly displayed the power of fusion, it would cause such a big movement. The cave residence in the wild sacred mountain was destroyed, but Lin Fei did not care at all. It is all thanks to the Netherworld sect leader and Chun Junshin's great Daos. It turns out that after the Great Tao's fuse, the power is so terrifying that it can increase my data from 2 million to 10 million. Master, you can finally show your power. Why don't we go to the nearest place, catch a genius from the Judgment Organization, and interrogate him? The little devil waved his small steel fork. That's what I was thinking, ha ha ha. Lin Fei did not know much about higher-level things, but he knew about the geniuses of the Judgment Organization. Even if he did it himself, that deaconly would not dare to do anything. After taking this step, Lin Fei was really unfathomable. 5 great Taos fused and failed more than 300 times. Ordinary people could not do it. Anyone who knew would be dumbfounded. The demonized black wind of the wild sacred mountain was no longer a threat at this time. In these 200 years, although the wild sacred mountain was not completely under control, 1/3 of the area was under surveillance. Coincidentally, there was a genius from the Judgment Organization hiding in the wild sacred mountain and opened up a cave residence. Unfortunately, no matter how well he did, he could not escape from the comprehensive surveillance of the little devil. After a while, Lin Fei came to the sky above a mountain peak and grabbed the void with one hand. Chapter 2361. Lin Fei, who was standing in the demonized black wind, casually grabbed with his hand. All the restrictions and formations seemed to have disappeared, and he reached the person sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave. Yilong was a genius disciple of the Judgment Organization. He was now a 6-step expert and had mastered a grade 6 great path. He was extremely powerful. Ever since they failed to ambush the Netherworld cult master in Xianxia some time ago, Yilong had been recuperating in the cave abode, thinking about where the problem lay. Regardless of whether it was the Netherworld cult master or Xianxia, after they were resurrected, it was impossible for their powers to return to their peak. It would even be difficult for them to return to half of what they had been back then. In the previous encirclement, they had displayed half of their powers. Their great Tao had worked together and caught them off guard. Yilong's injuries were not light. Who is it? Yilong, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A sense of danger enveloped him, and he was greatly shocked. He was the one who found this place, and no one knew about it. Could it be the Netherworld Hierarch and the others? Without waiting for Yilong to make the right choice, a hand reached into the cavern abode, and all the matrices that he had set up collapsed. Yilong was shocked, and he quickly retaliated. He soared into the sky and blasted out over 100 punches. Every punch contained the power of the Great Path. However, this time he had met his match. All of his attacks were unable to stop this hand. The other party grabbed lightly, and an unimaginably terrifying power enveloped his body. Yilong was shocked to discover that the power of the Great Path was suppressed, and his entire body was lifted up by the other party. This power! Yilong was still in a daze. Then he saw a person standing in the void. The genius of the Judgment Organization is indeed not bad. Your fist technique is not bad either. Lin Fei had to admit that the other party was very powerful. According to the analysis of the little devil's data, the strength of this genius from the Judgment Organization had reached an astonishing one. 7 million battle power. This kind of combat power was very powerful. If Lin Fei wanted to suppress them at that time, he would need a certain amount of time. Who the hell are you? Yilong was very calm, but he was shocked inside. Since when did an expert like this appear in the Saints' world? There did not seem to be any in the past. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Avengers, the #1 expert in the sacred world according to your information. Yilong's heart skipped a beat. That's impossible. You can't possibly be that powerful. This place is too conspicuous. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Lin Fei carried Yilong and used spatial movement, arriving in a secret realm. He sliced at a tall mountain with one hand, and a platform appeared. Lin Fei casually tossed Yilong onto the platform. Don't have any other thoughts. A large hand slammed down. Yilong's small movement was only halfway through when he was slapped so hard that he vomited blood. The power of the Great Path in his body was extremely chaotic, and he was almost unable to condense it. You are a first transition fusion expert. Yilong had clearly seen a first transition fusion expert before, and he could not help but exclaim in shock. Even his eyes turned pale, as if he had never thought that a first transition fusion expert would appear in this place. I only used less than half of my strength just now. You should understand. Yilong came from a big place and was very clear about the power of a rank 1 fusion expert. With his strength, even if he encountered a 7-step expert, the other party would not be able to defeat him. Only a rank 1 fusion expert could cause him to vomit blood and be seriously injured with just one palm strike. What do you want me to do? Lin Fei smiled. I'm very interested in the Judgment Organization. Tell me everything you know. Tell me everything. I believe that as a proud son of heaven of the Judgment Organization, you should know many secrets. I hope you don't miss out on anything. If I'm not happy, I can't guarantee that I won't poke you to death. Facing a suspected first transition fusion expert, Yilong had to put away his pride. Yilong was not like those people who would stubbornly resist to the end after losing. He understood very well what he could not disobey, especially when he was facing such an expert. Lin Fei learned many secrets from Yilong. As long as he was interested in something, he would make Yilong tell him in detail, such as why he came to the sacred world and why he wanted to obtain the Great Path Origin Heart. For the first time, Lin Fei learned about the origins of the Judgment Organization from Yilong. It was far greater and more shocking than he had imagined. According to Yilong, the Judgment Organization was not a small force. Instead, they controlled hundreds of continents that were similar to the sacred world. The Judgment Organization was not like what Ouyangba had said. It was a force that was formed after the Wasteland continent was destroyed. It had been passed down for countless years and had many experts. Lin Fei also knew that the Judgment Organization, which was filled with experts, wasn't the strongest. It was only one of the powers in this empire. Above the Judgment Organization, there was actually a vast and powerful empire. It could be said that Lin Fei was also one of the citizens of this empire. This news was definitely shocking. Lin Fei thought that the Judgment Organization was the strongest force. No one expected that there was another empire, and an extremely powerful one at that. The Judgment Organization could barely be considered as a first-rate force in the empire. It was too terrifying. After Lin Fei finished asking about the Judgment Organization and the empire behind them, he had a comprehensive understanding of them. They were a huge existence. I've already told you everything. How you plan to deal with me? Yilong was fearful of the alliance leader of the Avengers. He did not think that the alliance leader would kill him. Attendant Li was just outside in the starry sky. If the alliance leader wanted to kill him, Attendant Li would definitely act. If one offended the Judgment Organization, even a first transition fusion expert would become a stray dog. The Judgment Organization had the confidence to do so. You're quite confident. Lin Fei had merged 5 great Daos and became a first transition fusion expert. In this region of the sacred world, he was undoubtedly the #1 expert. Seeing that you're tactful, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you die, or you work for me. A genius of the Judgment Organization was qualified to enter the Empire and be conferred the title of king. Lin Fei really did not want to kill such a talent. It was better to make the best use of him. A hint of anger flashed in Yilong's eyes. Yilong had no intention of relying on someone he did not know. He had the Judgment Organization behind him. They were the overlords of hundreds of worlds. His own clan was also a first-rate clan. That's a pity. Lin Fei slammed his palm down, and Yilong was smashed into a pile of mud. Only the Great Tao Primordial Heart remained intact. Lin Fei didn't mind sending a self-righteous person on his way. Before Yilong died, a sealing force erupted from his body. However, it was easily broken by Lin Fei. That should be the imprint left behind by Attendant Li. It can withstand at least 3 attacks from an expert. The moment Yilong died, the imprint's power erupted. Attendant Li, who was outside the starry sky, sensed it. His expression changed drastically. He disappeared from Yilong's back, his face filled with anger. How dare you kill a genius of the Judgment Organization leader? In the sky above the savage, sacred mountain, the space was torn apart. After a few teleportations, he entered the secret realm. Attendant Li saw a black-robed man. With a flick of his slender fingers, over 10 streams of energy shot out. Chapter 2362. Deacon Li brought a group of geniuses to the sacred world. Not only was he here to lead the way, but he was also here to watch over the place and ensure that no accidents happened to the geniuses. The geniuses that could come along were all valued by the Judgment Organization. Each of them had a strong background. Now, the kid from the Yi clan was killed. The moment his imprint was broken, Deacon Li knew what had happened. The kid from the Yi clan had encountered an expert. Deacon Li passed through space and broke into the secret realm. He attacked without saying anything. Deacon Li didn't know how to explain the death of a genius from the Yi clan. The sacred world was a second-rate world. It was ranked at the bottom among all the continents of the Judgment Organization. Under such circumstances, Yi Lung was still killed. Deacon Li felt ashamed. Those people from the Judgment Organization would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to make things difficult for him. Deacon Li attacked with lightning speed, not giving the opponent any chance to resist. With Deacon Li's 5 million battle power, no one could escape from his casual grab, even if the opponent was very strong. But this time, Deacon Li was wrong. Pung! Just as Deacon Li made his move, an unexpected scene appeared. The opponent's palm appeared in front of him. His hand. Deacon Li was sent flying, smashing through several mountains before finally crashing into a huge mountain. First-rank fusion power. No, this is at least a second-rank fusion power. In the ruins, Deacon Li's mouth was wide open. He didn't dare to believe what had just happened. He was a first-rank fusion expert, yet he was sent flying with a single slap. Come out! This thought flashed through Deacon Li's mind. He was sent flying again. His body was instantly hit by hundreds of attacks. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. Complete defeat. Deacon Li didn't even have the ability to resist. As soon as the opponent's power came out, he couldn't mobilize the power in his body. He was completely suppressed by the opponent's power. Cough, cough, cough. Senior, I am an elder of the Judgment Organization. Do you really want to go against the Judgment Organization? Deacon Li couldn't move. The energy in his body was disrupted. He couldn't condense it. He had less than 10% of his strength left. Let me introduce myself. I am a #1 expert in the sacred world, the leader of the Avengers. You trespassed in my territory, yet you have the nerve to mention the name of the Judgment Organization. Lin Fei kicked Deacon Li, sending him flying. He vomited another mouthful of blood. Deacon Li had never seen anyone in the territory of the Judgment Division who wasn't afraid of the Judgment Division. Could it be that he didn't know how powerful the Judgment Division was? The only thing I know is that your life is now in my hands. Do you think it's useful to bring up the Judgment Organization? Lin Fei grabbed Deacon Li and lifted him up. What you need now is to be obedient. The battle between Lin Fei and Deacon Li was completely one-sided. With a battle power of 5 million and 10 million, Lin Fei had a profound experience. It was a huge increase in quantity, and the opponent's attack could not tear his defense. Lin Fei carried Deacon Li and barged into a mystic realm. He was prepared to interrogate Deacon Li. He knew more than Yi Lung. After Lin Fei left, a few people broke into the secret realm where the battle had taken place. It's here. Li Guangming's aura. He's not here anymore. Could it be that it's over? As soon as they entered, they found traces of battle. The shattered mountains were the best proof. The leader frowned slightly. We're a step too late. Li Guangming seems to have lost. That person is more powerful than we thought. The leader's face flashed with a hint of uneasiness. How is that possible? Li Guangming has fused 2 great Daos and is a first-profession fusion expert. His battle power has reached 5 million. Who can defeat him? The sacred world is the world that the Judgment Organization doesn't care about the most. Back then, the forces of the Wasteland continent tried to join forces to fight against the Judgment Organization, but they were suppressed by the higher-ups of the Judgment Organization. After that, they set up a trap for them to be able to defeat Li Guangming. His strength must be at least at the peak of the first-profession fusion expert. That's a battle power of 8 million. I can't be wrong. Look here. This is Li Guangming's remaining aura. As an old opponent, I can't be wrong. The leader said solemnly. We made the right decision to come here. Next, we should get in touch with this mysterious expert. It's best if we can rope him to our side. Lin Fei did not know that someone had followed the trail. In a certain secret realm, Lin Fei used violent means. At first, Li Guangming was stubborn, but later on, he couldn't hold back in the face of Lin Fei's violent means and spilled everything he knew. During that time, Li Guangming tried to lie. With Little Devil watching from the side, any changes could be detected. In the end, he was beaten up by Lin Fei, and his strength was suppressed. Li Guangming suffered a lot. If it wasn't for Lin Fei restraining his strength, he would have died after being beaten up. From Yilong, Lin Fei learned many secrets of the Judgment Organization, including the shadow of the Empire behind them. This time, Li Guangming could only explain to Yilong one by one. Li Guangming was afraid. To be able to defeat him so easily, the other party might have surpassed the first profession fusion expert and reached the second profession fusion expert level. That was something that Li Guangming could not fight against. Lin Fei also knew about the fusion expert. He explained in more detail than Yilong, and Li Guangming told him everything he knew. The first profession fusion expert has a maximum combat power of 8 million. Lin Fei's face was unmoved, but his mind started to think, I didn't expect the strength calculation to be the same as the data established by Little Devil. This is very surprising. You use data to divide combat power? What is this? Lin Fei sneered. How can there be such a calculation in this world? Li Guangming wanted to ridicule the other party, but when he thought of the other party's violent means, he immediately felt numb. He really didn't dare to show a mocking expression and could only say, Alliance Master Fu, I really didn't lie to you. Using data to divide combat power is actually the establishment of the Empire. As for why it is divided by data, we don't really know. I reckon that only a few people know. It has been passed down for too long. Empire? Lin Fei moved slightly. Then, about this first profession fusion expert, tell me in detail. Who asked a country bumpkin like me to not understand? I believe that Deacon Li will be happy to explain the origin of it. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Li Guangming regretted in his heart. Why did he come to the sacred world? Why did he meet a guy who didn't know anything, and who was much stronger than him? He was considered a first-class expert in the Judgment Organization, but he actually suffered a big loss in the sacred world. The first profession is actually the fusion of great Taoists. The first fusion is considered a first profession fusion. Once the two great Taoists successfully fuse and become a first profession fusion expert, you can go to the branch palace established by the Empire to be tested. The more Lin Fei listened, the more shocked he became. Chapter 2363 Expeditionary Empire. The empire that Li Guangming spoke of was a very powerful empire. At the same time, it used data to calculate, and there was also the theory of integrating experts. Lin Fei felt as though a whole new world had opened up in front of him. The expeditionary empire became especially mysterious in Lin Fei's eyes. From a small world to the current sacred world, he had never heard of an empire whose strength could be calculated by numbers. I'm very curious. How did you calculate combat strength? This seems to be an impossible matter. Lin Fei was very curious. He had the Little Devil to build a database, collect everyone's strength, and calculate combat units. Then, what exactly did the Expeditionary Empire rely on? Anyone would be curious, especially Lin Fei. Could it be that the Expeditionary Empire had an intelligent computer? Li Guangming smiled bitterly. I don't know about this either. The only thing I know is that the Empire's division seems to have installed a mysterious instrument. Rumor has it that it was created by a supreme expert of the Expeditionary Empire. There are also rumors that the great emperor of the Expeditionary Empire obtained a special treasure from a different world and created this system. Lin Fei didn't obtain too much useful information. Rumors and legends couldn't confirm how the Expeditionary Empire was divided. As long as you're a citizen of the Empire, as long as you pay a certain fee, you can go and test your combat strength. After the test, you will be able to know your specific combat strength. Li Guangming added. Lin Fei asked about another matter regarding the Expeditionary Empire. The most important thing was still the data. This was what he was most concerned about. He originally thought that he was the only one in the world who could create data. Now that an expeditionary empire had appeared out of nowhere, and it was an abnormally powerful one at that, Lin Fei felt a trace of worry in his heart. I heard that your judgment organization wants to select geniuses to participate in the Expeditionary Empire's assessment. What are the specifics? Lin Fei asked. Yilong's answer wasn't very satisfactory. Lin Fei hoped to get specific information from Li Guangming. It's like this. The Expeditionary Empire controls countless continents. In order to make it easier to manage, the Empire's master has divided the continents into 38 galaxies. Out of these 38 galaxies, we, the Judgment Team, are in charge of one of them. Every 5 years, the Empire will recruit geniuses. We, the Judgment Team, are prepared to use the Great Path Origin Hearts of the Holy Realm to train geniuses. At the same time, we will obtain a large number of Great Path Origin Hearts to nurture the strongest genius. We hope to successfully pass the preliminary selection, and finally enter the Capital Institute. Lin Fei finally understood. It turned out to be a selection for the Imperial College outside the Empire. No wonder the Judgment Division had to make arrangements. So this was what it was all about. What a good move. Lin Fei knew that the geniuses of the Judgment Realm were all very strong. Their combat power was about 1.5 million to 2 million. If they could improve their strength in the Holy Realm, it would be a good thing for the Judgment Realm. The powerhouses who were suppressed back then and resurrected now would undoubtedly become training targets for the geniuses. Perhaps only a powerful organization like the Judgment Union would be able to do something like this. In the end, Li Guangming was controlled by Lin Fei. He was a fusion powerhouse with a combat power of 5 million. In the entire Holy Realm, there was basically no one else who could suppress him except him. Master, someone has found us. He's very strong, with a combat power of about 4.6 million. The people around him all have a combat power of about 1 million. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave with Li Guangming, Little Devil's voice sounded. A screen was opened, and someone was walking towards the secret realm. Good heavens, another fusion powerhouse has appeared? Lin Fei's interest was piqued. The Holy Realm is getting more and more lively. This person is probably not from the Judgment Division. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come one after the other. Come in. The middle-aged man who had arrived a step later carefully brought his people to the outside of the secret realm. He was about to find a way to enter when he heard the other party's voice. This person is more powerful than I thought. Mu Chu's heart skipped a beat. Don't talk nonsense later. When Mu Chu first arrived, he had concealed his aura. His technique was very mysterious, but he did not expect to be discovered. After giving some instructions, he led his people into the secret realm. It's you. Mu Chu came to a platform in the secret realm, and Li Guangming immediately recognized him. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come to the Holy Realm. I thought you were going to hide forever. When Mu Chu saw Li Guangming, he cursed inwardly. The other party was not killed, and it seemed that they had reached some kind of cooperation, which gave Mu Chu a very bad feeling. Li Guangming, the Judgment Division is amazing, but it's not easy for you to kill all of us. If you can come to the Holy Realm, why can't I come? Mu Chu said, but his eyes fell on the black-robed man, standing with his hands behind his back. The black-robed man in front of him did not emit any aura, but Mu Chu knew that this person was the one who defeated Li Guangming. Okay, stop arguing, Lin Fei said lightly. From a few words, he knew that the person who came was from the star field, and it seemed that he was a sworn enemy of the Judgment Division. Li Guangming immediately became obedient. Why are you looking for me from outside? Or are you planning to cause trouble in the Holy Realm? Lin Fei's sharp eyes swept towards Mu Chu, and the aura of 10 million combat power pressed down on him. Lin Fei did this deliberately. After the fusion of the Great Path, the Holy Realm was Lin Fei's territory in his eyes, and no one was allowed to cause trouble, especially people from outside forces. It was necessary to show the necessary power. Muchu felt a sense of suffocation on the spot. This aura was really too terrifying. How can there be such a strong person in a place like the Holy Realm? This aura is at least a second-stage fusion powerhouse. It's really scary. Fortunately, I didn't put on airs as soon as I came. Muchu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We are not here to cause trouble. Muchu hurriedly explained. If this went on, he would not feel good, and his chi and blood would definitely be injured. It's good that you are not here to cause trouble. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Causing trouble in my territory, even if you have a powerful background, even if you are from the Judgment Division, you will still have to deal with me in this place. As Lin Fei withdrew his aura, Muchu felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his shoulders. In the face of the aura of a second-stage fusion powerhouse, Muchu really could not bear it. Muchu originally wanted to rope him in. After all, he was also a first-stage fusion powerhouse, but now it seemed that there was no chance. A second-stage fusion powerhouse also had a high position in their organization. Forget about roping him in. Chapter 2364. Muchu left the secret realm. Elder Mu, what should we do now? I didn't expect that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Li Guangming seems to have suffered a great loss. Under the starry sky, Muchu and the others had ugly expressions. They had come from a distant star field for the trial. They would be very happy if they could disrupt the selection. They were shocked by the existence of a fusion second-rank expert. This was far from what they had imagined. How could there be a fusion expert in such a backward place like the sacred world? Muchu smiled bitterly. What else can we do? We can only give up the mission. Do you want to fight with that person? Everyone fell silent. What a joke. They only had a little more than 1 million battle power. Fighting against a second-stage professional fusion expert with more than 8 million battle power was simply suicide. Didn't you see Li Guangming's honest look? He definitely suffered a lot. It was impossible for them to fight against that expert, even if they were given 100 guts. Everyone should feel lucky that that expert has no ill intentions towards us. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave the secret realm. Muchu continued. Moreover, our goal has been achieved. The plan of the trial in the sacred world is probably going to fail. This trip was not in vain. They were stunned once again, and then they all revealed looks of joy. Yes, we succeeded. The trial's plan in the sacred world is destined to fail. That person appeared out of nowhere, and the trial is going to be furious. A smile appeared on Muchu's face. They had spent decades coming from a distant star field just to stop the trial and prevent them from easily nurturing geniuses. The only thing they did not expect was that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Muchu did not doubt that the other party would only need one move to kill them. Muchu was not too happy. He was thinking about something else. This matter was very important. Li Guangming's clone was sent back. At the very least, Lin Fei would not be too close to Li Guangming for a period of time. It was not a small matter to be able to control a fusion first-rank expert. Lin Fei did not want to be suspected. He had communicated with Little Devil, and he also felt that the expedition to the Empire was not simple. It wasn't that there weren't any who could use data to categorize it, but there really weren't many who could do it like the expedition to the Empire. Lin Fei learned something else from Li Guangming. Almost every expert that went on the expedition to the Empire had a book of life. Li Guangming's clone returned, while his main body stayed in a cave on the wild Sacred Mountain. The savage Sacred Mountain was one of the best places in the world, and it was the place with the densest origin energy. If Lin Fei wanted to maintain his powerful strength, he had to continuously absorb origin energy. Master, this is the new cultivation method that the Emperor of the Expeditionary Empire opened. The Book of Life is the key to this. Li Guangming summoned a Book of Life, which floated above his head. It was a golden book, and it was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a book. After Li Guangming took out the Book of Life, Lin Fei had the little demon analyze its origins. Did you cultivate this by yourself? Lin Fei had never seen anything like this before. The Expeditionary Empire became even more mysterious in his eyes. I didn't cultivate it by myself. Li Guangming explained. The Book of Life was actually created by the Expeditionary Empire. Every citizen of the Expeditionary Empire will receive a Book of Life from the Empire's branch palace when they are young, and then insert it into their body. As they grow up, they will awaken at a certain time. After awakening, the Book of Life will assist their growth. Lin Fei felt as if he had heard wrong. Isn't this the same as high-tech? Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the Expeditionary Empire's generosity. The other party's behavior was similar to his own system. Although it was much weaker, it was definitely a cheat for others. Li Guangming opened the Book of Life. According to him, other than himself, no one could see the information of the Book of Life unless he was willing to show it to others. Otherwise, even a top expert would not be able to see the specific information of the Book of Life. Next, Lin Fei saw a shocking scene. After the Book of Life opened, a page of properties appeared. This time, Lin Fei could not remain calm. Properties page? What kind of joke is this? A page of properties actually appeared on the originally blank page. Li Guangming. First job transition, fusion occupation. First job transition, swordsman strength. 150 speed. 110 endurance. 80 reflexes. 90 combat power. 5 million shocking. This was Lin Fei's greatest feeling. The Expeditionary Empire's properties page actually appeared. If not for the fact that he had fused 5 types of Great Tao and his strength had increased, Lin Fei would definitely not have known that such a thing existed in this world. Could it be that the origin of my system is related to the Empire, or an extremely unreliable thought flashed in Lin Fei's mind? However, once this thought appeared, it lingered and was deeply imprinted in his mind. First job transition swordsman. Isn't this the setting at the end of the game? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something. Ever since he came to this world, his memories of that year had been buried deeply. If not for those words, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about them. However, he did not expect it to come so suddenly. Back in the game, there was a mention of occupations. Back then, Lin Fei had studied it carefully. It was a decent strength system, but after coming to the alternate world, he gradually forgot about it. The Judgment Organization, the appearance of Li Guangming, and the others made the things that he had almost completely forgotten resurface. First job transition swordsman. First job transition assassin. First job transition, all kinds of occupations. That was where the true experts were as numerous as the clouds. Li Guangming's first job transition swordsman was far weaker than Lin Fei, which was why he was easily defeated by Lin Fei. In fact, he did not even get to use his best swordsmanship. It could be said that he had lost in a very sullen manner. Li Guangming did not dare to have any other thoughts. The cultivation system of the Expeditionary Empire covered almost the entire star region. The sacred world was an exception, and it was basically abandoned. The master in front of him had grown up in the sacred world, so he had to be a genius. What was the strongest expert in the Expeditionary Empire? Lin Fei suddenly asked Li Guangming. Li Guangming replied, "The strongest expert in the entire empire should be the great Emperor Yuanzhong. It is said that His Majesty Yuanzhong has not appeared for more than 100 years. It seems that he is in seclusion. More than 100 years ago, the great Emperor Yuanzhong seemed to have reached the 9th revolution, and he is the only 9th revolution expert in the empire. A 9th revolution expert, the only one." Lin Fei was very clear that the 9th revolution fusion was not easy to cultivate. There was only one 9th revolution expert in the entire empire, and his combat power was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 2365. Lin Fei placed a lot of importance on what class it was. The information that he had almost forgotten in the depths of his memory resurfaced. 9th class advancement. A peak existence in the game. Lin Fei had a deep impression of it. The king who went on the expedition to the empire was extremely powerful. According to the information he had read, the strength of a 9th class advancement was at least 10,000. This was a huge difference. His Majesty seems to be a storm warrior, Li Guangming said. Lin Fei's memory resurfaced again. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's actually a storm warrior. That's a class that specializes in strength. It can be said that it's the strongest of the four major attributes. Among the ninth-class advancement professions, it's invincible. Among the four major attributes, strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance were the four major attributes in the game. When each attribute was developed to the limit, it would become a terrifying existence. At that time, Lin Fei had specially studied it and had a deep impression of it. Storm Warrior was one of the powerful professions. Lin Fei still remembered that to become a Storm Warrior, it wasn't just strength. One had to reach a certain standard in speed as well. It could be said that among the four major attributes, strength and speed were higher than ordinary people. The word storm could be seen from this. This kind of profession would be very terrifying when it matured. Lin Fei didn't expect that person to be a Storm Warrior. Moreover, he was the only ninth-class advancement expert. That was an existence that could casually kill 8th-class experts. Lin Fei asked a few more questions about the Book of Life. Although Li Guangming was a deacon, his knowledge was limited. The Judgment Division wasn't a top force, so he didn't know much about the origins of the Book of Life. To be able to ask this much, Lin Fei was very satisfied. He had a vague guess about the expedition to the Empire. The masters of each of the 38 starfields were all high officials of the Empire. Each of them was an 8th-class advancement expert. The masters of the 38 starfields were all 8th-class advancement experts. Each of them was a veteran who had the chance to advance to the 9th-class advancement in the future. Lin Fei also learned from Li Guangming that the reason the Judgment Organization arranged for the geniuses from the sect to come here was to provide them with a chance to improve. The Great Tao Primordial Heart could be refined into a Tao pill, which could be used to improve the four attributes. This was also the reason why the Saints' World had set up a trap in the first place. It was to provide them with an opportunity. Of course, the geniuses of the Judgment Court were not first-job integration masters. It was very difficult to integrate the Great Tao. Therefore, in the Empire of Conquest, those who could become first-job experts and cultivate professions were all influential figures in the Empire. Big and small clans would extend an olive branch to them. Li Guangming was one of them. It was because he had become a first-job expert and a first-job swordsman that the Judgment Court extended an olive branch to him, and he successfully became a deacon in the Judgment Court. Master, I think I have figured out what is going on. After Li Guangming left, Lin Fei began to think. The little devil's words interrupted Lin Fei's thoughts. Quick, tell me about it. Lin Fei really wanted to know what the Empire of Conquest was all about. Master, the system released a message just now. I think the Empire of Conquest that we met is actually a technological civilization. The Book of Life is one of the developments in technology that helps humans cultivate. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. A technological civilization? Yes, the Empire of Conquest should be a higher-level civilization. In other words, it is a civilization that combines technology and cultivation to help humans cultivate, said the little devil. The system didn't have this information at first. Then it appeared. Maybe our system came from a technological civilization. In fact, Lin Fei did have such suspicions that day. With such advanced technology, other than coming from a very prosperous technological civilization, Lin Fei really couldn't think of where else it could come from. Lin Fei had always felt that the distance was too far. He didn't expect it to be so close. A technological civilization. Fortunately, Master didn't rashly go to the Empire of Conquest. If you really went, you might have been exposed. The little devil reminded. Master's improvement in strength has always been different from others. If you had the Book of Life, it wouldn't be so out of place. After hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei felt that it made sense. Can the Book of Life simulate? Of course. Lin Fei also wanted to see to what extent his data would be displayed with the Book of Life. With the Book of Life, he wouldn't be so out of place. No one would be able to see any traces of him. An hour later, the little devil simulated a Book of Life for Lin Fei. The aura was exactly the same. Even if that person from the Empire of Conquest was in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see any flaws in the Book of Life. Lin Fei profession, none strength, 320 speed, 210 reflexes, 180 endurance, 270 combat power, 10 million. Not bad, not bad. Well done. You can pass off the fake as the real one. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The little devil snorted. Master, you might be mistaken. You can't pass off the fake as the real one. This book of life is actually the real one. There are no flaws or flaws. If Master says it's fake, it will make me look bad. After hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Then it's real. If Master says it's real, then it's real. No one can say it's fake, the little devil said very seriously. In fact, Lin Fei couldn't find any flaws in the Book of Life. It was as if it was real. Even Li Guangming would think it was the real one after seeing it. Is the data about the same? In theory, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. The difference between the two shouldn't be too big. Lin Fei wasn't worried anymore. Others used the Book of Life to measure themselves, but Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this. He walked a different path from others. The numbers in the Book of Life didn't really help him much. By the way, little devil, can you see through the other party's Book of Life through the system? With the existence of the Book of Life, Lin Fei had an invisible advantage. The little devil said disdainfully, Master, you don't have to look down on me so much. It's just a Book of Life. Its technological level isn't high. It's very easy to crack. It's not difficult at all. Lin Fei seemed to have forgotten that the system's level was definitely higher than the civilization controlled by the Expeditionary Empire. The Book of Life might be a great existence in the eyes of others, but it was really nothing to the little devil. There was no technical content. Then what do you think I should do next? Now that I have the Book of Life, what do you think I should focus on? After the fusion of the great Daos, Lin Fei hadn't found the right direction. After seeing the 4 major attributes and the original game system, Lin Fei understood what he was missing. Chapter 2366. Duplicate 6th grade Dao Core. Duplicate 7th grade Dao Core. Duplicate 8th grade Dao Core. Establish a database. Lin Fei not only learned from Li Guangming about the trial and the expedition to the Empire, but also obtained a complete Dao Core. In the expedition to the Empire, Dao Cores are the most commonly used currency. Continuous consumption of Dao pills could enhance one of the 4 major attributes. Of course, it is not easy to keep taking them. It requires a huge amount of resources. The medicinal pills that Li Guangming had on him were all speed-type medicinal pills. After refining them, he could increase his strength by a bit. He could accumulate a large number of Dao pills. Lin Fei bluntly copied them and established a database. After the little devil's research and analysis, Lin Fei found a suitable profession, which is a profession that increases strength. It is called the Roaring Warrior. Lin Fei has a deep impression of the origin of the Roaring Warrior. This profession mainly focuses on increasing strength. The other 3 major attributes basically do not need to pay attention to. The goal is to increase strength. The Roaring Warrior is a top-notch profession among the 4 major attributes. Almost no one can successfully cultivate it. Outsiders can't, but Lin Fei can't. In addition to the Roaring Warrior, Lin Fei also values speed among the 4 major attributes. For example, among the speed attribute, there are several professions that are very powerful. Some professions can rely on speed to contend with strong enemies and be invincible. Lin Fei will not miss this opportunity. 3 months later, Lin Fei came out of the wild Sacred Mountain. 3 months is enough for Lin Fei's strength to go to the next level. His original 10 million battle power increased by 1 million, reaching about 11 million. This method of improvement is enough to be amazing in the expedition to the Empire. In just 3 months, the entire sacred world is in chaos. Not a single big or small force is idle. All of them are attacking the resurrected powerhouses and snatching their great Dao origin heart. The Yellow Springs sect master, Chun Junshan, and some other veteran powerhouses have established their own forces to contend with them. Even so, this side is still at a disadvantage. After all, the geniuses who came from a judgment all had a battle power of around 5 million. On the contrary, those resurrected experts didn't have such tyrannical strength. Basically, their battle power was around 800,000. Who asked them to not have great Tao primordial pills? Back then, after the trial, the primordial great Tao pills were not left behind. They were all confiscated, and the primordial great Tao pills disappeared from the sacred world. It's time to restore peace. With a battle power of 11 million, Lin Fei could be said to be the strongest existence in this area of the holy world. The battle between the people of Judgment and the resurrected powerhouses actually affected Lin Fei's resources and interests. In the end, they didn't lose anything, but Lin Fei lost a lot. Yama's death domain. Sacred Lord Blood Prison was in high spirits and had been in the limelight recently. With his peak 5th-step battle power, he had killed dozens of revived experts. All of the unwillingness he had felt back then had vanished in a thin air. The strong always liked to follow the strong. In the face of increasing their strength, it was nothing to give up their freedom. At the very least, they had reached a new realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to achieve in a lifetime. Blood Prison, you have done well recently. Your next mission is to continue to lead people to kill them. Don't show any mercy. A ball of energy in the palace said. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's face lit up. A loud bang interrupted Sacred Lord Blood Prison's words. The palace shook and the top was clawed open. A hand reached in, and the ball of energy high above and Sacred Lord Blood Prison fell into this hand. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's strength was suppressed, and he couldn't use it at all. Similar situations kept happening in every small sacred world in the sacred world. No matter how well the other party hid, in front of Lin Fei, who had absolute strength, they seemed vulnerable. A battle power of 11 million against a battle power of 1. 5 million was indeed a crushing defeat. Almost every genius from the Judgment who was caught was suppressed in one move, and the strength in their body was suppressed. This time, their expressions changed. How could there be such an expert in the sacred world? Could it be an enemy from the star field? Bang, bang, bang. On an uninhabited continent outside the sacred world. One by one, figures lost control and fell on the continent like broken bags. As soon as they got up from the ground, a tyrannical and terrifying force pressed down on them, and they couldn't move. Let us go. We are the geniuses of the Judgment. You can't offend the Judgment. Let's go immediately. Deacon Lee, do something. The arrogant geniuses of the Judgment were lying on the ground, and it was difficult for them to raise their heads. It's them. What's going on? The Yellow Springs sect master, Chun Junshan, and some other old powerhouses were also pulled by an invisible hand. In front of this hand, they couldn't resist at all. When they saw the figures lying on the ground, they were all stunned and then burst into cheers. If it wasn't for the existence of that terrifying force, they would have gone up to take revenge. Ever since they came back to life, they knew that they had fallen into the Judgment's trap and became pawns for others. They gritted their teeth and had deep resentment towards the Judgment. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to take revenge. The geniuses of the Judgment were all-powerful. At the same time, they controlled the major forces of the sacred world. There was almost no place for them to hide in the entire sacred world. As long as they hadn't recovered their strength, the geniuses of the Judgment would always be their Dharma's sword. They could fall at any time and kill them with a sword. They didn't expect that the powerful geniuses of the Judgment would be suppressed one by one. How delightful was this? It turned out that this day would come for them too. Everyone is here, Lin Fei said lightly. The people who had been moved over realized Lin Fei's existence. Previously, they were all attracted by the people on the ground. Thank you, Senior. The Yellow Springs sect master cupped his hands. He knew who this person was. He was the one who had helped them back then. The only thing he hadn't expected was that this person's strength would be so tyrannical. Looking at him now, he was unfathomable. When these old powerhouses saw the black-robed Lin Fei and his unfathomable aura, they were secretly shocked. A genius who could suppress the Judgment was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. They knew that the Judgment organization had arranged for an 8-step powerhouse in the starry sky outside. I'll speak, you listen. Lin Fei's voice wasn't too heavy, but the invisible pressure made them feel that they couldn't disobey. It seemed that if they opened their mouths, they would definitely not have a good ending. No matter who you are, let us go immediately. Otherwise, when Deacon Lee arrives, you will all die without a burial place. A young man roared. You talk too much. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He grabbed with one hand and crushed the young man, leaving only the great path primordial heart. Chapter 2367. Lin Fei casually made a grabbing motion, and all the cultivators present were shocked to see this scene. Their scalps went numb. The genius of the judgment realm in their eyes was crushed, and the primordial heart of the great path was perfectly preserved. This was enough to prove that Lin Fei's control over his strength had reached the point of perfection. I don't like it when people talk too much. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. No one dared to look him in the eye. Even the prodigies of the judgment didn't dare to breathe too loudly. To be able to kill them in one move, the other's strength was very likely at the level of merging the great path. After a glance, everyone's temper was gone. The prodigies of the judgment didn't dare to speak again. Administrator Lee hadn't come for a long time. Something might have happened. In the distant holy world, they really had nothing to be arrogant about. Without Administrator Lee, they were like toothless tigers. They couldn't be arrogant no matter what. At this moment, it was as if the world had collapsed. I'll give you two choices. Either you submit or you die. This is the reason why I've brought you here. You only have 3 breaths of time to think. Submit or die. At this moment, everyone was no longer calm, especially the prodigies of the judgment. All of them had great backgrounds. Not only did they have the judgment behind them, but their families were also very powerful. They had been prodigies since birth. Now that they were being asked to choose, this was something that had never happened before. We're from the judgment. We won't submit. As soon as he finished speaking, the young prodigy exploded into a bloody mess. The heart of the great path landed in Lin Fei's hand. Continue. The prodigies who had wanted to resist were now covered in cold sweat. They realized that this was no longer a situation where they could strut around. The black-robed man before them had the strength to kill them. Killing 2 of the judgment's prodigies left them in despair and fear. Submit or die. I'm willing to submit. I don't want to die. In the face of death, someone couldn't help but speak. In the face of death, no one was willing to choose death, especially these prodigies. Surviving was more important than anything else. Moreover, surviving meant that they had a chance. The judgment was the leader of the star field. No matter how strong this person was, he couldn't withstand the judgment's fury. Not to mention this, just the families behind them could suppress the other. I'm willing to submit. Me too. Since there was one unlucky person, the rest chose to submit. The Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others had never thought that one day someone would demand their submission. However, 2 of their geniuses had been killed in a single strike, so they didn't have the confidence to fight back. The geniuses of the Judgment Hall were stronger than them, but in front of this Alliance Master Fu, they were still killed in a single move. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. Since that was the case, why should they resist? They decisively chose to submit. Without being targeted by the judgment, they could also take a breather. In the future, it would not be impossible for them to regain the strength they had in the past. In fact, it would not be impossible for them to reach even greater heights. Lin Fei didn't place any restrictions on the Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others. There was no need for that. The geniuses of the Judgment Division were different. They all had puppet insect seals placed on them. These puppet insects were of a higher grade and could be easily controlled. After a round of torture, the Yellow Springs Secmaster and the other veteran experts felt their hair stand on end. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world that could torture people to the point of hovering between life and death. At this moment, they rejoiced in their good luck. It seemed that the other party had no interest in controlling them. The chaos in the sacred world completely calmed down. All the forces in the sacred world were wiped out. All the forces in the sacred world were gathered together, and the 14 forces from before had all disappeared. After the forces in the sacred world were swallowed up, the strongest force in the sacred world was left behind, the Avengers Alliance. The controller of the sacred world became Alliance Master Fu. Lin Fei's invincible palace was also hidden. As long as he didn't expose his identity, the entire sacred world would be controlled by the mysterious Avengers Alliance Master. The Avengers Alliance was divided into two camps. One was the geniuses of the Judgment Division, and the other was the veteran experts like the Yellow Springs Sect Master. They monitored each other and balanced each other. At the beginning, the geniuses of the Judgment Division tried to suppress them with their strength. However, Lin Fei gave them Dao pills to recover their strength, which dispelled their thoughts. The two sides were at odds with each other. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this situation. Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin were the strongest experts who were controlled. Lin Fei had given them the Strength Dao pills, which increased their strength very quickly. Although they were still far from merging with the first class, their combat power was around 1,000,000. This was already very strong in the sacred world. The sacred world returned to peace in the face of such strong means. The influence of the Avengers Alliance also spread throughout the sacred world. The wild sacred mountain was directly listed as a forbidden area by the Avengers Alliance. No one was allowed to enter, and every entrance was set up with layers of arrays. This place became the source of origin energy for Lin Fei. He exchanged for equipment through the system and began to plunder origin energy units. The effect was not ordinary fast. After plundering for a year, a problem appeared. The origin energy was decreasing. In this year, Lin Fei's system kept replicating Dao pills, and the consumption was very fast. As the origin energy units began to decrease, Lin Fei began to feel anxious. The Saints' world is still a little too small at the end of the day. Most of the origin energy was destroyed in the battle back then. Fortunately, the Savage Sacred Mountain is different and managed to preserve a portion. I've constantly plundered it, and it's almost dried up. I need to come up with a new plan. The business was big. There were too many needs. For example, replicating the Great Dao and replicating Dao pills. All of these required origin energy. Lin Fei consumed a lot of origin energy units. Do I really have to go to the star field? According to Li Guangming, there is a popular thing called an energy block in the Expedition Empire. It is a special creature that absorbs the origin energy between heaven and earth. As long as I have a chance to replicate it, this creature will no longer be a dream. This idea was out of control as soon as it came out. The sacred world was too small for Lin Fei to use. If he continued, the origin energy units of the sacred world would be plundered by him. This amount of resources was not much help for Lin Fei's needs. Lin Fei had to go to a bigger place. Lin Fei was also very interested in the technological civilization of the Expedition Empire. It seemed that only by going to the Expedition Empire, he might have a chance to find out the origin of the system. According to Little Devil, there should be something in the Expedition Empire that had been guiding it to the Expedition Empire. Then I will prepare to go to the Expedition Empire and see the technology of the civilization. Lin Fei quickly made a choice. This was something that he had to come into contact with sooner or later. Li Guangming had become the #1 expert in the sacred world. Lin Fei was not afraid of the people from the Judgment Empire at all. It would take more than 90 years to travel from the Judgment Star Field.